sure I can hear you guys talking in the office, but not from the outside world, but I think it's okay.
Okay. Should I wait like a couple minutes till you get there? Okay, how long will it take her to get there? Okay. I'd like to, can everybody hear me? Okay, I'd like to reconvene the meeting, and the time is now 6:53 p.m. And I'd like to announce that council did meet in executive session prior to the meeting.
I'd like to speak to that, please.
Yep, I recognize.
I'm not finished with my statement. We met in executive session prior to the meeting to discuss litigation regarding Hellertown, the Hellertown Library, and the Bethlehem landfill. And I would like to make a motion. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the township solicitor to continue to pursue the direction outlined by council regarding Hellertown and the Hellertown Library. Would there be a second?
Second.
Laura? Okay, and can we have a roll call, please?
No, we have comment on it. We have comment on it. We have public comment on all this. Are you gonna go to the sunshine?
Whenever you're ready to recognize me, I'm ready.
I'm recognizing you. Go
You
right
are?
ahead.
I'm sorry, I
The
didn't hear you.
public gets to speak too.
I didn't hear you. You recognize me?
I just said yes.
I didn't hear you. I said I didn't hear you.
Speak up.
Yeah,
Here.
I'm sorry you didn't hear me either. So, all right. So I just want the record. You can call me Mr. Sunshine because I'm gonna shine sun here. Once again, Victoria Optoff Cordero advocated vociferously with regard to the township's position on the landfill, and the position that she is taking is consistent with the position that her parents have taken in litigation against the township and against the landfill.
The motion is about the Hellertown
Hello,
Library.
I'm speaking.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
Hello.
Rude. Don't be rude.
Once again,
Stick to the subject.
once again, she has
Not
taken a
about the library.
position.
This is not about the landfill.
Are you done?
We're talking about Hellertown and the Hellertown Library.
That's fine. I'm talking about it too. I'm talking about litigation.
Getting there.
Okay, I'm talking about litigation.
I don't think you should be recognized unless you stay on topic.
He was recognized.
Yeah, you gotta
haven't been
stay on
recognized.
topic. You're not on
All right,
topic.
so once again,
Don't get there.
Victoria took a position in these private conversations that took place back in the council executive meeting room. And her position that she took, once again, supports her parents completely. This was brought up at the last council meeting at length during the non-agenda items by Mary Ann Garber, who's the attorney for the landfill. She's pointed out these egregious injustices and abuse and violation of the Ethics Act, and it continues. She clearly did not heed that warning. She did not recuse herself from those discussions, and in fact, she took a position that was advocating very strongly in favor of the position that supports her parents. So that's what I have to say.
Okay.
It's out there, part of litigation, I'm sure.
You have to ask me.
Tom, did you have something to say?
I do. Do you want to speak first? You seem ready to go.
I think I just want the record to reflect that, number one, we're not on topic. Number two, I've been
council's never
told
been on
to
topic.
shut the hell up by Mr. Carochi when I'm not speaking. So I would just like the record
When
to
Mr.
reflect
Benonis is speaking, that's right.
what
Well,
are
Ms.
the
DeLeon won't
comments,
control the
results
meeting
that
and
are
allow me to
made
speak.
by
Somebody has to tell you to
some
shut the
members
hell
of our
up.
council
Right.
during our meeting
Yeah.
in contrary to what
You
our
interrupted.
rules of conduct and our code of conduct state.
You just broke the rules of
I
conduct
think
by interrupting
it's
him.
incredibly
Encourage Mr.
appropriate
Ozemic to come up
for
here.
us to continue
You
with the
encourage
direction
Mr.
that we
Ozemic to come up here and
indicated, so
approach
I
me,
am
and now
in
you're going to
favor of
talk
the
about rules
motion.
of conduct?
vote
Give me a
yes.
break.
I'd like the record to state that Ms. Optoff is the one that interrupted Jason, and she's the one that's violating the rules of conduct, if anybody. And Jason's absolutely correct. She has a huge conflict of interest, a definitive conflict of interest, and she's back there advocating for her parents and herself against the landfill. And this should be made public because it's a huge conflict of interest, and it should be dealt with. And as far as the library is concerned, I mean, I don't even know why we even need a motion for this. You know, Mr. Goodsouzian is continuing to talk to these people, I guess. He won't really tell us who he speaks with, but
That's a lie.
that's not that's not a lie. On our April 3rd, he refused numerous requests to disclose who he spoke with, and there's going to be some consequences for that. We hope.
So send an email, Tom, with regard to that he ignored and didn't respond to.
That's correct. That's correct. So Mr. Goodsouzian is also part of the cover-up. Susie there. So all right, that's all I have for now. I'll be back.
Yes, so we're looking forward to keeping,
You gotta talk louder.
we're looking forward to having our solicitor keep working with Hellertown. We will get these things resolved to get our library back, our compost center back, and all the services that we used to run jointly with them.
In other words, they want to give your money away.
Okay, my comment is that I also support this, and with that, can we have a roll call, please?
It's a public comment.
It's an executive session
No, it's a
item.
motion, public comment, public comment. I call for public comment. What are you trying to cover up? You don't want the public to speak? Please come to the podium, sir, I recognize you. Thank you. Thank you for coming to the podium, I recognize you.
You're not running the meeting.
Rules for me, but not for thee.
I'm not sure that we've ever
Rules
had
for
public
me, but not for
comment.
thee. Go ahead.
You normally would not have public
Please
comment in
speak.
executive session. If you
So I don't know.
want to provide the courtesy to do so in overabundance of caution.
I'd like to provide the courtesy.
Okay,
Thank
start the
you.
clock, please.
He didn't identify himself yet, so why would you start
That's
the
not my
clock?
fault. He knows what the rules are.
Does he? You didn't tell him.
I can't hear you.
He's waiting to be recognized. If you would
On.
run the meeting properly, we're waiting to be recognized. You never did that. You said start the clock. You generally recognize the person at the podium.
I don't,
Can you reset the clock for the gentleman who'd like to be recognized?
Reset the clock.
absolutely. we
Reset the
will.
clock.
Can we get a vote?
Bill wants to cover up.
All right, Dave Boulan. Do I have the floor, madam?
Yes, 5 o'clock, 5 minutes, 5 minutes,
5
thank you.
o'clock, somewhere.
Disability.
Easy to lose track of what goes on here after 4 years. And the way I recall it, when the library committee came in a late December meeting demanding that the council, I'm sorry, Ms. President, are you listening to me?
I am
hope?
listening to
And
you.
giving me courtesy, thank you. The bottom line is when they came in and did all of that, the question that was asked, and I hope the public is listening in the camera because this is the way things are going. The bottom line is when they came in and said, we need to have this $150,000, the question was asked, who on the council has seen this bill, et cetera, and the answer was nobody on the council, including a Mr. Treadwell, who had been here for 23 years, was asked if he'd ever seen this legal document, and he said no. Nobody'd seen it, and yet there was a demand on the floor that it be signed. Here we are over 4 years later, and now we have a solicitor. Mr. Gaduzian, are you with us?
I'm listening.
All right, who I understand has gotten some kind of, and you can correct me, and I'd welcome if you did, agreement that was offered by Ms. Optoff-Cadera over here that if you were hired, that we could forget about any conflicts you might have had, like your wife being on the Howe Library Board, and now you're going to run that investigation or whatever we're talking about tonight? Boy, if that isn't just wonderful, huh? Yep, fox right there in the hen coop. Correct me, sir, if I'm wrong. Hearing nothing, I am going to assume it's correct. That's really outstanding. I hope the public's listening to this. This is what you've brought in here. We have 3 new people that don't know upside down from right side up and right from wrong, as best we can tell. And understand, if you do not see the council's picture, I understand here from my poor eyesight that we've not gotten any response from our tentative, I think, solicitor, whatever it is. That's coming up later. I will address that later. I would like to see, I don't even know what this motion was, but it's ridiculous to have somebody represent Hal when the bottom line is he's got conflicts and will not acknowledge them. And I'd like to see, by the way, that document that Ms. Optoff-Cadera had and referenced this what appears to be a sweetheart deal, okay? I'm wrong, correct me. I've been wrong once in a while.
I would like to, Susie, when a resident who is paying your $180 a bill fee is at the podium, I'd appreciate it if you would listen to what they have to say, not do work on your personal computer like you're doing, right? He's doing emails there, Jason? you know, and double billing, probably you're billing that client and billing us. This is a resident, a taxpayer, who pays your bill. So I would ask you to please give him consideration of at least pretending to pay attention to him. Can you do that for us,
His
Susan?
board docs up on his computer.
Okay.
Tom, to your point, he was looking at emails earlier.
Yeah, I
don't know if
know.
township related or not.
He double bills. He bills his clients.
I'm not
and
billing
he
the
bills
township for my time, Priscilla.
bills-
That's the
exactly.
difference. I'm not billing the township. I'm not an employee of the
public
township,
comment.
okay?
That's where we are.
He's billing us by the
Anyone
hour
else
for
like
that.
to
That's the
speak on
difference.
public comment?
Thank you.
My name is Mary Ann Garber, and I represent the Bethlehem Landfill Company. I understand that the motion on the floor has to do with the library. However, in light of comments that Mr. Bononis made about what took place in executive session with respect to litigation regarding the Bethlehem Landfill and Ms. Optoff's participation in and discussion about that, as I noted at the last council meeting, Ms. Optoff Cordero has a clear conflict of interest with respect to any matters related to the expansion of the Bethlehem landfill, and in particular, but not limited to, the litigation to stop the expansion of the landfill, which her parents have been parties to 3 separate pieces of litigation to that effect, demonstrating that she has a fiduciary interest in the outcome of that litigation, which renders her incapable of voting on any of these actions. To the extent that anything in that executive session resulted in a direction to the solicitor to take action, I'm going to reiterate that that's in violation of the Sunshine Act. And what I will say, although the library is not my dog to fight, that to the extent that you're taking official action on the library, that was not listed with any specificity on the agenda, and that in and of itself is a violation of the Sunshine Act. To the extent that the next motion that's made here as a result of the executive session is to direct the solicitor to do anything with respect to the Bethlehem landfill litigation or the Bethlehem landfill expansion generally, that in and of itself is a violation of the Sunshine Act, because there's absolutely no specificity listed on this agenda with respect to that official action. And I will again reiterate that Ms. Optoff has a clear conflict of interest and should not and cannot participate in any deliberation, any discussion, or any official action with respect to the expansion and with respect to that litigation specifically. And I'm going to reiterate for the people who weren't here at the last meeting or weren't watching at the last meeting, these are just some of the facts evidencing Ms. Cordero's conflict of interest. Her parents, Lawrence and Margaret Optoff, have claimed under oath that the proposed landfill expansion will decrease the value of their property. That is their belief. Ms. Optoff Cordero has publicly taken the position that proximity to landfills has a negative impact on property values. That is her belief. Her parents were parties to, and if that's true, then she should not be allowed to vote on anything with respect to that litigation, because her parents have a direct
quiet in the
fiduciary
audience, please.
interest,
She's
and that is
speaking.
illegal. You do not know the law on this issue, so I would suggest that you step down.
Kathy McGovern, yeah.
Quiet in the audience, there's a speaker
Crazy
speaking.
Bob
Kathy.
Cordero is well aware of these rules. She is a licensed attorney barred in the state of Pennsylvania. She's a lawyer who worked directly with the attorney retained by her parents and other individuals that are fighting the expansion of the landfill, Gary Estak. And upon information belief, and I witnessed it with my own eyes, and I have documents to support this, she did substantive legal work in those cases, legal research and fact-finding. She worked with Gary Estak to develop legal strategy. She assisted with the retention of experts. She acted as a liaison between Mr. Estak and the individual opponents to that litigation. She sat at the council table with Mr. Estak in various proceedings, and in fact, the court reporter in the conditional use hearings listed her as attorney of record for the opposition. And she was the founder and spokesperson for and the media contact for Citizens for Responsible Development. This is a grassroots landfill opposition group whose tagline on their website is Fighting Lower Saucon Township Landfill Expansion. And she's raised funds on countless occasions to raise money to pay for the legal litigation costs and for expert fees in all of the various pieces of litigation, including litigations that's currently pending before the court. This goes far and beyond just having an opinion on an issue that is important to the township. She's making decisions on something that is affecting all of the township, and her parents have a direct interest, and that is what she is fighting for. So I demand that Ms. Optoff Cordero recuse herself from any issue related to the landfill expansion, and in particular, this litigation. And I want the record to reflect all of those objections.
Yeah, not only is she's advocating her position and her parents' position in executive session. She's advocating her parents' position. She's
Okay,
not
Tom,
just
you don't have the
representing it.
floor.
Not just mere discussion or
She's
participation,
advocating.
it was
I've asked
outright
for the floor to be recognized.
advocacy.
Will you,
I don't, who has the floor?
will you yield the floor so I can be recognized? I've asked to be recognized.
Yes, yes, cool, of course.
Number one, everybody in this room and everybody in the community who had been following everything that's been happening is well aware of my public activity that occurred in 2022 and 2023. Certainly, my position, and it remains my position, and it will not change, is that I do not have any pecuniary or financial interest in any outcome of any litigation.
But your parents do.
My parents, first of all, I have the floor. Would you please let me finish my statement?
I'm just trying to clarify for the
Okay.
record.
She has the
will you-
floor.
Now you're gonna follow the
Will
rules.
you,
Okay.
will you
Let's follow the rules
yield?
now.
Will you follow basic
Wow.
decorum and follow directions and let one person speak at a time?
Why don't you ask the president
can
to follow the
finish-
rules and enforce the
I
rules?
am asking you
too.
to let me finish my statement.
Occurs, I will too. You
asking
spoke over me,
you
ma'am.
to let
You
me
spoke
finish
over me
my
when I was speaking, okay?
I am asking you to let me finish my
So you
statement.
want rules for
I
me?
have the floor. I have asked to be recognized. To
Continue to make a
continue
fool of
interrupting
yourself.
me, you can't hear the statement.
Go ahead.
So,
That's, hey, 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 what are you doing, officer? What are you doing, officer? Get him out of there. Get him out, get him out.
Call the meeting to order. Get
He's a
control of the
convicted
meeting.
criminal.
You're not.
You're a convicted criminal. Convicted
make a
criminal.
Officer in the room.
He's a convicted criminal. Why did he approach him? Why did he approach her?
I make a
Why did he
motion for
approach?
recess.
Yeah. He approached her. Why did he approach her? Well, talk and take him out and ask him.
I'm sorry, I'm,
Outrageous.
And you don't do anything about it, Priscilla.
Anything.
Get him out of here.
not the
You're
police
his biggest
officer.
supporter.
You're the council
his biggest
president. You run the
supporter,
meeting.
Priscilla.
Get control of it.
I
You're
would
his
like
biggest
to make a
supporter,
motion
Priscilla.
for
Fine.
recess.
You're his biggest supporter, Priscilla.
I would like
Get
to
him
make a
out of here.
motion for recess.
Okay, I'm
Get him
gonna
outta
do a
here.
motion for recess. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
There's a motion on the floor. No,
He's made threats to Jason.
It just takes precedent.
Would you please get your brother in?
No, it's not funny. It's not.
Okay, Donna,
We are all here, and the arguing that is going on back and forth over here.
We didn't ask your opinion.
Respect for
We didn't.
all of the people of the community that are here on our, I know, unless you go.
Get the council president. Get control.
hey, we can only hear one person at a time. I'm sorry this incident happened, Donna.
Get him out of here. I don't want him in any more council meetings.
No, you can't do that. There's a,
You know, why don't we, you can if you want.
okay,
Okay.
order, please. Can't have people talking.
Gavel.
He threatened me.
Right, threaten.
Okay,
Get him
Donna.
out. Don't attack her. Russ, leave her alone. Leave her alone, Mr. Sutton. Leave her alone.
Donna,
Leave her alone.
ask her to go outside and speak with
Leave
the
her alone, Russ. What are you bullying her for, Russ? Yeah. What are you
we
bullying her
need to
for?
call this meeting to order.
Why are you bullying her, an innocent woman?
Any more outbursts will have to be taken outside.
Bully her.
So I think, Victoria, you were speaking last.
Nah.
I had asked for the floor. So what I will continue to say is my public position on the situation that occurred in this township beginning in October and November of 22 and continuing remains the same, because it is my belief that what occurred and what I've said publicly was improper, and what happened in our township was improper, that our prior council behaved in such a manner that was improper and against the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. So those public statements speak for themselves. Anybody can go back and participate. There's been no information out there, or no information that's secret to anybody. You can go look at every public meeting I attended. You can look at all of those things, and you can judge for yourselves. And that's what I ask you to do, is judge for yourselves what you think happened and what my position was. Certainly I ran. Part of my campaign was running on the issues that occurred in November of 2022 through 2023. I ran on those positions. In no way, shape, or form do I have any pecuniary interest. I can appreciate Ms. Garber's request or demand for me to recuse myself, but frankly, Ms. Garber is hired by a large company, a billion-dollar corporation, to
St. Luke's?
represent their interests.
St. Luke's?
Tom, you're out of order.
St.
She
Luke's.
is hired and
She's hired by
paid
St. Luke's?
presumably an hourly rate to come to meetings and promote the landfill's objectives, one of which is to continue on the course of conduct of expanding their landfill. That's what she's hired to do. She is hired to come to the podium and make statements and certainly make legal positions. That's her right and that's her job. She wouldn't be doing her job. My job is to represent the residents of this township. They elected me to do a job and I'm doing it, and I will not recuse myself. There is no need for me to recuse myself. That's my position. It's not changing. So we can have shouts back and forth all evening. We can have shouts from the audience. We can have claps. You can have roars. But my position is not changing. If you would like to take it someplace else, you have every right to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Now,
Okay.
I'd like the record to note she did recuse
You know
herself
what? We have
to her
public
sister's
comment going on
property,
right
and I
now.
asked to be
You're out of
recognized.
order, Tom.
I want to be recognized. You recognize her?
No, you're not being
I'm
recognized
here,
right
then I'll
now.
recognize
We have-
myself.
Tom, I'll recognize you. Go ahead, Tom.
Thank you. So,
recognize
a
you.
couple
I'd like to
weeks
hear from you.
ago, her sister's development.
Diane
Long
Hollowell,
Ridge,
I'm just making a
Diane,
comment.
I
I
want
know
you to go
somebody went up
next.
and
there.
wanted council to act.
I'm gonna keep gabbling
But,
until I
when
get
council
order.
acted,
Tom,
she recused
You're
herself.
out of
She
order.
recused herself because her sister owned a property in that development. So that was that was even a pecuniary interest.
comment. Diane, you have the floor.
I'm just like, I know somebody came up here, said they had poor eyesight, and don't know if they saw over here while they were talking. I noticed that Tom was looking down most of the time. So please, like, show a little respect to everybody who comes up here. And I have to say, I'm a little freaked out, Tom, that I don't know if you're checking me out on social media, but some of the questions you asked me up here, I know the two of you must be like looking into me. If you want to talk to me afterwards, I'll tell you all about my
I'm not
life.
on social media.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Anyone else like to go public
Who
comment?
is that? I have no idea.
I don't know.
You know what? You know what happens these days? You know what happens these days? Like, they'll say like, this person did this. I don't even know who they are.
Governor, I just have a very quick comment about the library. As I recall, we had a dual relationship at the library. And as I recall, it was called the Hellertown Area Library because it was supposed to include both Hellertown and Lower Saucon Township. I don't recall it being 4 years. It might have, but I don't think so. I think it was 2 years. I also remember that we gave $50,000 to Southern Lehigh for nothing. I also know that Southern Lehigh Public Library fell apart. I know that their board is completely restructured now. They don't do anything the way they used to do it because of the impact of Lower Saucon Township. And I think it's a disgrace. And I think that we should have been partnering with the library all along. The amount of money that we have spent on the library, I can only imagine what those legal fees are, and that would have paid for our portion of the library 1,000 times over.
You know, if they would have given us usage data and justification for the expenses, we'd know what they were gonna use the money for. And if they didn't kick us out without notice, maybe we wouldn't have litigation either, but those facts don't matter apparently. Collective memory that you have.
Record, please.
Chris Gurrow, just a comment. I just want to thank Priscilla De Leon, Victoria Uptoff Cordero, and Laura Ray for continuously taking the high road here in these meetings. Your excellent representation of the Lower Saucon Township residents who overwhelmingly voted for you. Thank you.
Robert Blasco, yes, I am a resident. There have been close to 12.5 times that the bed buddies up there on the either end of the podium, of the Diaz rather, excuse me, brought up things stating, oh, there are sure to be lawsuits to follow. Yet, as sure as they are, I haven't seen either of the bed buddies invest their own money in those lawsuits.
Thank you. Next. Hi, your name for the record?
Anne Marie Slavic. I live in Lower Saucon Township. I would say that it seems like a big inconvenience to have everybody yelling and everybody going back and forth and people asking questions and people interrupting people. It's a big inconvenience. So when I was out door to door talking to people about, you know, the election last year, a lot of people brought up the library, of course. And, you know, I didn't grow up here, but I get confused about the convenience versus let's do things the right way, right? Like, it's an inconvenience to go to a different library. It's such an inconvenience, it's such a pain, it's such a problem. But you know what, everybody, when you're asking people for money, that money is not the government's money. Let me reiterate that. The money that you're spending is not your money. It's not the government's money. It doesn't fall out of a tree. It comes from taxpayers, which I represent here tonight. So all the people in the audience that have a problem with things going back and forth and questions and asking questions, and one side seems like ain't angelic, and one side seems so nasty. But the bottom line is this: if there's an organization coming up and asking for money, we should be able to see the financials. There shouldn't even be a question. It doesn't even make sense why we can't see the financials of Hellertown Library and where the money's going. It makes no sense. So it's an inconvenience when sometime down the road, somebody in the government is stealing money, which is happening, right? Everywhere. People are stealing money from the government every day, all the time, because they think they're entitled, because they need money, because they're poor, because something happened. Whatever the reason, they're stealing money. And so the point is, let's look into it ahead of time to make sure that doesn't happen. And you have an obligation to the taxpayers. You do. I know you think that this is your gig. The three of you, this is your gig. You are on the ethical side. You're on the good side. You're so sweet and nice. But the bottom line is, it's not your money.
Slava, can I get some clarification on something?
Clarification.
So I'm on the ethics.pa.gov website. This is the official ethics website. And here's the question. What is a conflict of interest under the Ethics Act? Under the Ethics Act, a conflict of interest exists when a person uses the authority of their public office employment or confidential information received through their public office employment, which is used for the private pecuniary benefit of the public official, public employee himself, any member of his immediate family, or a business which he or a member of his immediate family is associated. So if I'm understanding your comments correctly, that's exactly what you're pointing out, that all this blather that we heard out of Victoria Optoff-Cordero's mouth is utter nonsense when she says there's no conflict, when the state law says specifically that it is, because it is an immediate family member.
It's
Am I
your
understanding
opinion,
you
it's not
correctly?
law.
Am I
It's your
understanding you
opinion.
correctly?
So
You can have an opinion that.
Hello, I didn't interrupt you.
So
Hello,
on
same
another,
courtesy, come on.
situation, if you worked in the private sector, you don't get away with any of this. You recuse yourself. If there's a conflict of interest, you get in trouble, you get fired, you get fined, and that's how the real world works. So again, people who are complaining, why are we asking so many questions? Why are we asking so many questions? Because the government needs to be ethical, because again, this isn't your money. This isn't your this isn't your gig. This isn't your thing. This isn't your money. This is the taxpayer money. This is the township. You can't come in here thinking that you guys are right and whatever you think is right, therefore you can break all the rules because you think you're right. And that's what's happening in the federal government, that's what's happening in the state government, and that's what's happening here. So it's just trickling down. Just because you think you're right doesn't mean you are. It's your opinion. And also, you should recuse yourself if you should. You need to. Just do it. That's all we're asking. We wouldn't be going back and forth here. We wouldn't be complaining. Just recuse yourself.
Exactly. Right about the stealing of the money. Priscilla's been on disability for 40 years, and collecting a paycheck and doing nothing.
Go ahead, ma'am.
So you're right about people stealing money. Priscilla hasn't worked a day in 40 years, except for the township, of course.
Sorry, you were interrupted by the lady that spoke before you.
It's fine.
I apologize.
My name is Judy Strock. I'm from Lower Saucon Township. I belonged to Hellertown Library for many years. However, I want to know where I want to see those financials. I have a right as a taxpayer. All of us should be interested in that. You don't invest in anything unless you really see what's going on and what is. And as far as the $150,000, what percentage of their budget is that 150?
It was 75, 80. I mean, it was most of it.
idea.
Hellertown was only going to fund about 20, 25%. We were about 75%.
We belong to the, when we
And they,
belong-
and not only that,
We're about two-thirds.
Talking.
for emails, and they wouldn't turn emails
No,
over.
that's not true. We got the financial information.
That's not
and
true.
The township has it here.
And they wouldn't
We
give
had
us
their
usage information.
990s, we had,
Tell us how many people use the library. They couldn't justify the
Those
numbers.
lines.
Made public, they're a
Always lie.
501c3 and they have to file tax.
Hey, I have the floor, all of you.
to me.
All of them.
If you have the financials, why can't we see them?
You can do a right to know request and ask for the,
Now, since this is part of the conversation
The
at all these
990s
meetings, we
are
should have it
available
there.
online. You can look them up, the 990s for any nonprofit, and they are online.
We'll check
The
that out.
990 is not itemized, it doesn't identify the expenses or anything else of what they're using the money for. It shows their assets and their expenses generally. It offers no detail into the financial operation. They never provided that information to us, and they also never provided to us any usage information to justify the outrageous figures that they were demanding from this township. They sought to extort from this township money that they could not justify for their purposes.
And they didn't turn over, we had a right to know for emails, and between them and the borough, and they wouldn't turn them over. They still haven't turned them over. They hired an attorney and fought it in court. That's how much they didn't want to turn those over.
All right, the other question is, do we have equal representation on this board? If we're
No.
paying 3/4 of their budget?
No, in fact, they had, at that time, they had a majority on the board, and that was not going to change. As they say, it's the Hellertown Library.
Well,
It's not the Lower Saucon Library, it's the
I'm sorry,
Hellertown
ma'am, but the
Library.
figures being provided to you are not accurate. I think it would be appropriate for you to see that material, but to be just throwing numbers out in the air, 75%, 80%,
That's what
and
it
then you
was.
relying on
Actually,
those numbers.
two-thirds, one-third.
I don't think
That's not true.
would be
That's
appropriate
right.
at this
There was
time.
about 150 for us, 50 for them. That was it.
All right, so then at the very least, if it's 3/4, then it should be Hellertown Lower Saucon Library, if you're gonna do that. But the fact remains, there are a lot of questions.
I think it should be Lower Saucon and Hellertown if we're paying more.
There you go, there you go. But I'm just saying, you just do not give money over without having questions.
These
And-
three.
And making sure the public, which is all of us in this room, get to know everything. And just stop passing over it. Let's get down to it, let's get the answers, let's present it here before we hand over money. Thank you.
Mrs. Strzok, just to add to a point that you brought up, you're talking about just handing over money. That's exactly what they did. They handed over money secretly in an executive session, and then they realized that what they were calling was an invoice, which was not an invoice that was due. There was never a contract that made those invoices payable or owed. So then they recast that in public finally.
Authorization is inaccurate.
They recast that
Okay.
in a subsequent meeting, and they had a vote on it to bring it out into the sunshine because what they did was actually improper. They claimed to be paying an
Another
invoice that was
inaccurate statement.
not owed. That invoice was not owed at all.
It's
And then they
very
cast it as a donation. That's how this all
okay,
works.
inaccuracies.
They gave them $98,000.
Lady in the yellow jacket has the
$8,000. They never
floor.
got the emails, and we never got the finances. We never got the emails, and we never got the finances.
The lady with the, I'm sorry, I don't know
But
your name.
when Victoria
Jamie?
interrupted Jason, you didn't gavel anybody.
The lady has the floor. I'm trying here, but they don't listen.
Gavel Victoria when she interrupted
You're
Jason.
doing a good job.
All right, let me just say this.
No, you can say whatever you want,
I'm
Jason.
telling you, you're acting like a fool. You will gavel me and Tom, but you will not gavel anybody else. Uniformly apply the
Do you have
rules.
anything else?
Yes, I'd like to say it's questionable at best. It does not look good. And you sit up there and represent us in the township. You shouldn't have this hanging over you. You should really want to get to the bottom of it and clear it up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody want to go next? Next?
Russ Sutton, live on Saucon Avenue. I have a question for Jason and for Tom. We were bringing up about the dump. I'd like to know something. Did the dump help fund your elections the last time?
No,
No.
Really?
no. I have a campaign finance report, sir. It's filed. You can
I-
go, it's a
I
public,
have-
you asked me a question. Let me finish answering the question. You want an answer to the question? I'll give you the answer to the question. Okay? You want to hear the answer?
Yeah.
The answer is no, N-O, big N-O. Not one single dollar came to our campaign from the landfill or its PAC or anybody else.
You're lying.
No, you're a liar, sir, and don't call me a liar. Don't call me a liar because it's a public, there's a campaign finance statement. The proof is the campaign finance statement shows exactly who donated to our campaign. okay? So if you want to be part of this defamation lawsuit that clown over there is subject to, well, you could, welcome aboard. We'll bring you on board, because it's an outright
I'll
lie,
remind
and
of
we
these
have
insults
integrity.
and the
Sir, would you
characterization,
shut
which
up?
is-
Would you
One
just
at a
shut up and
time.
would you
Due to our
stop her?
conduct.
Against you won't gavel.
I'll again
Gavel,
identify.
Victoria.
I have the floor.
Bring it on. You want to slander me? Let's bring it on. We'll do this dance.
I have
We'll
the
do
floor.
the dance.
Shut
My
up.
campaign finance reports show exactly where the money came from. If you're too lazy or ignorant to go to the courthouse and pull those out in the
I
elections
did
office
go
and
to the
take a look at them,
courthouse. I
yeah,
had
go
it,
and get it.
and
Go and get it. You'll see what's on
I
there.
have it.
$0, sir. $0. I know you don't like facts. Facts hurt. Words hurt. I'm sorry. If you're going to stand up here and throw shots and ask a question, I'm going to give it right back to you, okay? Get your head on straight and know what you're talking
I
about, because
had
you
my
don't
heads
know
on
what you're
straight.
talking about.
I tried
You
to-
do not know what you're talking about.
If
You're
you let him
ignorant,
finish,
sir.
he can say
Ignorant.
what he's talking about, but you can't let him finish.
Just let me finish what I'm saying. Will
You asked a question, I gave you the answer.
I am talking now. You do not have the floor, so shut
Answer
up.
your question, because you don't like the answer, sir. That's why you want me to stop talking. You don't like the truth, okay? You don't like to hear the truth. So go on.
I
Keep
had
shooting
the
your ignorant mouth
document.
off.
I
Shoot your
wanted
mouth
to
off
admit
all
it,
you
and
want,
so
sir.
I go
Welcome
at the
aboard.
hearing, and you would not allow it. You tried to throw me out of the meeting. I had to document it. I wanted to put it in evidence, and you disavowed it.
I don't know what you're talking about. Where is
you
it?
don't
Where
want
is
to.
it? Bring it now. You're talking.
I don't have it now, but I will
Abstract,
bring
a
it.
document, a
It just
document.
disappeared.
Sir, I will bring the campaign finance
Thin
report to
air.
the next council meeting, and I will show it. I'll put it on the township website for the whole world to see, sir. I got nothing to
Go feed your
hide.
cats.
Okay? I'm an ethical person, even though you don't think I am, and you like to shoot your
Cats.
mouth off at me.
Go
I'm an
feed his
ethical
cats.
person. I'm sorry you don't like it.
To feed his cats over there.
Mark, address the floor, the chair, please.
Ethical, huh?
It's sad when these people lose all their money.
Mark Osmek, Lower Saucon Township. If anybody knows me for the 23 years I've been in my house, they should know I haven't threatened anybody. Especially the
disagree
one
with
that
that.
made
Well, you-
lies.
Mark has the floor.
But anyway,
Gavel for your
back
brother.
to,
You're found guilty.
Mark, please, just ignore them. Talk.
Mr. Gazouzian, if you or your wife have any issues or conflicts with the library, please resolve them for the public, not for the girls, not for Bananas, not for anyone, for the public. Our taxes pay your money. As far as getting the library back in shape to work, yeah, do that, because the kids need it. Not because adults need it, but because the kids need it and the kids deserve it. As far as morals and ethics, did we ever get a report on Southern Lehigh Library expenses and where the $50,000 went? Or was it more than that we don't know about? Sorry, you keep staring at me. I can do this.
Okay, Mark. Okay, we need to,
So no dumb conversation, no nothing. We're on the library. Keep it there and get through this meeting. I don't want to be here till 2 o'clock in the morning.
Then go home.
No, I'm not going home. I'm staying, and the reason I'm staying is because of you.
okay. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, so we're
public
going to
should know
close
who Mr.
public
Ozimic
comment.
is.
I'd like to know who Mr. Ozimic is, Tom. Why does the public
I'd like to
know
be
about-
recognized.
Yeah, I
I'd like to be
recognize you, Tom. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Public comment.
Mr. Ozimic is a Lower Saucon
You
Township
do
resident.
not have the floor, Tom.
Was charged with, in 1991,
You,
was
Roll call,
charged
please,
with,
Kathy.
Mr. Bononis.
a fatal hit and run of an Allentown man, an elderly Allentown.
that's terrible.
He's not responsive.
You are terrible, Tom. You are terrible.
Point of order, we're not on topic at all. We're having a roll
And,
call for a motion.
So after being held for 4.5 hours.
That is disgraceful.
It's true.
It doesn't matter. It does not belong to be said
No,
here.
he stood at that podium and talked about integrity.
That is not on the agenda.
He stood at that podium and talked about integrity.
Continue with the roll call, but
Mr.
Kathy,
Bononis.
Was found guilty.
Jason, you're going to either make a motion or you're not. I mean, a
I'm not, there's a
vote.
motion that's pending. I can't make a motion. Go ahead, Tom.
Voting.
There's a motion that's pending. I can't make a motion.
Right.
Voting.
I understand. I made a mistake. I can admit that I made a mistake. We're doing roll call. And Kathy just called on you. Be respectful to at least
Listen,
Kathy.
I'm not gonna interrupt Mr. Carochi who's speaking.
Mr. Carochi is out of order. He
he's
cannot
not.
be, yes, he is. I'm running the meeting and he's out of order.
Tom.
Like it or not.
Maybe he's unresponsive.
What's that?
Maybe he's unresponsive,
What?
Mr. Bononis.
Not at all. I'm responsive.
What are we voting on again?
Okay, so
Are we voting
Jason-
on
Tom, why do you
whether I
fast forward
can
to the part
talk?
where he made the death threats against me and was found guilty by a district justice?
Yes, he was found, right.
He's already
right.
killed somebody before, he's made death
Right, he
threats.
Again,
killed
we're out
somebody.
of, I would like to continue with the roll
Be
call.
disrespectful and out of
It's the
order.
truth. You know it's the truth.
Record.
I don't care if it's the truth or not. It does not belong in
He
this
stood up-
meeting.
He stood up here
He
and said
stood
he's
up
an ethical person.
and lectured us about integrity. And he lectured us about integrity.
Awful. Do you guys realize what he's doing to a resident here?
telling the
Do
truth.
you
I know the
realize
truth.
that?
Telling the truth.
And it could be any one of you had a problem and he'd be out here talking about it in front of everybody.
I wasn't arrested for running somebody over.
So disrespectful. The floor's closed for comments.
I didn't threaten myself. I didn't take a picture of my wife and kids and put it up on his
Right.
Facebook
Right,
page.
he took a picture of
I didn't do that at all.
White's wife and kid.
Motion on the floor.
Jason's
Kathy
wife
is
and kids.
trying to
Took a
do
picture
roll
of
call.
them.
The kids. Like,
Picture of them.
that's okay, though. That's acceptable behavior.
That's threatening.
endorsed by this council.
It's threatening.
Who was the first one?
What?
Mr. Bononis.
I didn't get vote yet.
Jason is the first person Kathy's calling on.
First one.
Tom, are you done?
I want to speak, but I don't know if they'll.
You're not allowed to speak. You're
Well-
being disrespectful to a resident, and that's not right.
This is a public.
It is a public meeting, but it does not belong on this agenda.
Because I'm talking about a criminal record that's public?
Go on to the roll call.
Let's move on.
Agenda, you're out of order.
It's inappropriate because he's your friend.
Mr. Bononis.
Tom,
No. Have a seat. There's no more
Please have a
public
seat.
comment.
No more public comment.
Please.
Please sit. Please sit, Mark. Jason, you're being called for a roll call. What's your vote?
I'll vote, and then when it's your turn, you can comment. Finish your comments, okay, before you vote. The motion is what?
The motion is to authorize the township solicitor to continue to pursue the direction outlined by council regarding Hellertown and the Hellertown Library.
No, never. I mean, he has such a conflict of interest on this. His wife was on the board. There's a tremendous cover-up. To allow that to happen is just wrong.
Mr. Bononis.
I said no. Yeah, no, it's,
Sorry. Ms. Optoff Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carochi.
Well, and also the former library attorney now works for him. He hired the former law attorney for the library. My answer would be no. I'll have more on Mr. Ozimic later.
Ms. Ray.
So what was your vote?
Yes.
I said no.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, the next vote is to I'd like to make a motion to authorize the township solicitor to continue to pursue the direction outlined by council regarding the Bethlehem landfill, to ratify the actions of the township solicitor in joining the preliminary objections. I believe I stated that correctly? Okay, would there be a second to my motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, Victoria. And any other discussion by council?
yeah, you're talking about continuing the direction. There was never an initial direction that was provided. This council
Because
never.
you were too busy talking.
Hello, I'm speaking. Hello.
Why won't you gavel?
Follow that
Why won't you gavel? Why won't you? You won't, will you, Priscilla?
The fly,
All night.
Wow. First time, last time.
please.
Again, this was never voted on initially to commence any direction. The solicitor undertook action, apparently unilaterally, and the position was never, ever discussed in public and brought to light. Ms. Garber brought this up at the last council meeting. She brought it up again earlier today. The solicitor has joined in a brief that was filed by the objectors, including St. Luke's, the Petries, and others, and has taken a position adverse to the township. And I think that he's put the township in great peril as a result of this. There was never any deliberation on this. There was never any instruction that was made. There was never a vote or a consensus. So to tell him to continue the direction seems to gloss over and endorse his earlier actions, which were never, ever considered by this council.
They absolutely were.
so-
We had an executive session.
There
They were
you go. There you go, Priscilla.
I think you have a condition, don't you? You just blurt stuff out all the time. You just can't help yourself.
And you want us to not interrupt, Priscilla? You want us to not interrupt?
Or right now. Are you finished? Let me go.
No, so to my point again, to continue seems to give a pass to the earlier conduct that was never, ever deliberated, was never, ever endorsed, and certainly was never, ever voted upon by motion in public, as was correctly pointed out by the attorney for the landfill. So, you know, you're again trying to cover up bad deeds, and those bad deeds are going to come back to bite you, and the taxpayers are going to pay a lot of money for it. Or they're going to, well, I'll leave it at that. They're going to pay a lot of money. I yield. Thank you.
Have you recognized?
Yes, you're next. We'll do it alphabetical, so you're next.
Thank you. Yeah, how are you? Yeah, I never know how you're looking at me. You're weird. But yeah, Susie back there was trying to cover up his mistake from the earlier executive session when he didn't get permission to do any of this. His hands were shaking. He was, you know, he's trying to cover up. He knows he screwed up. And listen, he's never been a solicitor for a township before. He was a solicitor for West Easton Borough, which is 0.3 miles and has 1,500 people. 1,500 people, and it's 0.3 miles. So, you know, he's not up to the job, to say the least. And, you know, he's definitely just trying to, the whole reason to have that executive session today, in my opinion, was to try and cover his tracks from the previous ones where he really, really messed up and really didn't, violated the Sunshine Act, in my opinion, and also violated numerous professional code of conducts for attorneys. So, you know, I think that's a problem. And, you know, hopefully all that will come out.
Okay, Victoria?
I approve of the motion. I also think the public should be clear and understand that we do have executive sessions. We act in those executive sessions. It's my position that we've done everything honestly and openly. And if certain members of council want to portray a different set of opinions, that's their right, but it's my opinion everything has been done properly, and I'm in support of the motion.
How do you take a position on this
You
when
don't
you
have the floor
recuse
at the
yourself with
moment.
regard to your sister, but you don't recuse it when it affects your parents? I don't
floor right
understand.
now. I
How
don't
do you
recognize
reconcile
you.
those two points? You don't recuse with regard to your sister, or you do, I'm sorry. You
So
don't recuse with regard to the landfill.
executive session, yes, we did discuss this, and we did approve for him to be working on these matters and looking at them and working to move forward.
If we approved them, why didn't we announce it last time, April 3rd?
Perhaps if you wouldn't be screaming and shouting and cursing at everybody back there, you would have heard what happened, but that is what happened.
Then why didn't we come out and announce it
You
after?
do not have the floor. I have it next.
I think it's a valid question. Why didn't we vote on an emotion?
Right, on April 3rd.
It never happened, that's why. It never happened.
Okay, so I have the floor next, and I support this motion. And at this point, then, I'd like to open it up to public comment. So somebody go first.
Remember, they could have done this, Dave. They could have done this when we had the executive session. If it really happened.
I know that.
If it really happened, they could have done it.
Tom, you do not have the floor.
Anybody with half a brain would realize that, sir.
Cover up, yep.
All right?
The cover up.
Maybe you could help me out here a little bit
Cover
here.
up.
Which item are we on here in this agenda?
This is still
Seem to be
announcement
flying
of
around the.
executive session. I'm
Say
sorry?
again?
And we're in the executive session area. We didn't get very far.
We're still in the executive session.
Correct.
Oh, that's wonderful. So didn't you announce this when you came out of executive action?
We did.
We're doing
Didn't
now.
you hear that?
Do it last time. They didn't do it in the last meeting.
Claim they talked about
we
it.
did
Not when they
so.
claim they talked about it.
There's so many things that are going on here. This conflict of interest really gets me. And that's especially true of Hal. But this other issue of Ms. Codera, VOC here, as she likes to be called, that's outrageous. And so this is no different than allowing the solicitor to take over the meeting and allow people at the meeting to talk about things they're outside of the 300-foot parameter, and yet they're allowed to go on for hours and hours. That's a conflict too. You just keep stacking them up, all right? We're not playing by rules that even the state of PA would be normally used to. So yes, as a public person, I'm sitting here looking at this and saying, what has happened? And by the way, while we're at it, this agenda, this agenda, let's see here. For 4 years that I'm aware of that I've been coming to these meetings, 4 years, the agendas always come out on Friday afternoon. Congratulations, all right? All of a sudden, and I spoke to this to you, Mrs. President, to you, saying, I don't appreciate having these last-minute additions because you, who are responsible for this, decided to put some last-minute item on the agenda, which I don't have time to. Gee whiz, we pay you $5,000. Can't you get it right? Get these things on the agenda instead of sending out a notice. Oh, by the way, we're going to have another special solicitor. And we don't want you to know who it is because we're going to rip it out there just like this fellow that's sitting here. We don't know what he stands for, what he did or didn't do, and I already spoke to that conflict. We know some of that, or at least we think we do. And now you're going to do this last-minute announcement? That's transparency? Is that what you three women ran on? Please, give us a break.
Next. Standing.
Bob Osman, I live in Lower Saucon Terrace. I've lived here a long time and I like it. I would like to read something just briefly to you guys. You can look this up by going to the website for the County of Northampton Recorder of Deeds. This is for a parcel of land over by what used to be part of Bethlehem Steel. This is a environmental covenant. And it reads, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, we'd be here for quite a while, but I want you to get a gist of what's in this covenant. It goes down here to say, this is part of a larger tract previously operated by Bethlehem Steel for the manufacturing of steel products dating back to the 1880s. As a result of these activities, the property was contaminated with substances including heavy metals, organic compounds. It goes on to mention many organic compounds. You can look them up. They're not good. None of them are good. They're all carcinogens. They cause birth defects. You know about Love Canal. That's what happened. Now, here in Pennsylvania, when you go to Pennsylvania's websites, it looks very convenient, like all the contamination stayed within the boundaries of the Bethlehem Steel property. When you go down to Maryland, the reporting is different, and you get a whole lot different data from the third parties that do the chemical analysis. What you see is the contaminants, including heavy metals and the volatile organic compounds, have spread miles outside the borders. Now, the next page of that covenant continues to say, this property is subject to the following activity and use limitations, which the owner and subsequent owner of the property shall abide by. As far as I know, these never terminate. They just continue on in perpetuity. Whoever owns it is liable for it at that time. And it goes on to say, the property shall be limited to commercial or industrial activity. In no event shall the property or any part be used for the following purposes: single-family or multifamily dwellings, residential-style facilities, parks, playgrounds, recreational areas, campgrounds, daycares, nurseries. You're getting the gist of this. If you think that's not going to affect property value, then you're from a different planet. I don't know what that property will do, but I can tell you this. Bethlehem Steel screwed us in a big way because they went bankrupt. So all the people that profited from this, those that were at the top of management, they left. They're gone. They got their retirement plans. They sold their stocks before it went under, and they're out of any liability. The company is now bankrupt. There is nothing left to sue. That whole property is now what isn't developed, either the responsibility of the city, or it is the responsibility of the property owners that bought these individual developed properties and now have those deeds and restrictions. Here's the question, and you guys have to address this with your attorney, and you should get an environmental counsel. You should not use general counsel. It's a very highly specialized area of law. Who is going to be responsible for any future contamination, if there is any? There is monitoring going on along the creek that surrounds where the treatment facility is before it dumps into the Lehigh. You have the right to DNR to get those results. They do testing, but unlike Maryland, you can't see what they are, so you don't know what's leaking into the creek. But that property is adjacent to the landfill, so you get into a legal battle with who did it. I don't know. But I like living here. I hope we don't screw it up. And we've done that in this state.
Okay, thank you. Next, Mary Ann.
Mary Ann Garber, representing the Bethlehem Landfill Company. And just so that we're all clear on this, I think the motion on the floor is to retroactively authorize the solicitor to file the brief that he filed on April 15th, 2024. There have been statements both at the last meeting and tonight that there was no direction given to the solicitor at the last executive session to make this filing on the 15th. And if that is in fact the case, then that's a violation of the Home Rule Charter. If there was direction given at the executive session, that in and of itself is illegal and a violation of the Sunshine Act, because that's an official action that should have been voted on in a public meeting. I can only assume that in recognition of the objection and the violation that I noted at the last meeting, that now this corrective action is being taken to sort of retroactively bless the actions that the solicitor either took without direction or took with direction in an executive session where that wasn't supposed to happen. So you're coming here tonight to take official action to direct the solicitor to do something, and that's not appropriately noted on the agenda. There's no notice of the action that's being taken, and that in and of itself is another violation of the Sunshine Act. So I just want the record to reflect the numerous violations of the Home Rule Charter, the Sunshine Act, the ethics law, the clear conflict of interest that Ms. Optoff-Cordero has. She's already violated by participating in the deliberations in the back room at the executive session that took place tonight. She has stated clearly that she's not going to recuse herself. Not only do her parents have a fiduciary interest in prohibiting the expansion of the landfill, but there's also her cumulative actions since October or November of 2023 with respect to the landfill go far and beyond just having an opinion about an issue in the township, which we hope that every council member sitting at the dais has opinions about what happens in the township. This goes far and beyond what is contemplated in the second-class township code when they speak to council members being permitted to vote on things that they have voiced opinions about. This is, she's participated as a lawyer in the opposition of the landfill expansion in litigation in the past and litigation that's currently pending right now. So I will reiterate my demand that she recuse herself. I want all of this to be clear on the record. And any time that something like this happens, I will be standing up here reflecting that for the record.
Can you explain a little bit of clarification of all these Sunshine Act violations? What is the liability for a township? I would ask our solicitor, but he's clueless. For example, would we be liable for your attorney fees if you file a complaint?
Attorney
what else?
fees
What
are
else?
something that can be claimed in a Sunshine Act complaint.
What else? Anything? And other types of fines and punishments?
Yeah, there can be fines individually on the people who knowingly violated the Sunshine Act. The action will be undone, and various types of relief under the Sunshine Act. Yes.
Susie, didn't you get West Easton in trouble with this in 2016? There was some right to knows that weren't responded to. I guess there was a news article about it.
Number one, I'm not sure what you're talking about. Number two.
West Easton Borough?
Hang on. Number two, I wouldn't talk about any other litigation here. Number three.
It's settled. It's settled.
Number three, I'm not asking your opinion, I'm asking a question. Number three is, it is my position as a solicitor for this township, we've done nothing wrong, and we haven't violated any act, we haven't violated any statute, and in an overabundance of caution, we've moved forward today with the motion that's before you to ratify what's taking place.
You claim we made this.
Hang on, sir. And where we are right now is there's this motion on the floor. You might not like it, and I appreciate that, but that's where we are. It's, again, our position. We've done absolutely nothing wrong. I've been berated. People have called me names. I've tried to be professional. I've tried to be polite. I've tried to lead by example. And sometimes that means.
It's a terrible example.
He has the floor, not you.
I believe you're proving my point.
Yeah.
I've had uninformed people make all sorts of accusations. I've had people talk while I talk. Well, I try to be polite and courteous to every single person I run into, including people including people who disagree with me, including people who interrupt me, including people who go and say things in my ear as they walk by just to try to be rude or obnoxious. Short answer is this: we've done nothing wrong. The majority of council has provided direction. There's a motion on the floor. That's where we are.
So my last question is then, why didn't we do this when you're saying we allegedly talked about it two executive sessions ago? Why didn't we come out to the public and do it then, two sessions ago, when you're alleging we spoke about that and gave you this authority to make that filing on April 3rd? Why didn't we come out April 3rd from executive session?
One at a time.
You've asked this over and over again. You
No,
want
I
to answer
haven't.
it?
It's the first time I've asked this question.
You just did 2 or 3 times.
So on April 3rd, why didn't we come out and have this discussion then, if you say you were authorized then to do that on April 3rd, and you filed something on April 15th? So why didn't we have this on April 3rd?
Position is, we didn't need to do it then.
Why do we need to do it now?
We're doing it now in overabundance of caution.
Right.
Why are you interrupting me? Why do you ask questions and interrupt me?
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes. In overabundance of caution, we're doing it now.
Because you got it wrong.
You don't
Why would we need?
But why not put it on the agenda? Why sneak it in through the back door, executive session, if it's gonna be a public?
Because the way it normally works.
Hold on,
you asked me a question.
I'm clarifying my question,
The way it normally works.
If you're doing
is
this
when
to
you have
fix
executive session.
something you did wrongly before, why
You're
not be
not
totally
fixing it.
transparent and put it on the agenda so that the whole public knows about this and they can see this ahead of time and say, I want to be there and I'm going to speak out about this? Because you don't want them to know. You want to sneak it through the back door, is my position.
And you're welcome to have your position. But, hold on. You're welcome to have your position. But, normally, when you have a normal governing body that has litigation, that is done in executive session. Strategies in executive session, comments are in executive session, and it remains there. We've done nothing wrong. We are where we are. You don't like it, I appreciate it. Tom doesn't like it, I appreciate that. You're entitled to your opinion.
The public should know.
You're giving us this advice with no past experience as a solicitor for a township, according to your resume that you submitted when you became the interim solicitor, right? So we're supposed to take your legal advice on that.
And again, and I want to move on. I want to move forward and not look back. But, as you may recall.
Sure you do, because what's
please don't
behind it,
interrupt.
what's behind
Please
it doesn't
don't
look good,
interrupt.
Steve. What's behind you does not look good for you.
As you recall, or you may not remember, but I'm going to remind you, when I was sworn in, when I was voted in, Mr. Croce asked, "You've never been a township solicitor?" I corrected him. I said, actually, I have. And I explained to him the situation, but you conveniently forgot it.
I'm looking at your resume right here. Maybe you could point it out to me. Where? Municipal practice. I'll go over this. I mean, if we want to have a discussion about it. Solicitor, Borough of Northampton, Borough of North Catasauqua, Borough of West Easton, Water Authority, Zoning Hearing Board, County Controller, alternate solicitor, Bethlehem Township Planning Commission, Zoning Hearing Board of Washington Township, Borough of Wind Gap, Moore Township Zoning Hearing Board, Wind Gap. So you talk about this, but yet your resume doesn't reflect, and this is what you submitted to us in furtherance of your credentials to get this position. So again, maybe you should spend time updating your resume if it's not accurate. What else is inaccurate?
What I invite you to do, if you're that interested, is go back and look at the tape when I was sworn in.
I'm looking at the paper that you submitted.
Good Susan says.
I'm looking at your paperwork.
Good Susan says overabundance of caution is why we're doing this now. It's to cover up for his mistake.
And Tom, your point about the West Easton,
Public comment.
it's $800,000 is what is alleged.
Mr.
Lady that's president said public comment.
$800,000 in fines.
Supposed to be running the meeting.
Yeah.
I think she's supposed to be running the meeting.
Mr. Bland, please sit down.
$1,000 in potential court fines looming, like a nuclear weapon on their doorstep. They doubled down and decided it was a risk worth taking, even though a simple written apology would have ended the litigation 6 months ago. This attitude has blown the 2016 legal fee budget out of the water. With more fees mounting every day, they stand in defiance of the cases they lost from 2011 to 2015.
Professionalism.
Hold on, if I may, just so we can move on. You and Tom have spent a lot of time talking about West Easton in 2016 of all the things that may or may not have happened. If you had spent a inkling of time trying to figure out who the solicitor was in 2016, you know it wasn't me.
No, it was.
Go ahead.
President, may I
You have the
speak?
floor.
You can go back and look at the tape the night that Mr. Gudzuzian was here. Tom sat over there and Tom questioned him. The reason Mr. Bononis didn't hear it, because as he does quite often, he was in the back room. Go back and look at the tape because I made note of it. That's why he doesn't remember you answering Tom and
The
telling
resident is
Tom
talking.
you had worked as a township solicitor because he was in the back room again. That's why. Number two, as far as being supported by the landfill, you can go on and look it up. You can sit there and say, but it's actually a technicality as far as I'm concerned. Because a man named Mr. Moss is a Northeast Governance Officer for Waste Connections who owns the landfill. He's also the top officer of the Political Action Committee that put out your door hangers and your flyers. And you said in one interview that you knew nothing about the landfill supporting you. Well, if you don't, you're the only one in Saucon Township, Lower Saucon Township, that doesn't. Now, getting to the landfill and pecuniary gain. The bed buddies are always talking about the landfill and that if they close, the taxes are going to go up. That means their taxes are going to go up. Taxes translate to money, money translate to pecuniary gain. They campaigned on that. So if they insist that Victoria Optoff-Cordaro recuses herself, they should also willingly, by their own definition, recuse themselves.
Point out a lie that Mr. Gudzuzian shared with us, and that was on, I'm looking here at the Borough West Easton Council meeting
Comment
minutes.
going on right
December
now,
12,
Jason, you're out of
2016, he's
order.
identified as a solicitor
sorry,
for the Borough of
Diane.
West Easton. He said he wasn't the solicitor.
Diane
in
Hollowell, just so,
That was not a, that was a,
He
that
was
was a
a
lie.
solicitor.
It says
He was
right
a
here in the
solicitor,
minutes.
2000.
These are approved minutes,
the
December
floor.
12, 2016.
to say, just so like the public knows, and if you're watching on TV right there, these three ladies ran, and one of their big things was, you know, to fight this landfill. And people cross party lines to vote for these three ladies, and they won by a landslide. So just remember that. If there a lot of people aren't here, they voted for these three women to stop that landfill expansion.
Jason, I'd like to point out, Jason and I won by a landslide too when we ran. Yes, we did. We ran for.
Out of order. The lady has the floor.
Okay, Claudia Markellos, and I live in Lower Saucon Township. I pay taxes. And I voted for the three of you for that reason. I felt like the council previously did not represent us at all, did not consider our position at all. And I wanted someone who was going to listen. I also have the feeling, the belief, after hearing the three of you talk at other times, that you really want to do what's best for the township on the whole. This is a big township, and I understand that that's very difficult to do, but I do believe that you would do your best. Solicitor, I agree with you continuing for us. Thank you so much.
Go next, Russ.
I want to speak to the solicitor. I want to thank you for all your efforts and trying to maintain order here and trying to do the right thing for us, even though you have to put up with two 2-year-olds. You're like a principal.
Please don't talk about Priscilla and Victoria that way, sir. Please don't talk about them that way.
I want to say I really appreciate
Be respectful.
your work and what you do. And I feel that I told you the first day you need thick skin. Now you know what I'm talking about. But thank you for all your efforts.
Else like to go next? Okay, Donna?
I think I'm speaking on the agenda item that's up, but I want to get it done so that I can leave.
No, wait, you're speaking on the motion that we have on the floor.
Basically speaking on the business items A and B, but
Can't hear you.
Said she's speaking on business items A and B.
On what items?
business item A and B regarding the solicitor, Mr.
Oh, yeah,
Attorney
you can't
Kaduzian.
speak on that item now.
I asked you to allow me to do that so I can go home, please.
We have to get through this
Well, it's
executive
regarding the
session.
solicitor, please,
I make
please.
a motion to let her speak.
Second.
I would like to leave.
I make a motion to let her
We
speak.
don't need a motion, she can speak.
Appreciate it, thank you.
You're welcome. Talk loud so we can hear you.
After watching the last council meeting, I was compelled to attend this meeting because I was just disgusted. So I searched Attorney Kaduzian's webpage to view his municipal law experience and found in the practice area drop-down the following areas of practice, which are adoption, criminal defense, DUI, estate administration, estate planning, guardianship, personal injury, traffic offenses. This site has no mention of any municipal law experience. The next site I went to was the Pennsylvania State Association of Township Supervisors in search of the second-class township solicitor and found the following information: appointment of a solicitor, the sole responsibilities of the solicitor, and most important, the duties of the solicitor, which are as follows. Section 1103, duties of solicitor. The township solicitor, when directed or requested so to do, shall prepare or approve any bonds, obligation, contracts, leases, conveyances, ordinances, and assurances to which the township may be a party. The township solicitor shall commence and prosecute all actions brought by the township for or on account of any of the estate's rights, trusts, privileges, claims, or demands, as well as defend the township or any township officer against any actions or suits brought against the township or township officer in which any of the estate's rights, privileges, trusts, ordinances, or accounts of the township may be brought in question before any court in this Commonwealth, and do every professional act incident to the office which the township solicitor may be authorized or required to do by the Board of Supervisors or by any resolution. The township solicitor shall furnish the Board of Supervisors upon request with any opinion in writing upon any question of law. Now, let me get back. Nowhere in his duties does it say that he's to run the council meeting in the absence of the president. So I asked you, Priscilla, to please hand the gavel over to Laura Ray, who's the vice president, and keep things moving and keep things
Donna,
status
the
quo.
municipal's planning code for conditional use hearings allows, allows us to appoint a hearing officer. If you recall, the Bethlehem Landfill had the hearings, had multiple hearings, and the council decided that they didn't want to hear the conditional use hearing, so they appointed a hearing officer. No different than we did for the conditional use hearing.
I think that,
It was quite different because I don't recall us actually having a motion to appoint a conditional hearing officer. There was no motion that was ever brought forward or voted upon. It was just a unilateral decision by Priscilla to hand the gavel over to someone.
I just think that we need to stick to the way things have run in the past because it seemed to have gone very smooth. And I know you know that sitting as president in the past years. Sorry, where am I? I'm sorry. Nowhere in these duties, or take action without, okay. Nowhere in the duties does it say council meeting, absence of the president, or take action without direction of council. And that's questionable, sir. These behaviors displayed by Attorney Kaduzian created a lack of trust and questioned the transparency he shows the taxpayers. And this is where my concern is. I can't sit back here and watch you and believe what yous are saying because there's so many things that are throwing red flags. I was a former council member. I kind of have a little bit of background and a little bit of understanding, nothing compared to what an attorney has. But I honestly am telling you now, you are throwing red flags left and right for the taxpayers. My inquiry created more questions. Does Attorney Gaduzian understand his role on council when he initiated the legal action disclosed by Attorney Garber? Or was he directed by a council member, a member of this council? And why would this council member breach the Pennsylvania 65 Sunshine Act, as well as open our township up for litigation? I don't know if you were. Can I ask you that question? Were you directed by a council member to do anything with that litigation with the landfill?
You cannot ask, I mean, you can ask, but I'm not gonna answer it because it's part of litigation. However, if I may, I owe everyone in this room an apology when I said I was not I checked my records as we were talking about West Easton. I was the solicitor in 2000.
You checked after I told you, after I pointed out, I called you in Texas with you to apologize to him because you essentially called him a liar.
However, I was not the attorney who was involved in any of the right to know requests, and I want to make that clear.
He was a solicitor since January 11, 2016, since the beginning of
called
January.
you on it, and then you came clean.
Came clean.
He didn't come clean until he called you on it.
Very well, you can continue, but I wanted to let you know that and everybody in this room.
And for these reasons, I feel Attorney Gaduzian is not a good fit for our township. And I know you all can do better for the taxpayers in our township. Thank you for allowing me to speak, and good night.
Thank you. Thank you, Donna.
Okay, anyone else like to do public comment?
Officer, can you make sure she gets to her car before Mr. Ozemic approaches her and threatens her again?
Oh my God.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, officer. We'll keep Mr. Ozemic in here.
You're unbelievable. Go ahead, Mark.
Somebody want their paperclip back?
No.
I have a question, Priscilla.
Try.
Landfill lawyer here, Ms. Garber, claims that you guys did something wrong in the private little meeting that you had back there. What do you call it?
Executive session.
Executive session. How does Ms. Garber know what went on in that executive session tonight?
Came out here and I announced it.
What do you think about that?
There's a court filing on April 15th.
That's how she knew. She wasn't back there.
Court filing on April 15th.
3 cameras going. Watch your videos.
Huh?
Mark, I made the announcement that we met in executive session regarding Hellertown, the Hellertown Library, and the Bethlehem landfill.
Fine, but how does she know anything was done wrong?
Mr. Gadsouzi made a filing on April 15th.
She's paid an hourly rate
Okay,
to
Mark has the
advocate a
floor.
legal
Mark,
position.
please continue to speak.
She stood here and stated that there was something wrong in that room tonight. Don't ask me what it was. I don't care. I don't even care anymore. I don't even know why I'm here anymore.
Neither do we.
That is so rude and ignorant.
It's the truth. I'll be honest.
You're not supposed to be making rude comments
supposed to be
to
honest.
residents.
I'm not supposed to be honest, Jason.
Oh,
According to
that's
Priscilla.
right. On this council, you can't be honest. That's a prerequisite. Dishonesty.
Oh, that's right. Dishonest.
Hired.
Okay, Mark, thank you. Anyone else like to speak?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. Really quick, I'm trying to understand exactly what you guys are voting on, but I just want to say this. Victoria mentioned before that, you know, she seems to definitely be on a trend of she ran for office, which is fine. She has a set agenda, and her agenda is anti-corporation. She bashed the company, she bashed the landfill company because they're a big corporation. And by the way, big corporations do employ people. It seems like maybe there's a situation here that it's the, you know, the workers against the corporations. It just seems to be a trend in America these days, and trend is spilling into Lower Saucon Township. Here's my question. The gentleman that spoke about the brown, because I know they're called brown grounds, brown areas. Brownfields, from Bethlehem Steel. Does anybody care about that? Does anybody care about the poison that's coming out of there? Does anybody know if that's running into the streams, into the creeks? Does anybody know? Good, I do too. Well, maybe we should ask about it then.
You gotta address the chair. You can't speak to the audience.
When do you have the audience stop addressing her?
So, So, yeah, by the way, I get in trouble for speaking back here. You don't
I'm
say
trying
anything
my
to
best here.
your
Try
crowd. You
harder.
say nothing
Try
to them.
harder.
Nothing. Just want to make a note of it.
I know.
So anyway, I do believe that this Lower Saucon Township Council is going towards the, we hate corporations, we hate people that make money, we don't like rich people, whatever. But like, you're complaining about the landfill because it might be seeping into the ground, which the DEP said it wasn't. And I thought you trust the DEP. Those are your people, right? Department of Environmental Protection. I mean, they're definitely, if they're telling you the landfill's good to go, then why wouldn't you believe them? But you don't have a problem, just you might have problems, I do, but you don't have a problem with the Bethlehem Steel property. That's okay. And also, what else do we not have a problem with?
Sewer plant.
Oh, the sewer plant. The sewer plant runoff. We don't care about that either. So I'm just making a note, a public note, that there are certain things we care about and certain things we don't. And if a lawyer, it doesn't matter if she's paid by a big corporation, if she says that you violated the Sunshine Act, you probably did. So
There's a
I'm
bunch of lawyers that
confused
say
why
you
you're
don't.
standing up there saying that you didn't do anything wrong and you didn't violate any laws. That's clearly, you're clearly lying and you're making it up.
Slavic, just a point of clarification. As
The
I understand
exception
it,
to
Victoria
the
Optoff
allegations
Cordero's
made.
parents or family do not have litigation against the sewer plant. They also don't have litigation against the DEP, and they don't have litigation against the estate or whatever remains from Bethlehem Steel. They only have litigation against the landfill, and that seems to be where her interests are aligned, only against the landfill, but not all these other polluting entities that exist.
Noticed that as well. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
And if you're accusing
Again,
me of
nobody's.
lying, I'd like proof, okay?
What was that?
You're accusing me of lying, I'd like proof.
You said you didn't do anything wrong. Well, your solicitor did.
It's a matter of opinion.
Okay,
Wait
whatever.
a minute, how can it be an opinion? It's a right or wrong, it's a rule, it's a law. You
Say
cannot.
it's one thing and other people
Oh,
say it's
here's the
something
thing,
else.
there are consequences to elections. There are consequences to elections. We're living proof right here that there are consequences to elections. Last year, the council voted. Last year, the council voted to expand the landfill. That's a consequence to an election. You weren't here, right?
She actually lost in the prior election, I'd remind you of that.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. So now this is the consequence. You can't just go behind everybody's back and have your solicitor file with a lawsuit. You can't. It's against the law. So yes, I'm sorry, but if that's what they did, it's against the law. You can't change it because now you're going to vote for it.
The action that he undertook,
I think
if
it's a
they're
matter of
successful,
opinion.
will
I do
take away
take exception
$72 to
to the
$80 million
allegations
of
of
township tax
illegality.
revenue over in the next
Accurate.
18 years. So in a stroke of a pen, unauthorized, he took a position that has a potential to cost the taxpayers $72 to $80 million.
Ended long ago.
Look into the Bethlehem Steel property.
Time is up. I don't know what happened at there. Can you fix that, Stacy? Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone else? Your name for the record, please.
Hi, Stacy Mazensky. I live in Lower Saucon Township. So just for clarification, sewer plant is not on Lower Saucon property. Bethlehem Steel Properties are majority landfill. They have been on the DEP, I'm sorry, the RCRA sites, websites for so many years. And you can fully understand that most of those properties are not on Lower Saucon property as well. The Bethlehem landfill has been spewing toxic or noxious odors from it. Noxious odors.
Lady speaking.
That I am
You do not have the floor. Please sit down and let her
that
speak.
we continually call the DEP about.
Do not interrupt her.
Should gavel on someone on this side.
Yep.
Go ahead, Stacy, I'm sorry.
We continually call the DEP about their odors. So don't sit there and tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, please.
Address the chair,
Okay, I'm
not
sorry.
the audience.
That's the sewage treatment plant, not the landfill.
No, we all know what it's from. Nice try.
You mentioned it being in Bethlehem, but it's actually Lower Saucon feces that goes into the Bethlehem
run
sewer
by-
plant.
And that's run by Edva
Not
School.
on your property.
That's run by Edva School, at least.
Not on your property. You have no say saying, it's not on your
Please.
property.
But it's other people's
Public
waste in Lower
comment.
Saucon Township.
That's run by Ed Bosco,
On your property.
who is,
Really, you people are children.
You are children.
Please, continue.
Sitting here, why isn't he sitting at a seat? What is this, a second grader again?
He's currently looking up
Your name
sports.
tag is there, is it not?
I'm sorry, please, you have the floor and you need to speak.
Okay, so anyway, so the landfill, the three ladies ran against the landfill, and we voted for them because they were fighting against the landfill. You had two people on this council had conditional use hearings in the middle of the day when we all had to miss work for them, which was absolutely ludicrous.
not Priscilla, she's been on disability for 4 years.
Why is he interrupting me?
Tom, you're out of order. Sorry, Stacy.
No, it's ridiculous. There's rules of conduct, and he's always doesn't listen to them. Anyway.
The others don't either.
Jason, you're just as bad.
So are you, and so's Victoria. At least Laura doesn't say anything.
Got one win.
She just sits here like a mushroom.
Really appreciate it if Mr. Carochi could respect the council members and the people of this
to yourself.
township. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing that they're smart.
Anybody else like to speak?
Smart remarks.
Two back in the loss column, one of them.
I'm sorry, what did you call me a dumbass?
Let me understand, either this document that Mr. Kazuzian sent off, either he initiated it or the council approved it and he sent it, or it just arrived by itself. How did that happen?
Crickets.
Go ahead, you want to continue talking?
Pardon?
Go ahead, I'm sorry, it's public, this is not a question and answer, but go ahead if you want to continue.
Notice it's not a question and answer when I ask a tough question. But otherwise, it's a very nicely back and forth flowing. Sir, you're the attorney. My understanding is that if you took it upon yourself to send this document, your license could be in jeopardy. Not by me, not by Northampton, but Pennsylvania. We'll see.
I would add to that his malpractice carrier, and I hope he has $80 million of malpractice coverage when this happens.
This was discussed in executive session.
I don't think he does, and if he doesn't, that's going to be a problem for the township. I think he's going to be underinsured, and we're going to end up footing the bill for his conduct.
Malfeasance.
Okay, you have the floor, so please continue.
Do you know what malfeasance is?
Well, that was a direct question, and I noticed I didn't get an answer, so apparently there's differences between who asks it and who gets the answer. I was really interested in the fellow that was talking about Bethlehem and their waste sites, which are now capped by these huge truck infrastructure facilities. And I noticed that, yeah, they're capped so it doesn't go up, but anybody that's got half a brain knows it goes that way, this way, down and around. And gee, I remember hearing from the, oh yeah, dump the dump people that, yeah, gee, it's the landfill that's polluting it. And you even had a special guy in here from the streams of the Northeast, and he knew about every kind of fish and aquatic whatever. And he's there saying, yep, it's all polluted. It's polluted as heck. And the next person got up and said, yep, see how that works? It's the landfill that's polluting it. And nothing was said about, and here we just find out about, here's another one we just found out about tonight, is that, yeah, there's a beautiful pollution site right under all those nice capped things that Bethlehem approved. Wow, isn't Bethlehem smart? They gave us all the junk and they got all the money. All right, so moving on. And then we've got this other little site down here in Reddington that used to be part of Bethlehem's wonderful experimental World War II site. Nobody talks about that. And that's right down there by some of the people we hear from here and have tonight that live right down in that section. Gee, isn't that interesting? Nobody said anything about that. And then we have the side of the mountain that got denuded, and our wonderful agencies that everybody was so interested in didn't even know that had been filed for taking logging down. Right, Russ? And I got to hand it to Russ because he's got oomph to get up, yeah, we got 2 minutes. He's got oomph to get up there and sit there and say, look, doesn't anybody care? Doesn't anybody care? Look what they're doing. And all that stuff's going down and into the river, and there's no control. And where's my environmental protection group and everything? You don't care about that, do you? Isn't it amazing what you choose? It's no different than something that is coming up next on the agenda that you will recuse yourself from. And if she chooses not to recuse herself, boy, I'll tell you, I'll be out there beating the band trying to understand why that is. Mealy mouth and everything else, let's see what the court does. Just like how we already know that Judge Daly ruled, there's no doubt about it, ruled that they must turn over their records. And when they didn't, they just, to the judge. Let's see where that's gonna go, all right? And let's find out how our solicitor does in negotiations. That's gonna be a tough negotiation. His partner and his wife and who else?
We're way off topic.
Listen, people get a little ripped here. I know you're sitting there taking that, but guess what? Maybe you put yourself in a position to receive that too. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, I guess we're ready for the roll call, please.
Ms. Optoff
Can you
Cordero.
read the motion again?
The motion is to authorize the township solicitor to continue to pursue the direction outlined by council regarding the Bethlehem landfill, to ratify the actions of the township solicitor in joining the preliminary objections.
On what date were those directions?
Information in front of me.
I'd like
That's the motion.
I'd
No,
like
the date
clarification on the
when that
motion.
direction, was it April 3rd or was it tonight?
Nope, that's the motion
That's
just
the
before.
motion on the floor.
I don't understand the
Why
motion.
can't we put a date on that? I mean, you read the motion again, when he gave us direction, This is part of Susie's cover-up now, where he says out of an overabundance of caution. Now he won't put a date. He won't put the April 3rd date on it, and he won't put tonight's date on it. Because he
Okay.
knows there's no basis for the April 3rd date. He knows that.
I vote yes.
And so now,
Roll
he
call.
won't put a date on this
Ms.
motion.
Optoff-Cordero?
When was the
I vote
direction
yes.
given? When was the direction given?
Mr.
I want to know when the direction was given.
That's the motion before you.
No,
Vote
I'm
yes or
asking,
no.
I'm asking you, when was the direction given? What meeting? April 3rd or April 15th?
Yes or no?
It wasn't.
He won't answer that question. He won't answer that question because he didn't do it on April 3rd, and he's trying to cover that up tonight. And that's exactly what's going on here. That's exactly what's going on here. He didn't do it on you. That's why he will not say April 3rd. He knows that's a lie. He knows people will eventually probably be deposed
Characterizations
on
are
this.
inaccurate.
And now April 15th, or, May 1st now, he's saying, I'm still, I'm not unresponsive, I'm responsive. My vote would be, I would like to know, if
He's unresponsive.
if it's
He's
May
not
1st, then what happened in executive session is
I mean, April 3rd, you said May 1st.
April 3rd, that didn't happen, so my vote is no.
Okay,
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
yes.
Mr. Bononis.
I still don't understand the motion because it talks about continuing direction. That direction was never initiated.
Right.
So without understanding what the initiation was, I can't vote to continue something that was never never properly commenced to begin with. So it's absolutely no.
Weren't paying attention at that executive session.
I
We
was
were
paying
cursing.
attention.
Motion
I was paying
That's the
attention.
defense.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah, we weren't paying attention.
Right.
Kathy was there too. We had to bring her in. No,
They can't even say when it happened. So
keep
much,
her out.
they don't know when it happened, but it happened.
I don't want this on my stuff.
Okay,
This is my stuff.
I'd also at this time like to make a motion
touch
to
my
amend
stuff.
the agenda.
Don't touch my stuff.
I'd like to,
Please,
I'd like to talk about the item that we're still,
have the floor right
you're making a motion and it's not
Do
concluded.
not have the floor.
Touch my stuff.
Vote's done.
I make a motion to amend the agenda to hear the following matters in the following order in section 4. Is there a second? Sorry?
You gotta say what they are.
Oh, so the motion would be to change Edwards variance, the Beethoven-Waldheim variance, and Resolution 48-2024, and the firing and/or acceptance of resignation of attorney Stephen Gaduzian as township solicitor, and discussion of payments of services. The remainder of the agenda will remain the same. So that would be section 4, would change in that order.
So it would
So
go
what?
C.
So do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Okay, so Victoria seconds. Any
Read the motion again, I'm sorry. Victoria was talking to me.
That's how it sounds when you talk too.
Yeah.
You can't hear anything.
Right, so she was talking to my.
Motion to amend the agenda.
Why are you so angry?
To hear, that's how you interpret it, I'm sorry.
Sounds
I'm not
angry to me.
angry. I am not angry.
Sounds angry.
Trust me, when I'm angry, you will know.
Oh, thank you.
I make a motion to amend the agenda to hear the following matters in the following order in section 4. So it would be the Edwards variance, the Beethoven-Waldheim, resolution 48-2024, and the firing and acceptance of the resignation of Attorney Gaduzian. And that would be section 4.
So it would go C, D, B, and A.
Right. So,
What are you doing here?
we're moving around.
Yep, that's the motion.
That's the motion.
And I think we need a second.
I still don't understand what it is.
already.
So any other discussion by council? Jason?
I don't understand what you're talking about. You talked in circles. What are you identifying as first on the township business items?
Section 4 on the
I'm looking
agenda.
at it, and I'm trying to follow what you're saying, and you're blathering and not making any sense, so please be clear.
So number A would be C, so you'd move Edwards
hear this.
variance up to A.
Hold on, Laura's talking in my ear. I can't hear you. She's distracting me. Are you done?
It's just 3 words a meeting. She picks.
Do you want to
Yeah,
explain it?
just for
Okay.
clarification, so we're all on the same page. The motion would change the order of 4A, so it would go, C would be first, D would be second, B would be third, A would be fourth, and then the rest remains the same.
That's smart. So hire Steve before we ask to fire or accept his
That's the
resignation.
motion.
Smart. There it is, folks. Let's get him in the door before they can actually expose all the stuff that happened. All right?
So that's the motion. It was seconded. Jason, did you have any other discussion?
No, I mean, you see what you're doing here. It's very clear. You're rearranging the,
Did you have
although although at the last council meeting, I asked specifically to have on the agenda, item A, which was the firing and acceptance of the resignation of Steve Gaduzian as a solicitor and discussion of his payment for services. I asked for it at the last council meeting, and it should be the first item here because it was the first thing that was requested. All this other stuff was not discussed in the last meeting, but what you're gonna do is you're gonna pigeonhole that, and you're gonna move it down the list so that you can do your own cover-up again, get him in the door as a permanent solicitor. Have at it, man. Have at it.
What's Susie afraid of? Susie,
Yeah.
what are you afraid of?
It's coming.
What are you
It's
afraid
coming
of?
either way.
What are you afraid of, Susie?
There's the motion before you.
What are you afraid of, Susie?
He's afraid to tell you
What are you
what.
afraid of, Susie? Open up, tell me. Tell me. What are you afraid of, Susie?
Okay, Tom, is that your question?
Yes,
Okay,
what are you afraid of,
Victoria, are
Sue?
you next?
I support the motion to allow the developers to go first and the other
To
items you
change the
indicated,
agenda
yes.
item. Okay, Laura? Comments?
No comment.
Okay, you agree with the?
I didn't realize she was here.
And I agree with it, also. And I will have to open this up then to public comment. Anyone in the audience like to comment on this?
Yeah. Sure. Thanks, Dave.
We are Dave Boulan. We already, comment, lady.
Okay, you address, Dave,
No, get to crazy Kathy.
you address the
She blurted
chair.
out at him. Why do you go after her first? She's the one to attack the gentleman who's at the podium.
Audience, please respect the speaker. Dave, go ahead.
Forget it. You know, they're incorrigible. Although I've slipped once or twice myself. Listen, the bottom line is, I already talked to this, and that was 2 meetings ago, I asked you to put out the agenda. That was a one-shot deal on Friday night, and don't make any changes, okay? Now, here we go. We already have a change that came out a day ago that we have to contend with, and now you want to change it again. Is there something else you can do just to mix things up? What kind of administration would do that? If you were in private industry and you were a subordinate, you'd be out on the street.
Well, she hasn't been for 40 years, so she doesn't know that. She's been collecting disability for 40 years, so she doesn't know about private industry.
That's slander, so
Okay,
stop.
that's hopefully, and you know, it just bothers me because you just sit there like
Does the
stone.
policy have the thing about holding up signs behind?
Smiling away, she's happy.
Mr. Belan, there are people holding up signs behind you. There's people holding up signs behind you. I don't know what it says.
That's legal. Whoa. Mr. Boulan has the floor.
It's the jelly bean in the back asking the question.
I don't know.
Jolly. Okay. Are you running the show, or is she running it? I thought I had the floor, but I guess I don't have the
said you
gavel.
have
That's
the
my
floor.
mistake.
You're just not listening to me. You have the floor.
Not listening to you?
You are not listening. You have
This
the floor.
fellow over here, he'll escort her out.
Oh, my God. You have the floor.
You're God.
Can you go?
Please don't use the Lord's name in vain.
Oh, please. Please. Can you go? Are you speaking or aren't you speaking?
I was trying to, but I got interrupted by one of your followers here. This one
I
here.
already addressed
There.
that, okay? So now you continue to speak.
Why are you getting angry with him again? Why don't you treat a man with some respect? He's a
I am.
taxpayer. He pays your bill. He pays a lot of your bill.
You hear what I said initially?
I did.
What did I say?
You don't want us changing the agenda. You do
Again
not
and
like
again,
that.
and late entries and changing
Late-
agenda.
I understand.
Now, maybe the chair can tell us why this is all of a sudden so important. Mr. Gadouzian, I'm sorry, sir. You need to have a little respect for taxpayers. You don't pay a nickel to this organization.
Oh, he does.
And they
He's a
shouldn't pay a
resident.
nickel to
He's
you.
a resident. He pays taxes. He lives here, which is part of the reason why we think
Does he?
there's conflicts.
I thought he was,
Yeah, we
whatever.
brought it up.
All right, I apologize. Right? When you sit out here with us, then maybe you'll feel that way, but I'm sure you're a lot richer than I. Back to this again, detoured again. Hello? So why do we need to change this? Why? Is there any?
Okay,
There it is again. There it is again.
can't control the audience,
Well,
please.
if you can't control them,
anything.
then give it to Laura Ray or, gosh, you could give it to this fellow over here. He did well for 4
There are
years.
so many people here, they have a right to do what they do, okay? I'm sorry. If
Okay, I
can't-
heard that. So that means I can
do
pop
the
up
same.
and jump and yell and
No,
scream.
they have to behave, but I can't make them.
Well, how about you toss a few of them out when they get wild?
Well,
You know
that's why
what?
we have a police officer here.
That's what I just said.
I agree.
Did here, okay. Well, good. What you need to do is do that. And I haven't even gotten past my question, and it's already been 3 minutes. Isn't it wonderful? So the answer is,
We will change the agenda as needed, whether you like it or not. I am sorry about that.
Oh.
But there is appropriate things that we need to do, and I'm
And
not gonna
maybe-
say I'm never gonna change the agenda.
But they gave you no justification for why they're doing this, right? They never,
I asked that question. She answered why 2 and 2 is not 6, okay? So can we answer my question?
I have no answer that's gonna you're gonna like.
Well, you're changing it, so you know why you're changing it. I don't know, and the public doesn't know.
Okay.
So the answer is,
crickets.
to change it, Mr. Boulan, and to hell with what your question is. If that's not a civil question, why are you changing it? Well, I'm changing it because I want to change it, all right? Is that the answer? And the public be damned. And for all you people that voted for all this stuff, it was the same kind of questions I asked about pollution and everything else, and it just got blown away. And now we find out that all of those questions had validity. So I ask again, the president of the council, you and your patriots there vote 3-2 on everything, and I'm asking, they just voted again to do the same old thing. Miles over here, and this one's, and you're fit to be tied because nobody can answer that question. Boy, that's really tough. All right. The bottom line is the heck with the public. Let them be damned. And we're going to do whatever we want as Democrats. We'll vote whatever we want, and good luck. Unless you take us to court, we don't care about you. And yeah, we do have a very vocal group. Good for them. Good for Russ here, whose land is, he looks out and sees it's completely denuded. That's lovely.
Anybody else like to speak?
Let the record show I did not get an answer.
Deborah Esposito, I live in Lower Saucon. To me, the reason why you're changing the agenda is there's people waiting for variances. I remember sitting in this township meeting and needing a variance for my property. So to me, you're being very considerate of the people who need variances. So I don't understand what the big deal is.
That's not all they're changing.
Ma'am, to be clear,
That's not all they're changing.
Wait a minute, she
What I'd
has
like
the
to
floor,
make is
you
that
do not.
nobody likes a sore loser.
That's right.
first item that they're doing is the appointment of a special projects assignment solicitor, so they're not dealing with the variances up first.
Okay,
They're dealing with the
so
other item. So if they were so
no one
concerned
else
about
has
you,
any
they would
comments, can we
reorder
have
it and
a
they'd
roll
put the
call?
variances first, but they're not doing that. Did you, I know it's hard to follow because she wasn't clear, and I had trouble following it too.
I want X,
But
Y, and Z to
when
come
she explained
before
it, then
eight.
I found out what it is. The first item is the appointment of the
After I hear
special
Jason
projects and
speak.
assignment solicitor.
He is not
you.
have the floor, it's
I
roll
recognize,
call.
I recognize him. He does have
So
the
don't kid yourself.
You don't have the authority to
All right,
recognize
Jason, can you
him.
repeat that in here and I
It's
recognize
roll
you?
call. It's called
Repeat that?
roll call.
Yeah.
Do you
Roll
understand
call.
those
Call.
words?
This woman's
Call
concerned,
roll.
and she thinks that they're being
understand
courteous.
those
They're
words?
not. They're not being courteous in any way.
Thank you, Jason. Is that all?
Yeah, thanks, Tom.
What he said.
Well, of course not.
Roll
You
call,
don't really
please.
listen.
Facts hurt.
What's that?
She doesn't hear because when I say facts, they just, they're lost on her. Fly right over. Like Victoria's husband on the jet, flies right over.
Mr. Carochi.
That doesn't pollute either. That doesn't pollute. Nope.
Mr.
That's
Carochi.
personal. He's getting
how
personal. No.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Mr. Benonis.
No.
Ms. Optoff Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Now we're moving on to F, which is public comment
I'm
procedure.
going to make a motion to have
You're not
this
being
interim
recognized
solicitor
right now.
publicly apologize to Mr. Carochi for
You do
slandering him.
not have the floor
when he
right
said that
now.
we basically
Okay,
called
there's
you
a motion
liar,
on the floor. Robert's Rules of Order.
essentially,
Second, motion
that he
on the
was not
floor.
the solicitor for the Borough of West Easton, which you correctly pointed out in 2016. And it wasn't until I
Public
pointed out
comment
the actual
procedure.
minutes.
I'll second.
So I didn't hear an
Determine its
apology
own
from him. I
rules
think
and
that would be appropriate.
procedure, not
About his being
inconsistent with
dignity and
ordinance
ethical,
or
but I really didn't see
statute.
it. You know, I think
Council
you should
meetings
correct
of
it.
Agree. I second the motion.
All right,
I second the
motion and a
motion.
second.
regular or special
It's
interested.
time to have a vote. Roll call. Roll
Yeah, we
call.
do. I have a motion. He has a
Roll
second.
call.
Sure we do.
Second. Roll call.
Not being recognized.
I made a motion. There's a
I don't
second.
really care. You don't have, you're not,
I
you don't have the
recognize
floor.
Second, so you're not going to hear that motion?
No, I'm not.
To call for your buddies to
All the
apologize
meetings
to
of council,
Tom?
regular, or special, interested citizens
Wow.
with legitimate
Remarkable.
matters to lay before the council should be granted the
Seems like
right
a
and
sunshine
privilege
violation of some sort.
to address the council. The council may prescribe
Can you
procedures
repeat your
for
motion?
citizens
Yeah, my motion again was to have the interim
ensure
solicitor, Steve
decorum
Gutsuzian,
at all times,
publicly apologize to council member Thomas
personal
Carochi
or
for the statement
insulting
that he made
language,
about
total
not being the
irrelevances
borough solicitor,
and
Borough of West Easton
harassment
in 2016
on the
until I
part of
pointed
the
out
members of the
to show
council
that
or
as early as
members
January 11,
of the assembly
2016, he
at the
was.
meeting.
I think it's appropriate.
So do I. I'll second that
Comment
motion.
participation, including
I do
public
expect an
comment,
apology.
shall be within discretion and under direction of the council president. The council
we
president
get a roll
shall,
call?
in her sole discretion, be permitted to expand the individual comment period. No defamatory content and/or personal attacks on the integrity of others, whether present or not. Council passed Resolution 31-2024 on January 2nd, 2024, which is a resolution of the Council of Lower Saucon adopting an agenda policy and a code of conduct for the township council meetings. Each get a 5-minute comment period on each agenda item and a 5-minute public comment period at the end on non-agenda items. And I would like to apologize to our residents for the blatant disregard of Lower Saucon regulations in the code of conduct passed by this council during our meetings by certain councilmen. Our residents deserve better.
All right, I seconded your motion, Jason.
So I also would like to say that we have a little card here, and they're keeping track of your last 30 seconds of your 5 minutes. So when I hold this up, I'd like you to wrap it up so people know, so I don't have to be rude and to interrupt you. I'll just hold this up for everybody to know.
Can I get a roll on my motion, please?
I second your motion, Jason.
I'd like a roll.
So
I second the
Talking
motion.
until you recognize my
I'm
motion.
not
It's properly on the
recognizing
floor.
you because we're doing the
Proper motion.
agenda.
It's a proper motion, it's on the floor.
Any
Properly
junior
made.
council members
It's a
here
proper
tonight?
motion, I'd like a vote. Can we get a vote, please? I'd like a vote. I'm going to continue to talk until you take a vote on it.
And I'm going to continue to talk too.
You can do whatever you want.
I will.
We'll be here all night long, Priscilla.
So
all
junior
night
council
long.
member report, there's nobody,
Can I get a
no
call? Can I get a
junior
roll call?
council present.
I would like a roll call on my motion, please.
Presentations and
I
hearings.
seconded it.
Maybe Mr. Gutsuzi could just step up and be a man and actually just say, you know what, I don't need a motion. I was wrong. I apologize.
Apologize,
But,
exactly.
you know, that's
Right.
too much to expect.
Yeah. Too much to expect, with a man of no integrity.
All right, before we go any further, just to be clear, I think everyone in this room heard that I apologized and said I was.
Apologize to him, not to the public.
Hold on. That in 2016, I was the solicitor, but not the solicitor who handled those types of matters, which led to the right to know and so on
You
request.
provided an explanation, but you didn't provide an apology. I didn't hear an apology to Mr.
take
Caroci,
your
and that's the
mistake.
difference, because
And you
you
also
attacked
didn't
Mr.
say
Carochi's integrity, and in fact, it's your integrity that was put on the line, not
You
his
also
integrity.
didn't say that.
So if
You
you'd
also didn't
apologize
say
to him,
that when you made your comment.
All right, let's move on.
Okay, we're moving on to
Again, he can't
number two.
apologize.
He won't say, he won't
Moving on
apologize.
to presentations and hearings. A, Resolution 44-2024, which is recognizing National Police Week, which is May 12th to May 18th. I'd like to move to approve Resolution 44-2024, honoring the peace officers for their bravery, for their dedication and heroism, and designate May 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, with May 12th to the 18th designated as Police Week in Lower Saucon. And I'd like to take the time to read the resolution and thank the officer that's in the back of the room, being very patient. So, Resolution 44-2024, recognizing and honoring peace officers for their bravery, dedication, and heroism, and designating May 15, 2024 as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and May 12th to the 18th, 2024 as Police Week in Lower Saucon. So please be safe out there.
I'll second. Oh, I'm
In
sorry.
1962, Congress authorized and President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th of each year as Peace Officers Memorial Day in honor of federal, state, and municipal officers who have been killed or disabled in the line of duty, further recognizing the calendar week in which May 15th falls as Police Week, and as directed that flags be flown at half-staff on Peace Officers Memorial Day. Whereas in every community, law enforcement officers are committed to the preservation of life and property, risking their lives to protect us by providing law and order and serving the cause of justice. And whereas law enforcement officers, including members of the Lower Saucon Police Department, accept a profound responsibility and work to uphold our laws, safeguard our rights and our freedoms. And whereas we honor the heroism and dedication of all law enforcement officers, especially those who have paid the ultimate price with their lives. And whereas across the nation, Police Week is observed with ceremonies including the hanging of a blue ribbon, a blue bow, or ribbon to honor law enforcement officers who have sacrificed their lives in the line of duty and to honor those who still strive to keep us safe. Whereas all citizens are encouraged to express their deep appreciation to the men and women who risk their lives to guard and protect us. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla DeLeon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Bononis, Tom Caroci, and Victoria Optoff-Cordero, Council members, wish to recognize and honor peace officers for their bravery, dedication, and heroism, and that May 15, 2024 be designated as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and May 12th to the 18th, 2024 as Police Week in Lower Saucon Township, adopted and enacted this first day of May. I'd like to make a motion to approve that, and would there be a second? Okay, so Chris and Jason. And Jason, would you like to say something?
I'll wait for the roll.
Well, that's not the procedure. We have a comment, council comment, so.
I'll wait for the roll. I spoke.
Okay, well, I'd like to really thank the police officers.
Are we going alphabetical order?
To your officers and thank them, so please.
I won't call, and I thought we were going alphabetical order. You called Jason, then you didn't call me.
I was going next.
You just did.
So go ahead. Do you want to speak?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to thank our officers as well. And I'm glad that Priscilla's had a change of heart. Just a few years ago, she was marching in a defund the police rally in Hellertown. So I'm grateful that Priscilla's had a change of heart. And I want to thank our police. Wasn't there Hellertown, wasn't there like a defund the police, something around? Yeah.
Lies.
And,
Source, I think.
it was in the Saucon Source. And I don't know, some type of rally. Was it defund the police?
Absolutely not. I would never do
Doesn't
that.
matter?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
I would never so.
Okay. All right.
She voted against the police contract too, didn't she?
She voted against the police contract. She did.
Over my
She
years.
voted against the police contract.
Not every
They
time.
called for 5 years in raises for them.
Let's
And
get through
so,
this
but I want to thank the police, and they do a great job, and we're lucky to have 16 of them, I believe.
Victoria?
20.
20 now.
I'm just
Well, that's
honored
right,
to be
20.
able to
Some of them are-
support the police,
some of them.
and I'm grateful
Thanks for
that
not
we have
marching
you.
with Priscilla.
I didn't hear what you said, because he was talking.
I'm honored to support the police, and I'm grateful that we have you.
Okay, thank you. Laura?
I think we have a great police force, and I'm proud of them, and I'm glad they serve and protect us. Thank you.
Okay, public comment? Okay, hearing none, may we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
So I'd like to thank the police as well, particularly the police that come to these council meetings. This may be the most hazardous duty that our officers encounter from time to time, so I appreciate all that. And certainly we appreciate all that you do, and we provide a lot of resources, and hopefully this council, the majority of this council will continue to support our police and officers and resources. Please share that with your colleagues. We really do appreciate everything you guys do. So thank you, and I will vote yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes?
motion passes 5-0.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have B, Resolution 45-2024, recognizing International Firefighters Day, which is May 4th, 2024. I move to approve Resolution 45-2024 to recognize the volunteers who serve on Lower Saucon Fire Rescue in conjunction with International Firefighters Day, which occurs on Saturday, May 4th. And I'd like to read that resolution. Resolution 45-2024. Whereas in 1736, Benjamin Franklin founded the first volunteer fire company, Union Fire Company in Philadelphia, making Pennsylvania the birthplace of the volunteer fire services in North America. And whereas Lower Saucon Township has one volunteer fire department, which operates a total of 4 fire stations. And whereas firefighters perform selfless tasks quietly and often without the recognition they deserve, risking their lives daily to protect the lives and property of the residents of this township. And whereas changes in society and in the environment have increased the dangers these individuals face daily in the performance of their duties as protectors of the residents and properties of this township. And whereas the increased number of motor vehicle crashes, brush fires, and general calls for service have placed firefighters in greater danger than ever before the history of firefighting. And whereas the time that firefighters devote to protecting the lives and property of residents of Lower Saucon Township represents time taken away from their families. And whereas May 4th annually serves as International Firefighters Day and a worldwide celebration that started in 1999. And whereas International Firefighters Day serves as a time to thank current and past firefighters for their contributions and to remember those men and women who have made the ultimate sacrifice to save and protect lives in the neighborhoods. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla DeLeon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Benonis, Tom Carochi, and Victoria Optoff Cordero, Council members, wish to recognize and honor firefighters for the bravery, dedication, and heroism, and that May 4th, 2024 be designated as Firefighters Day in Lower Saucon Township. Adopted and enacted this first day of May. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so Victoria, and is there any firefighters here? No? Okay. I appreciate everything they do, and we are a volunteer fire company, and they need to be, you have to remember to give them donations annually, so to really thank them to help, what they do. So with that, I guess, council discussion, Jason?
I'll wait till the vote.
Tom?
Well, you should donate, but if you don't donate, Priscilla would just raise your taxes, like she raised the fire tax this year from 0.75 to 1.0. But I do support the firefighters. I was the liaison to the fire services company for 4 years. Did a great job. We merged them. We merged Steel City with the other ones, so they were all one now. you know, so they don't compete with each other for equipment. They get what they need, and it's working smoothly. Priscilla was on council for 35 years. She couldn't get that done. Some reason, who knows why. Incompetence, which screams incompetence. But I want to thank our volunteer firefighters. We need more of them. Anybody out there interested, please apply. Thank you.
Okay, I also support this resolution, and I have supported the firemen over the years.
You haven't marched against them?
Victoria?
I'm again honored to be able to be a part of this resolution. I really appreciate everything our firemen do, our firewomen do. I appreciate all of the hard work that they have, both in fighting fires, but also making sure that we have proper equipment and proper fire services. So I want to thank them for that.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I would like to thank all of our volunteer firemen. They dedicate a lot of hours of their lives without pay. And I know in May, it is their annual drive, so we should be receiving something shortly, hopefully, to ask for donations, and everybody should donate to them.
Okay, so,
Text
Council.
messages going back and forth, I think, between Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi.
Is that what's going on there?
I don't know, they're going back and forth with each other.
I don't know, maybe they're taping. I have no idea what they're doing. Public comment, anyone in the audience like to speak on the fire company? Should I smile? Hi.
Take a picture if that's what you want, if that's what you're calling for.
All right, Dave Boulan, and I'm right over on
text
Alice
message.
Drive there, so every time I hear the fire truck go out, these people, you have no idea, most of you, how often they go out. I don't mean during the
Flex, both
sunshine.
Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi are on their phone at the same time while you're
I'm
talking.
sorry,
Mr.
I'm having a
Boulan.
discussion with the council,
Why didn't you interrupt? Why don't you gavel her?
all right? Can you please stop?
Attention of
Can
both
you
Mr.
please
Bononis and Mr.
stop?
Carochi to attend
Stop
to you.
now. You did this to me once before, Ms. Optoff-Kadera, where you got in my face at the landfill committee and yelled after getting 16 minutes of ability to discuss. Now you're doing it again, and this time I'm not permitting it. I will talk over you.
Notice, Mr.
I will talk over you.
Sorry for
I
that.
will. Listen.
She
Right? This is the
apologized.
kind of woman that got voted in.
She apologized.
No, she doesn't.
She didn't. She
That's
just did.
you apologizing for her. She doesn't apologize for anything.
You did apologize, I just heard
I
you.
apologize for Mr. Carochi, Mr. Bononis.
You don't
on their
apologize to
phone
me.
while you're speaking.
Oh, you will not apologize to me for even the landfill. And yes, the attorney was there during that 16 minutes of haranguing, and then I got up to speak, stood at the podium, and you pushed me out of the way because you said somebody said something and went on and on.
Public comment is on the fire
Well, the
company
public
resolution.
comment is when she can button it. All right? I don't want to hear what her private discussion is. She's still sitting there not paying attention. She's not sorry.
Okay,
The
please.
ends for her justify the means. All right. I'm sorry I have to speak so loud. Some people appear to be deaf. What I was trying to...
I'm listening. That was Mr. Carochi.
I'm sorry, do you have a comment? Would you
No,
like
I'm
me to
listening.
yield to you? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, no, I'm listening. I don't know what part that you didn't, I am listening to you.
Well, you just made some comment about somebody somewhere, all right? Now, what I was trying to do was give compliments to the firefighters who leave all times, day and night. I can see the glow on Route 78, and these guys are out there, and women working like crazy, taking their life in their hands. And to sit there and say, oh, we ought to donate. You know what? Maybe donating our time to them would be a lot more worthwhile, because that bunch really grinds it, and they don't get paid, and they work long hours, and they learn. That's something I gotta say. They go to school to learn. They take classes to learn. I'm not sure that's happening here. I think some of these new council members ought to be going to some university to learn what law is, what the laws of the state of Pennsylvania, et cetera, are. I commend these people because they do what's right. They do it automatically. They don't get beaten to death to have to do what's right.
Mr. Bland, I just need some clarification on something, if you don't mind. First of all, I'd like to apologize to our volunteer firefighters for the conduct of Victoria in interrupting you when you're trying to recognize them and acknowledge their hard work. I appreciate everything that they do as well. I think everybody in this room does, and they appreciate that when there's a fire or an emergency that somebody's gonna come and help save them. So, you know, credit to you for standing up and speaking to that. I'm sorry that you could not speak full-throatedly without being interrupted by Ms. Cordero. She was talking about me being on my cell phone, and in fact, I am on my cell phone, and I'll acknowledge that because I'm a transparent person. And where I am is I am on the blacklivesmatter.com website, and it has a petition, and it says here, quote, "We call for a national defunding of the police." So, when Mr. Carochi spoke earlier, there was an article, it was actually in Lehigh Valley Live, and this was on June 14, 2020, and there's a statement in there where it says the following. Give me a second.
Is this about firefighters?
No, it is, yes.
But where are other elected officials, she asked the crowd. Lower Saucon Councilwoman Priscilla De Leon and Saucon Valley School Board member Sandra Miller were at the rally. I know why I'm here. I'm here because Black Lives Matter. So when Mr. Carochi spoke earlier about her supporting a defund the police movement, I believe that's what he was referring to.
At a public function.
Read again, I didn't know it was that, but read again what's in their charter.
Is this about the fire company? I thought we were trying to honor the fire company.
Read again what's in their charter.
Firefighting. You brought up that I'm on my phone, so I'm addressing what you said.
Right,
okay?
exactly.
So you can
should be
shoot your
honoring
mouth
the
off, and I'm
fire
going to
company
clarify
right
what's
now.
going on here. So you can try to disparage me like you always do.
honoring the fire company.
I'm not doing
Charter
anything.
again, because I thought it was
fire
a.
company.
It says we call for a national defunding of police. It's right here on their website, and it has a petition.
She marched for an organization that calls for the national defunding of the police.
Yes.
Priscilla marched with an organization that calls for that. Okay.
Thank you, Victoria, for pointing out that I'm on my phone. I am on my phone because I'm pointing out what she does.
Priscilla, if I got any of the details wrong, I'm sorry, but what Jason says seems to be accurate.
I did not march.
You should know what you marched.
The resolution.
I did not march. Which part of that didn't you get?
The news says you were there and you're commenting and you're.
I might have been
And here's
there.
the reason. I can answer why I wasn't there. Because I support my police. That's why.
Honor the
I support
fire
my police.
company.
That's the reason why I wasn't there.
Let's just move on. Move on.
Company.
Mr. Boulon, I am.
It's not a wonderful thing to say, move on. We know who they are too. All right.
Good one. Good one. Good one.
It's true.
We got 242 left. Please, let's hear it.
I think that's the second five.
Bottom line is, they're spectacular. If you haven't been to the website, any of you in this room, probably not a lot. I know you have other things to do. But when you go and look at the website, you will see what goes on roads like 78. And they are just, I mean, these guys and women are in there they're just taking their life in their hands, literally. And I noticed on television the other night, there was a memorial to all the fallen firefighters. And I noticed nobody said anything about that here. And there's another example of recognizing these people put their life on the line. You know, they don't get paid thousands of dollars to play games and do dumb things. These guys and women are they're right out there. Every day, every night, good weather, bad weather, ice, freezing, on and on and on. And nobody really, I just want to say how thankful I am to them. You know, that's pretty hollow. Thanks.
Thank you.
Speak louder than
Anybody else
words.
in the audience?
Thank you, Mr. Berland.
Firemen that were here, I just want to thank when we had that big train derailment, I didn't realize my sister in California called me. It's all over CNN. What council members actually were there to thank them? Can you raise your hand if you actually went to the site and spoke with any?
Yes, we did.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you.
The volunteer fire services really needed 3 politicians to show up for a photo op when they're trying to deal with a train derailment.
Right.
They really needed Priscilla there for a photo op when they're trying to deal with Priscilla offers a lot of help, you know, being on disability for 40 years. She offers a lot of help.
Hey, liar, will you stop it?
I'm sure.
How long has she been on disability? You seem to know. You call
She
me a
is not
liar.
on disability.
Whatever, it's workers' comp, whatever it is.
Health information, this is slander.
know.
We're sick of it. You
Wait, if
are
she's not-
out of
if she's
order
not on
all the
disability, then
time.
why when she goes to PSAT, she always gets the handicap?
Be out of
Right.
order.
I have an email,
Order.
Rude.
I have an
Out
email
of
here
order.
where she asked for a special room and
Out
special
of
accommodations,
order.
and has to file a special
A
form.
resolution.
This is my personal health you're talking
Well,
about
Laura Ray
here.
brought it up. Not,
Go
No,
into
you
what I
brought it
think
up. You're
is
sitting
financial.
here saying lies,
you
and
said
I'm
it's a
sick
lie.
of
You said
it.
she's not disabled. And she said
All right,
she
next
is.
public
Yes, she
comment,
is.
sir.
Next,
Susie?
It's hilarious.
Tom Carucci. First off, I want to say that I appreciate the fire team. I appreciate the police. We've had people that we've had, excuse me, sir, what was the comment you made?
Sir, why don't you continue talking, sir?
you gotta address the chair, please, Bob.
Okay. So, since we've lived in Lower Saucon Township, we have been very impressed with our police department. They're very polite, very professional. They answer calls any time of day or night. They work different shifts. I worked different shifts throughout my career. You're always tired. You don't ever get used to working rotating shifts. You just get used to being tired. As for the fire team, I appreciate them. We did have a small fire down in our field not long after we moved in. It was Freemansburg, I believe, that answered because Steel City was on training somewhere. Anyways, I appreciate them. I was in a building that caught fire one evening when I was about 12 years old down in Regalsville, PA. That team, that fire team was a good team too. I know what it means, personal experience, to have a good fire team. Tom Carucci bragged a month or so ago about being the liaison, and he brought it up again this evening, for the fire team. When he talked about it and bragged about it a couple months ago, he said that he kept the council well informed. Jason Bononis was so well informed that the night that the fire team from Southeast was here talking about needing a new building for the tanker, Jason Bononis, who was so well informed, was caught totally off guard. If you want to know which meeting that was the night that Jason called the new tanker a toy. That's certainly showing your appreciation.
Thank you, Bob. Anyone else?
So, Mr. Plasko, just to clarify my point, I brought up in that meeting, because I know you like to throw facts around without having real facts. What I brought up in that meeting was that the length of the fire truck was never discussed in a fire services meeting. Ty Johnson thought that it was or suggested that it was. And Tom, you were there at all the fire services meeting. Was the length of the fire truck and the ability to fit the fire truck into the garage at Southeastern Fire Company ever discussed? Was it ever discussed?
No,
Right.
no.
It wasn't discussed. So you're calling me out for saying I'm not informed, but in fact, I pointed out a glaring disparity, sir. I'm sorry you don't like what I'm saying. You can put your head down and walk away. You know, that's
Are we having
fine.
any more public
Okay.
comment?
Okay, so, if there's no other,
See, you got more.
Yes,
When
go
you
ahead.
ask, you get.
I asked Ty Johnson about that. He said he knows it was brought up.
It was never brought up.
Said he's not a liar, and he said he's not a BS.
Sir, to my point, I even pointed out the fire services report.
Who's
and
lying?
nothing in the
The
fire
fire
services
company?
capital report
Anybody
said
else
anything
for
about them
public
needing
comment?
a bigger garage
Public
to fit their
comment?
fire truck. And he
call,
can't explain
please.
that. If that's such a glaring need, it's a huge capital expenditure. Why wouldn't you put it in the fire services report? Because it didn't happen, sir. You know it didn't happen.
Notice.
Yes.
Ms. Optoff Cordero,
That's you.
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. Deleon.
yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
One
Okay,
absolute.
so, okay, moving on then, we have Resolution 46-2024, recognizing National Public Works Week which is May 19th to May 25th, I move to approve Resolution 46-2024 to recognize the Public Works employees for their
Reflect that Mr. Carucci's playing with his candy.
to recognize May 19th to the 25th as Public Works Week in Lower Saucon. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, Victoria. Okay, and I'd like to read it. So we have the resolution recognizing Public Works employees. Whereas citizens are served every day by public employees at the federal, state, county, and municipal levels. And whereas the actions of these public employees enhance the quality of life in communities across the nation. And whereas Lower Saucon Township is served by a dedicated group of Public Works employees who provide a variety of services to our residents to ensure their safety and health. And whereas included among these duties are keeping the township roads well-maintained and free of snow in the winter. And whereas the Public Works employees in Lower Saucon Township not only maintain our road infrastructure, but also keep our pavilions, parks, and Saucon Rail Trail beautiful for all to use. And whereas all citizens are encouraged to express their appreciation to the employees of the Public Works Department for the contributions they make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of Lower Saucon Township, Priscilla De Leon, President, Laura Ray, Vice President, Jason Bononis, Tom Carochi, and Victoria Optoff Cordero, Council members, wish to recognize and honor Public Works employees for their hard work and dedication and designate May 19th to the 25th, 2024 as Public Works Week in Lower Saucon Township, adopted and enacted this first day of May 2024. So, Jason?
Yeah, Mr. Blasco, I have here a copy of the October 4, 2023 Lower Saucon Township, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue 2023 Future Planning Fire Stations and Equipment Report. It's a document
You
right here. You may have
respect
seen
the
it.
Public Works
And there's
people
also
by
the
staying
Lower
on
Saucon
topic,
Township, Lower Saucon Fire and Rescue
saying the
2023
issues that are
Future Planning
currently
Fire
before
Stations and Equipment. I can give you a copy, sir, if you want to go through here and show me where I'm wrong.
Talking about Public Works.
To us.
Department.
We can get
The
copies if you
resolution
want
on
them.
the floor is about Public Works Department.
Yeah, we're talking about Public Works. So
Reports may have been turned in. Were minutes taken?
The report, sir. This is the report.
I'm not asking about a report. Answer the question. Were minutes taken?
I don't know.
Were the meetings recorded?
But if it's so important, why didn't they put in these documents here? They're talking about all sorts of things. They want lots of money.
you're really out of order.
I'm not
Show
out of
some
order.
respect.
I'm
Question
showing
is for our
respect to the
Public
public by
Works
pointing out that this
Department.
guy doesn't know what he's
A
talking about.
practicing attorney, you should know
practicing
better.
attorney.
Well, you're not acting like it.
Yeah, well, you're not acting like a council
Respect
president
here
either,
for
but
the
you're
Public
trying.
Works
You gotta
Department, the
practice a
Fire
little more.
Company, and the Police Department by Mr. Bononis and Mr. Carochi by
They're talking
continuing
about $10.5
to
million
discuss
of
things that are
stuff
not
here.
related to the
Never mentioned
resolution
it in the
and that are
report.
disrespectful to the people that work for our township and for the volunteers.
Look, there's a vehicle
It's
equipment report here. It's all
disrespectful.
listed.
It's disrespectful. If you have a
I'm not
personal
offering this to
allegation or a
disparage
personal
the fire
dispute, you
department
bring it up
any
in your
way,
private
but
life.
I'm offering this to show that Mr. Blasco is clearly not informed about what he's talking about. He's
Okay,
making
so-
accusations against me that I don't know what I'm talking about. Here's the report, sir. I can only go by what's submitted to me.
So we're on Public Works.
All right.
So I just read the
Apologize, sir. That's okay.
resolution.
We'll get it next time.
I just read the resolution for Public Works. And any discussion by council for Public Works? I think they do a wonderful job, and I really appreciate them, so please pass that along. They're not here tonight, but I really, really appreciate what they do. And they're out there in the weather, and, you know, we really, really appreciate them.
Right.
I think they're also working right now on the culvert on Black River Road, and I think that's really important because they've been working very hard on that to make sure that it's on time and that our roads are taken care of. So
Right.
I just want to point that out too for the residents.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I want to comment on this. You know, I think we put our money where our mouths are in terms of Public Works. I think Public Works does a great job. They keep our roads clear and maintain our properties very well. And, you know, to that point, this council previously authorized numerous large expenditure paving projects. Steel City, Saucon View,
Terrace.
I'm sorry, Saucon Terrace, and also the Cherrywood development. And what that did was that allowed Public Works to go forward and work on other areas of the township so that their resources could be better focused and utilized. So, you know, this council's been highly supportive of Public Works. I'm not so sure how that's going to continue under the current makeup of council. Hopefully they have the same sort of
There's a
vision.
resolution to
But,
honor
you know, I
our Public
appreciate-
Works
I'm
right
still
now.
talking about Public Works.
Let's honor
Don't
our
interrupt.
Public Works Department.
He's talking.
Are you the council president?
Let's
quiet.
honor our
Be
Public
quiet.
Works
Hello?
Department.
Are you the council president? Are you running the
Our
meeting?
Public Works Department.
Yeah, and I'm
You won't
thanking the
gather,
Public Works
will you?
Department.
Disrespectful to
Okay, Jason,
behave
just
this way.
continue what you're gonna say.
Why don't you tell her to be quiet, so?
You know what?
You know, it's so disgusting. People see what you do.
Let's
It really
honor
is.
I'm
the
gonna bring a
Public
mirror
Works
to council
Department.
next time and just show
So,
it to
so you're the council president, you're gonna run
Let's
the meeting.
honor
and
the
she's gonna-
Public Works
And I'm talking,
Department.
I'm honoring them. I'm honoring them by putting.
Sound like
I'm
it.
putting money where my mouth
Doesn't
is.
sound like
By
it.
freeing them up to do other
not gonna keep
projects. I
arguing. Please,
appreciate Public
Victoria.
Works very
Please,
much.
Jason.
To suggest that I
He has
don't
the
appreciate
floor.
Public Works is a
the
gross
floor.
misstatement.
No, he does.
Then tell her to be quiet.
They do a great job.
Gavel one time.
Oh, please. You
Okay,
were
stop
gaveling in
wasting our
executive
time.
session. You didn't even have the authority to
So,
bring the
I'd
gavel
like to
in there.
recognize Laura
Cut me
Ray for telling me
away.
I'm wasting my time by saying that I
Really?
appreciate Public Works.
Okay.
Thank you,
All right, now,
Laura, for
it's my
saying
turn.
that.
All
Thank
the
you.
rest.
Yep,
I need
okay.
to- I
Thank
need
you,
to be
Laura, for
recognized.
telling me that I'm wasting time by thanking Public Works.
She didn't,
Thank you, Public Works, I'm done.
Not only do I thank Public Works and our police, but for the past 3 years, we've given these hardworking men and women, as a township staff as well, bonuses for COVID, for inflation. And Ms. De Leon's voted against them at least twice out of the 3 years, and the other two campaigned against it. So when we say we appreciate the Public Works and we appreciate the police, we put our money where our mouth is. We took American Relief Fund money and gave it to them because
Sounds
they
like a
worked during
campaign.
COVID, and they've had to deal with the Biden inflation. So we put our money
There's
where our
campaign.
mouth
There you
is.
go, politics.
They like to talk about a resolution.
Could you make her stop interrupting him?
yeah, please.
They like to talk about a resolution and thanking them, where we actually do it. We help them and their families out with a bonus that Priscilla's voted against. Thank you.
Okay, Victoria, you're next.
Appreciate our Public Works. I think I stated that, and I apologize to them for what's happened here this evening during the resolutions of all three, police, fire, and now Public Works.
Okay, Laura?
Push for your interruptions.
Yes, I fully support our Public Works Department. They do a great job. They keep our roads in good shape and our parks as well, so I appreciate their hard work.
Okay, thank you. A public comment, anybody? Okay, seeing none, roll call,
No,
please.
you got one. He's coming. He was waiting to see if anybody else wanted to talk. He was being a gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Bland. You're recognized.
Absolutely, these folks are top flight. I don't care whether it's snow removal, which I've been out there many times. They respect your property. They don't plow your driveway shut. They're great, all right? In terms, I've already talked about getting our area over in Alice Drive and the neighboring development done faster than Bethlehem could get the darn hill done, all right, getting that paved. Now, let's talk about Black River Road. Well, you don't live over there, most of you, so you don't know, but that's a quick way to get back over to, you do? Oh, okay. All right, maybe Miss De Leon does. At any rate.
Sorry, I had a crick in my neck. I'm just kind of, wasn't ignoring you.
You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
All right, all right. We don't want you to go away here. We have nobody to run the meeting.
Correct.
I apologize for Mr. Carochi laughing at you, Mr. Ballon.
It was a joke.
Sorry, I'm not talking to you, all right, at all. If I could disbar you, I would.
Okay, please keep your comments to the agenda item, which is respecting our public works, okay?
Right, how about respecting our
Agenda item is
All
on
right,
public.
so we're back on this, okay?
We're back on that.
Spectacular job. Weather was a problem. They got through it, and got through it by allowing you to go over the rough stuff for a couple of weeks until they could pave it. It's done. It's grassed. It's beautiful. And how about that bridge that's down there that PennDOT's working on? And we'll have it in a couple of years. So anytime you you don't know which one that is?
The Meadows Road Bridge.
Right. How do you operate a business like the Meadows and stay in business with a bridge being out and the county just doesn't care one bit, or PennDOT, whoever they are. We're more interested in saving the boulders that made the old bridge, and the new one, mañana, mañana. That's really sad. Anyhow, our township, and that's what I'm here to talk about, did a spectacular job, continues to do everything right that I can see. So kudos to them.
Anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Altough Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Caroche,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis. Yes. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, so again, please thank the Public Works Department. Next, we have under D, public hearing, resolution 47-2024, authorization to acquire property located along Alpine Drive, which is approximately 25 acres. I move to approve resolution 47-2024 to authorize the acquisition of tax parcels Q8-1-4 and Q8-1-10, which is approximately 25 acres, with the purchase of $150,000. These properties were discussed previously by Mark Hudson. They were up for auction in late 2023, and council approved making an offer which was accepted. So is there a second to that?
I'll second.
Laura? Okay, council discussion, Jason?
Kathy, how much money do we have in the open space fund?
Approximately 11 million.
$11 million. Okay. Plenty to cover this and many more. Thank you.
Tom?
No, sounds good.
I think this is a great opportunity. Victoria?
I think also it's a great opportunity.
Okay, Laura?
Eric?
No comment.
Okay. Public comment, anyone out there like to speak on this issue? Seeing none, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Caroche,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordero.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, great. And who will contact the county and all that stuff? Okay. Next, we're moving on to developer items. This is a decision, which is a conditional use application for Allentown SMSA, which is a limited partnership doing business as Verizon Wireless, 4235 Lewis Avenue. And I'm going to turn this over to Steve.
Thank you.
Of my abstention.
So just as a matter of background, we had the hearings for the conditional use application for Allentown MSA, the limited partnership Verizon Wireless. There was a series of hearings. At the end of the hearings, a vote was taken. It was 2 to grant, 2 not to grant, therefore it did not pass. Pursuant to the appropriate statute, we have to file a written decision. That written decision has been drafted and forwarded and circulated to members of Township Council. The concept is that there's 2 individuals who voted for, and there's 2 that voted against, and that's in essence what the report says. So what's before the members of Township Council is then to issue the decision in accordance with the applicable laws under the MPC.
I make that motion. Is there a second?
No, I'll second the motion.
She'll wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, then we'd go to discussion.
Who's running the meeting now?
I think she's handed over to me for this one.
Is there a motion for that? I mean, shouldn't the vice president take over?
It's still discussion. Do you guys, does anybody?
Well, there's a motion in a second, so is that, who's running the meeting?
I obviously can't because I'm abstaining.
Did you hand the gavel to someone?
She said, she's turning it over to me.
Did she make a motion to appoint you?
You don't have to make an appointment to just handle the agenda item.
You're not elected.
I'm not voting.
You're administering the meeting, and you're not elected to administer the meeting.
And your comments will be well noted in the minutes.
So So we do comments alphabetically? Kathy?
That's usually what I do.
So who would be next? Would that be Mr. Bonos?
Benonis.
Yes. Sorry, if I misspoke. Mr.
Yeah,
Bonos.
so I noted in the opinion that Mr. Gutsuzian wrote, he said the following. The township council members who voted to grant the conditional use application incorporate the brief and the legal arguments of the applicant as if set forth at length. And he also says the same as to Laura Ray and Victoria Optoff Cordero. I've never had a conversation with him prior to him crafting this opinion. And for him to make the statement that I voted to incorporate the brief and the legal arguments, there was never a vote on that. So I'm not sure where he got that information from. I think it's a misstatement. I think it shows poor lawyering on his part. And I have an issue with that because it's not something that happened. I think he's taken liberty with it, and that's problematic. And he reaches the conclusion that the applicant should be denied the relief. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that. You know, it's a 2-2 tie. It was never discussed with us whether the applicant has to carry the burden and win 3-2, or does the township have to carry the burden by a majority of 3-2 vote? So that's my position on this topic.
If I can address those. On the draft that was forwarded to you, it was indicated that how I drafted it, and I asked for comments, from the purposes of trying to protect everyone's asset, trying to protect everyone's position. The idea would be that if you were voting for, I wanted you, if one was voting for, I wanted them to protect any claims they had. If one was voted against, they would protect any claims they have. I didn't receive any comments from anyone from the draft till today. But if what you're saying is you'd like that removed, we can remove it.
I would like that removed because I don't think it correctly reflects the procedural history nor my position on things. Certainly my vote speaks for itself, but with regard to the position that you took on my behalf without consulting with me is not accurate.
When did you send that opinion out? It was just like a day or two ago.
April 24th.
I don't think I got
More than
that
5
right.
days you gave for the conservation
No, I
easements.
No. Is it?
Are you advocating for your parents again? Like that.
Okay.
I'm comfortable, if Mr. Bononis said that he wanted stuff removed, I'm comfortable with amending my motion to reflect the opinion as drafted with the redaction or the removal of the portions that Mr. Bononis is uncomfortable with. So I amend my motion.
All right, I'll second the amended motion.
Very well. Mr. Bonos, is that satisfactory to you?
It is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I get to comment. You know, some of you that witnessed that circus, it was this conditional use hearing. Priscilla participated in the hearings, asked questions, made comments, was finally called out and had to recuse herself. But the attorneys had to address her and answer her questions during the hearing. I'm sure this will be brought up in the federal suit that I'm sure Fitzpatrick and Lentz are crafting right now. She'd recused herself to the same property about 15 years earlier. 20 when something else came up. Over those, so she went through the whole hearing. There were, I think, 3 hearing dates, which she did not recuse herself. So the counsels for both applicants had to answer her questions, listen to her comments. She ran the hearings, even though she had recused herself 15 or 20 years earlier. In those 20 years, she accepted free computer services from Rocky Vecito, the applicant. He'd come over and fix her, and it's even in the minutes. She even admitted to that in the minutes that we'll get to from March 20th. And some of these, I think, were in-kind campaign contributions that went unreported. He said he never invoiced her, and for this, he did it for free. She then called when he cut some trees down on his property now, not her property, his property. He cut some trees down. She called the Northampton County conservation people to get them out there on him. She's called our zoning officer numerous times. We have emails to that effect. He went out there. She called the police once to come out when she thought a branch was in her yard. So you talk about respecting the police and their time and what they do. She called the zoning officer out, Mr. Young. This was on January 2nd, accompanied by a police officer. I believe that police officer was Officer Louder, because there may or may not have been a branch on her yard. So I want to, I'm sorry that your neighbor cut your trees down, and unfortunately the trees won't be coming back whether the cell phone tower is put in or not. Hopefully it is. But I did get you a little tree to plant to block your view of that 150-foot.
I'm not accepting anything from you. We already went through that before.
150-foot cell phone tower. If you plant that, I call the tree. I call the tree little Priscilla Zimic de Leon. And if you're nice to it and you plant it, it'll grow as big as that cell phone tower. So that's your little. That's your gift to me. I'm sorry about the trees. I'm sorry about the trees.
Academy.
So sorry about your neighbor cutting down his trees.
For the Academy.
For the Academy.
For the Academy Award for the acting that's happening right now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rocky also tell you that I let him use my electricity while he was building his entire house? And no, he didn't tell you that though, did he? No, okay.
I guess.
It's a big extension cord. That must be what, like a quarter of a mile long?
It was very long.
Surprised it didn't trip a breaker.
Well, that's even more of a reason why you should have recused yourself earlier. You'd accepted services from him. You also had provided services to him. You had a friendly neighborly relationship. So you shouldn't have been participating in the hearings at all. I mean, and you were to recuse yourself 15, 20 years earlier with a property line change, I believe, if I got that right. So
lot consolidation.
She's, like I said, she shouldn't ever even participate in the hearing. I'm sure that this is going to be brought up in a federal court case.
Did you read it yet?
Hopefully, what court? No.
You said that you're sure there's a court case and you're sure that people are doing certain things. Did you talk to them? Are they working with you?
No.
I'm going to bet that Tom
Well, maybe
is right.
you're not sure then.
I'll bet Tom is right. How much do you want to bet? I bet you that if they put this
Okay,
effort
point
into
of
this,
order.
I
Let's
bet
stay
that
to
if
the
they put this
agenda
much effort,
item.
they're going to sue the township, and the township is going to have to pay to defend that case, and ultimately the township is going to lose because it's controlled by federal law. I'll gamble. I know gambling's not legal, but we'll go to the casino.
I'll get you a big picture of it for Christmas. I'll get you a big picture of it. All right. Well, hopefully, little Priscilla Zimic de Leon gets a nice home to plan. If she won't take it, we'll find a good home for little Priscilla.
Lovely tree. Lovely.
It's a beautiful tree. It's a beautiful tree, and I think it'll grow to cover that cell phone tower, give it nice coverage. Yeah. All right. That's all I have.
Thank you. Ms. Cordero?
I made the amended motion, so.
And Ms. Ray?
Yeah, I have no additional comment.
Okay, any public comment?
Yes. You like little Priscilla? Thank you.
I won. I'm actually a plaintiff in this matter, and we brought suit against Verizon for putting this up there. And not only that, I think Mr. Bononis and Mr. Croce should recruit themselves from this because they're friends with the person that owns the property.
I have to ask the solicitor, is it a conflict of interest to know somebody or have some friendliness toward the person?
In and of itself, it is not.
Okay, thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. But go ahead, sir. Because you know what you're talking about.
trusted the
We proved that
solicitor
earlier.
this
We
time.
proved it earlier. Go ahead.
Well, I don't appreciate your comment, but
I don't either. I don't appreciate yours either, but it's
the bottom line is this was been arranged for a period of time. This didn't happen yesterday. There were only two sites looked at, and you could possibly put it at Steel City Fire Company, and they could earn the monies for the cell tower to support the fire company.
What's the basis for that?
What's that?
What's the basis for that statement?
What's the basis for that?
Yeah, did
They
you
only
hear me?
looked at two properties, this and the hill climb. They didn't look anyplace else in Steel City. Can you tell me otherwise?
What's the basis that it could go to the Steel City Fire Company? What,
Be-
like, are
because-
you an engineer, or like a cell phone tower engineer?
Guys, let me speak. Can you please shut up for a while?
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying, sir, because you make no sense.
I have the floor, you don't.
You do.
Upsetting little Priscilla. You're upsetting little Priscilla, please.
Okay, everybody stop.
A tree needs to be spoken
Everyone
to.
stop. You have the floor, sir. Go ahead. I'm gonna ask, hey, pardon me, ladies. Ladies, I'm gonna ask, everybody respect the process here.
The point being is this tower obstructs our scenery, our nature, and everything up in that area. And the thing is, they could locate it down on Riverside Drive where the signals dropped, because even if cell tower goes up where it is, it will not clear the mountain. It will not help the other part of Lower Saucon because it won't go over top of the mountain. The only body that benefits from that is Steel City, Freemansburg, and Bethlehem Township. And by being at the Township Fire Company, they can benefit from the monies from that, and it can be up to $5,000, $6,000 a month. And I think that's beneficial because Lightsville has a tower on their property, and they use their monies to support their fire company. So that's why I'm trying to explain why it should be located there.
I need clarification for something that you said. I need clarification. I'm all about finding alternate sources of revenue to support the township, okay? And if the cell phone tower could be located at the Steel City Fire Company, as you're suggesting here, I think that's a great idea. I sat through the meetings and the hearings where this topic was discussed, and I didn't hear that brought up one time by either the applicant or any of the objectors who were represented by counsel here, that the cell phone tower could be located at the Steel City Fire Company and provide the level of coverage that was necessary to fill in the gaps here. So if I missed something, tell me.
Represented by an attorney, and he
Russ,
did
you
not
don't have
bring
to
that up.
answer him.
He did not bring that up. I wanted him to bring it up, he didn't bring it up.
But what's the basis for it? It's not here, it's not before us.
Excuse me?
If that was brought into the evidence, okay, we had a hearing.
Yeah.
When there's a hearing, there's testimony, and there's evidence and exhibits that we receive. And if that was brought up, maybe that was something that we would have factored in, but now you're bringing this up after the fact. The hearing is done, it's closed. So it's not making any sense to me where you're getting this information from. So I'm asking, what's the source of this information? Because I'm interested in what you're talking about. I think it makes sense, but it was never brought up. So if it wasn't brought up, it makes me question the veracity, the truthfulness of what you're telling me.
I discussed it with the attorney, he told me not
I
to.
understand you discussed it, but like, did you just come up with this idea yourself, or did you, what's the basis for
I
it?
discussed it with the attorney, he did not want to use it. So I can't put words in his mouth when he's representing me.
I understand that you discussed it. I'm not asking you to get into attorney-client privilege or anything like that you have with your attorney. You represented to this council that the Steel City Fire Company is a viable location for the cell phone tower, and it should be placed there so that revenue could be generated from the cell phone tower to help support fire services or anything else.
Correct.
What do you have that says that that is a viable location that would be acceptable to fill in the gaps that were brought forward here before this council by the applicant and also by your attorney who never brought that up, saying, don't put it there, put it over here because you can make some money on it?
But not so much the money, but the gaps is on Riverside Drive, and where is Steel City?
I'm not asking about that. What's the basis,
City
sir?
Fire Company, it's located on Riverside Drive. That's where the signals dropped. It would be right there on Riverside Drive, and they could benefit from the monies from that rather than going to a private person.
Let me ask you this way. Was there any study that was done about locating the cell phone tower at the Steel City Fire Company
No.
that would improve, that would
Russ,
show
you
the
don't
same
have to
level?
answer
I'm
this
not talking here. What's your problem? What's your problem? Come on. You're better than that.
Interrogation.
So
Question, clarification.
my question is, what study was done? What engineering analysis was done to say that you could put the tower there and it would be just as effective or more effective than where they applied to put it?
He looked at 2 sites. They could have looked at more sites.
Did you ask them to do that? It was never brought up, saying, hey, why don't you look over here?
At 2 sites.
Yeah, but it was never brought up to them saying, why don't you look over here?
No,
I mean, come on.
I have a point of clarification. Now, if they put it there, I mean, it seems like a dangerous spot next to the railroad. I mean, we just had a train derailment. How would it be protected from train derailments?
What's the tower got to do with it?
If you put a tower right next to the Steel City Fire Company, that's right next to the train track.
There's towers next to railroads everywhere in the
But
country.
the spot they want to put it at is not next to the railroad.
You didn't say that. We don't know the spot, the engineering.
The Cito's property.
Yes, but there's a lot of property there.
Train tracks up there.
even if the thing fell, it wouldn't hit the railroad tracks.
All right, no, you know, I thought,
Well, they have a lot of property where they could locate it.
I was gonna give you a little Priscilla, but you're not nice enough.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else?
All right, please. The man hires an attorney as his mouthpiece, spends all that money, and the attorney tells him, shut up and sit down. All right, that's number one.
I wish our attorney would do that to some people.
I've been there and done that. The second, Jesus, there's just so many things that we have to retry this, Mr. Gaduzian, again in the public court, right? I'm still frosted about the fact not only were the people within 300 feet notified and showed up, but somebody took it upon themselves to allow additional people who may or may not have been within that distance. As a matter of fact, they spoke for an additional 2 hours negatively against this cell tower. I couldn't care whether that cell tower goes in or doesn't. What I care about is the process. And watching Miss DeLeon finally recuse herself after months before I had told her she would be in conflict, and I'm not an attorney, but even a dumb 10-year-old watches TV and understands what recusal is, and there we go. And now we have 2 letters to understand whether she shouldn't recuse herself, and I'll speak to that when this comes up for a vote, all right? In the meantime, I'd like to know those people who sat here for additional 2 hours and talked about what they didn't like about the tower, are they being allowed to join or not join the opposition, whatever the term is? And you, sir, were here. You have the ability to answer that question, and I'm asking that question, and I'm not going to be as long as Russ here.
All right, anything else you want to say?
Well, that's pretty good for a start. Are they ruled in or ruled out? And who?
Right now, just so you're clear on this, what's being voted on is whether we're going to issue this opinion as drafted with the modification we've already discussed. That's where we are.
Yep.
The next steps are the next steps.
Okay. So do I get an answer or not?
That's where we are.
You're not going to say whether they can be voted in or voted out?
Those decisions were already made at the time of the hearing. Whether they're addressed at a later date, they're addressed at a later date.
So all that testimony they gave, even though...
Is part of the record that's going to go up to the courts, if it goes to the courts.
Go to the courts. That's what I wanted to hear, because I think, yes, this is definitely going to the courts, and that's really sad.
Money. Taxpayer money.
Yeah, I know. That's the problem. Taxpayer takes it and, oh yeah, we all got elected in big. What these people are finding out here at this meeting, and I'll point that out, and yes, now that I've got the right to know documents that Laura Ray so vehemently screamed about, wow, you're taxing it, you're killing us here. All those documents. Whoa, that is a treasure trove. If the average person in this public room or on that camera, and they'll get them sooner or later, wants to know what's going on, you won't believe what goes on between certain people in the newly elected council and the newspapers, how to write articles, what to say. It's delightful. It makes TV look like a waste of time, which it is.
Thank you. Anybody else?
I'll say I have not screamed at a meeting, so.
If you could identify yourself.
My name is Stacy Mazensky. I spoke, it was one of those properties that were added at the last minute. I spoke at the hearing, and I just want to reiterate and let you, and emphasize to you that Lewis Avenue is a paper road. It's a driveway. And to access that driveway, you have to go on Saucon Avenue. And when there's cars parked on both sides of Saucon Avenue, you can barely get one car through, let alone industrial equipment, let alone construction equipment, let alone dump trucks. It's a very tight squeeze. So the tertiary road is a tiny road. We're looking at a driveway that they repaved for Roberts Avenue. And that driveway is on a slope that's stronger than my slope, which is like a 21% grade. And it's never plowed. It's never taken care of by the township. It gets potholes and they fix it themselves, all three property owners. It's not a road. It should not be looked at as a road. So it's no place for a cell tower. Thank you.
Rosemek.
Oh, he's tuned me in for a little Priscilla to hear this.
Go ahead, sir.
I'm not afraid of the cell phone tower. I'll put it in my yard. I will. But my complaint towards cell phone towers is that when I'm out running Lower Saucon 6 for elections, there's no reception out there. What the phone company needs to look at, something out there maybe, because I have to go out and stand in the middle of the street when I call a courthouse. Just so you're aware of it. They're trying to do stuff through the election office and the courthouse while I'm out there trying to do a job is impossible. So take that into consideration. And yeah, you can give me the cell phone tower.
All right, seeing no further public comment, we can have a roll call.
Ms. Ray?
Yes, so the motion is to
issue the decision as
opinion with
with a modification.
parts modified by whatever Jason wanted deleted out of there.
And if I may, just to be clear, what that is on page 5, there's a reference that says, the township members who voted to grant the conditional use application incorporate the brief and the legal arguments of the applicant as is set forth at length. That language will be stricken.
Just gets removed, okay. I vote yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Oh, I have to abstain.
Mr. Benonis?
No.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
No.
So for clarification then, if it's a tied motion, it does not pass. And that's where we are. What happens now is there another motion? Mr. Benonis, Mr. Croce, anybody else? Is there another motion that you'd like to make?
No.
No. What happens next?
Anybody else can make another motion too. You don't have to just direct
No,
the two of us.
absolutely, absolutely. Would somebody be willing to make a motion indicating, issuing a written decision indicating simply it was 2-2 and that was the vote?
I would entertain the motion to reflect whatever the minutes reflect as a 2-2 vote.
I'd make a motion to table it, and I want to see that. I don't trust you enough to write that. And that's the only thing you're going to write. I just don't trust you enough. You've lied to us plenty of times since you've been a solicitor. So if you want to bring it back to the next meeting with that simple decision, then I could consider voting for something like that. But I don't trust you.
What date do we have this due, though? Isn't it a certain?
Yes, the date is due 45 days afterwards, after the last hearing, and that runs in I think about 4 or 5 days.
So we've had this for 40 days, 40 of the 45 days, and we're just voting upon it now. And in that period of time, we've had at least 3 council meetings.
It's like a 2-page decision, a 3-page decision.
Is that a fair statement?
A 45-page decision.
You had it drafted this a week ago, asking for comments, to which I received none.
Well, I was getting around it. You had for 40 days.
But it was given to us last week with the expectation that it would be voted upon at this meeting. It wasn't given to us prior to the April 3rd meeting. It wasn't given to us prior to the April 17th meeting, where we could have taken action similar to what Mr. Caroce is proposing at this point. So we're dealing with this now, and now we're backed up on a deadline that's 5 days from now that was not created by me in any way. And I agree with what Tom said. You know, it can
Self-serving
come
statement.
forward. It can come to
Self-serving.
us again in a future meeting.
If we had a solicitor we trusted, if we had a solicitor we trusted to do what he actually says he's gonna do, it would be a different story. But we don't, and we don't because of Priscilla. She
I
had to
think
get
the record
political with the
reflects that
solicitor.
Mr. Benonis initially had some concerns with how things were worded in the decision. The motion was amended to accommodate Mr. Benonis's concerns. He didn't mention any of these new concerns the first time we voted. Now we're just considering literally writing, the vote was 2-2. So I think the minutes from the vote that we had whenever the last meeting was reflect that. The minutes speak for themselves. There's no opinion or argument made by the solicitor that you're now bringing up as a concern. So if that's what the written decision says, I'm fine with that. That was my motion. So I don't know how there could be any other concerns or complaints with a decision that literally says the vote was 2-2.
I don't see it in front of me. It hasn't been,
I don't see it in front of me either.
And Mr. Gutsuzian already filed a joinder brief in opposition to the landfill, which I never saw either. He filed that.
And we knew nothing about, and we knew nothing about. I mean, we knew nothing about that.
Is there a second to my motion?
I'll second it.
If you want, I could even handwrite it as we speak.
I think that's a great idea.
But that's not what he's gonna turn into the.
It will. We'll turn that in.
You're gonna turn
I
in
don't trust him.
a sheet
I
of
don't trust him.
yellow paper with handwriting on it. You're gonna turn it in as a legal brief on this issue? That's gonna look real good for the township.
Well, you're not allowing him to type it up.
He is ethically challenged.
You said you didn't want him to type
He is
it up.
ethically challenged.
Type it up. I wanna see it.
He has no
Okay,
integrity.
well, maybe he, you know.
What he did on April.
We can always call a special meeting.
On April 15th
Good.
was ridiculous.
Special meeting.
Let's have a special meeting. I love getting together.
When are you gonna advertise it?
I'll put little Priscilla in a pot and bring her back.
Can they type it up in the staff?
We can type it up afterwards, but here's what I've, just so we're clear, and if, you know, here's where we are. A decision was made 2-2 after the hearing.
Should we pass the notepad around so they all can see it?
I don't trust him to type it up and do it right. He filed a motion we
can
never
have
even knew
Kathy
about.
type that up. You don't trust Kathy?
You knew about it because your parents.
What if Kathy types it
You
up?
wrote it for your parents.
There you go.
I don't trust
Give
him.
it to Kathy. Kathy can, you don't trust Kathy?
Trust him.
Kathy's not gonna sign it.
Yeah.
Kathy will type it up so you can see it.
She won't sign it. She won't sign it.
You don't trust him typing it up? She can type it up.
Do that right now? I would like to call a recess, because I need to use the ladies' room. And while we're doing that, can she type it up?
Need a motion for
Do you mind? I'll make a motion for recess. Is there a second?
I'll
Make a
second that.
motion that Kathy should just be staying in the meeting while we're in recess. I don't know why she's stepping out to type up documents that should have been prepared by her solicitor. So he's probably gonna bill
You
for your
don't want
work.
him to type it. You just said you don't
I want
trust
him
him.
to type it. I want him to type it, and I want him
Want him to type it, or do you want Kathy to type it? That's the question.
I want him to
Well, we
type
don't
it,
trust
and I
him
want
to
to
do
see it,
anything.
I want to see it in paper. I want to know what it's going to be, just like he submitted the original one to us. I want to see it in writing as to
This
what
is the
exactly
problem.
it's going to
Okay,
be.
well, he can, either one of them can type it right now.
I wouldn't trust Mr. Gutsuzian to tell me what color the sky is. I mean, you just can't trust the guy.
I second the motion to recess.
I have a motion on the floor for a recess.
I second.
Second, Laura. Is the second Laura?
Yes.
Seconded.
But you stay.
Mr. Benonis.
No,
No recess?
no. I mean, it's 10 o'clock. There's folks here waiting,
I
and we're
need
taking a
to
break.
use the ladies' room,
Use
excuse
it.
me.
Hand the gavel off to the vice
I
president,
wouldn't
keep
use
the
it.
meeting going.
I wouldn't use it. I got up in the middle of the meeting and used it.
Hand the gavel off. She could do it while you go to the bathroom.
Go ahead.
Ms. Altough Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Perucci.
No.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Ms. Delion.
Yes,
Motion passes 3-2 for recess.
and the time is 9:51.
We're recessing so there can be typed up 6 words that were requested.
All right. Fun.
you ready? Where's Jason? Jason's not at his chair.
This was on my chair.
Where's Jason? Did Jason leave?
I swear I didn't take it. I didn't. I wouldn't.
No, I think he's sitting on everybody's chair. I think he should.
I'll do this. But I won't take it.
Do we know where Jason is? I gotta wait for him.
Yeah, you should.
Do you know where Jason is? I don't know.
Start the meeting without us.
Jason? Do you have it? Can I see the agenda? Can I see the agenda? Yeah, see, here's the, appointing the special. So that's before, it should be before this. No, I think I skipped it. Did I skip it? You know what, I skipped it. I skipped it in my thing. I need to find it. The, and then, yeah, the one for the solicitor that does the special projects. Maybe I do have it, I don't know. Oh, wait. Thank you. Oh.
My wife, I think we're already.
I skipped it when I did my little cheat sheet book thing. So when do we appoint him with the new agenda? When do we appoint this new solicitor with the new agenda? What item number is this? Let's see. I thought you had originally moved the variances up to B and E, and then you were going to do B and A. Anyway, I heard.
Are we ready?
Are you back?
I'd like to apologize to the public. It seems that Priscilla doesn't know the order of the agenda. She's trying to figure out what's next.
We're still here. We're still.
Let's go.
Okay, I'd like to re-adjourn the meeting, and the time is 10:07.
Okay. So after, for part of the break, I have drafted a decision which I've now provided to members of council that reads as follows. Following oral argument, a motion was immediately made to grant the conditional use application. One council member recused herself. Accordingly, 4 council members voted, 2 council members voted to approve, and 2 voted to not approve.
I want not approved first.
I'm sorry?
I want not approved first in the last sentence.
Okay, is that your motion then, sir?
I'll second.
I don't see it in front of me.
I can print it out, if that's what you want.
Yep. I want the one signed to be the right one.
Okay, fair enough. So your motion, just to be clear, says 2 council members voted to not approve and 2 voted to approve. Correct? With that, would you like to see the laptop and then we can print it out?
Can you see it?
Yeah, I'll bring it over to you.
This is the one that's gonna be signed.
Yeah, we'll print it out right now. Here, you want to grab it? Or I don't.
I can see it. All right.
Okay.
You want me to go get it?
Doesn't make any difference what it means.
Okay, there's a motion, second. Any discussion from council members?
You know, again, I think that this is unfortunate that we're getting this document assembled and handed to us 5 days before the deadline. I wish we would have addressed these issues earlier on. I'm not sure, I haven't received an explanation as to why this was not put on an agenda earlier. We've had multiple meetings that this could have been taken care of, and instead at, time is it? 10:10 p.m., we're now trying to figure out a document that's going to be acceptable to carry a majority of the vote here. I guess the only question I have about this is, are we being double billed for this? In other words, are we being billed for your time sitting here as a council, township interim solicitor, as well as for the preparation of the document?
You are not.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that information. That's all I have.
Anyone else from council? I think we've already heard from members of the public. Anyone from the members of the public with regard to this revised decision?
You asked, I'll supply. Yeah, I agree. You know, here we are, public be damned again. You just sit around, everybody, while sit on your hands while we have Mr. Gadusian write out this document, all right? And yes, I'd noticed that also. The cell tower's been languishing for week after week, and I'm wondering, why isn't this moving along? So here's another example of, well, you guys, you voted for all of us, and we're doing the best we can, but unfortunately, you can fix stupid but not incompetent.
Anyone else? Okay, let's do a roll call, please.
We have 2 votes.
Ms. Optoff Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon?
Abstain.
Mr. Benonis?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-0, 1 abstain.
I'm sorry, before we go any further, Mr. Croce, would you, as a courtesy to you, would you like us to print this out now?
Yeah, by the end of the meeting, I'd like to see it signed.
Very well. Thank you.
Okay. I guess, so we're finished with the
Yes.
conditional use hearing. So then, I guess, under township business items, number 4, we have a change, which is A, which is the Edwards variance 03-24, Mark and Hannah Edwards, 1304 Evergreen Drive. The applicant is requesting a side yard setback variance to construct a garage. Is there somebody here to go over the plan?
So I think when you made your motion to amend the agenda, that was not the item that you moved up. Your first item that you had moved up was resolution 49-2024, appointed special projects assignment solicitor.
Okay,
It's your motion that you made. I'm sorry you forgot what you moved to make to change up the agenda. And that's why I pointed out to that woman.
I appreciate you bringing that to my
unfortunately,
attention.
You know, you're not actually being courteous in giving that variance first listing. You're actually listing.
He's fatigued.
Okay, so we have resolution 49-2004 has been prepared. appointing Hoffman, and I don't know how to say that, Helevac? Lavick, as the township's special projects assignment solicitor. And it would be, whereas the Council of Lower Saucon appoints Hoffman and Lavac as the township special project solicitor, whereas any special projects and or assignments will be assigned on an as-needed basis, and whereas the fee to reimburse the services of Hoffman Lavac as a special project solicitor is $225 per hour. Now therefore be it resolved, and it is hereby resolved by the Council of Lower Saucon that the above listed fee is hereby established on an as-needed basis for 2024, and resolved and enacted this first day of May 2024. I'll move for approval of that. Is there a second?
I'll second.
I'd like to be heard.
I'm sorry?
I would like to be heard.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So I'm recognized?
You are.
Thank you. The concerns that I have about this is it does not identify who the attorney is who's going to be the township special projects assignment solicitor. It doesn't identify what special projects or assignments are currently pending that requires us to identify and appoint a special projects assignment solicitor. I'm interested in knowing the credentials of the individuals that are going to be handling these matters on behalf of the township, these special projects and assignments. I'd like to know what these special projects and assignments are that require us to have a separate solicitor to handle those matters. And I don't know the nature of those matters, or who's going to be handling them to justify a rate of $225 per hour. I think all that information is relevant to us as custodians of the taxpayer dollars. My suspicion is this, that we got a letter, and those in the public may not know, but April 29th, 2024, our interim township solicitor, Steve Gutsuzian, was kind enough to advise council that he has a conflict of interest. And that conflict of interest follows. As you know, the Waldheim Club is on the agenda for Wednesday, May 1st, and that's on the agenda as item 4E, Beethoven Waldheim Variance 02-24, Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC, 1991 Waldheim Road. It's on the agenda. This correspondence formally advises you that I have a conflict in this matter, as I have represented the principal of the Waldheim Club for many years, and in fact for a period before Lower Saucon Township, perhaps a year or two ago, for a very brief matter regarding the Waldheim Club. So therein is a conflict, right? He's been representing them for many years, but yet a year or two ago, it was a very brief matter, trying to trivialize his conduct, or his contact. He says, accordingly, I will not be involved in this matter. If the township council decides to have an attorney represent the township's interest at the zoning hearing board, I've already spoken to the Hoffman and Lavick firm, and they would be willing to assist in this capacity. So he's helping out somebody that he knows. He already reached out without any instructions from us. First of all, there's no special projects that are in front of us at this point at all. There's no justification for this, and there was no instruction to the solicitor to reach out and find somebody to fill this role. So he reached out to the firm. They'd be willing to assist in this capacity. I wanted to bring this to your attention prior to Wednesday's meeting. Thank you. Again, this goes back to the original meeting where Mr. Gutsuzian was appointed as the interim township solicitor, and I brought up the point of conflict of interest. He had a conflict of interest with Hellertown that I pointed out very clearly. He said that there was no conflict of interest. Even though he said that there was no conflict of interest, he ultimately resigned from his position in Hellertown. So if there's no conflict of interest there, why would he resign from the position in Hellertown? To cure the conflict of interest. That's the reason why. So that was the first thing that happened. And then what he did on top of that was he got covered by the majority of this council, and he got a conflict waiver from this council to allow him to proceed in representing the township. We already talked about in the executive session earlier the engagement of these settlement negotiations, his refusal to share with council who he was communicating with on behalf of the township and trying to negotiate with. So it brings up that point again to the conflicts that I brought up initially, and here's another example of a conflict of interest that's going to require us to go out and get a separate attorney to do the work, and rather than charge us $180 per hour, which Mr. Gutsuzian is charging for solicitor work, we're now going to be paying the special project solicitor, presumably to handle this matter, at a rate of $225. So that's about a 25% premium that we're going to be paying because of Mr. Gutsuzian's conflict of interest. And I have a problem with that all around. It makes no sense to me. I think this issue could have been addressed early on when I brought these issues up initially when we were going to hire a solicitor, and I brought up the fact that he's going to have conflicts of interest. I pointed out the existing conflicts of interest, and here we are, and we have a conflict of interest. That's why this was moved up in the agenda, because then they're gonna get to the other matters, and they wanna be able to say, well, I can't be involved in the Beethoven-Waltheim variance 02-24, and instead, we're gonna pay somebody $225 an hour to go and handle this, when we could have the solicitor that we had before had no conflict of interest, because he never represented this guy, and he also wouldn't have tried to gloss over that representation by saying very briefly, all right? It's not very briefly, it had to be substantive, and it had to be related to the matter that was that's coming before council with regard to this variance, that will go before the zoning hearing board with regard to that variance. So I have a problem with it. It makes no sense to me. I think it stinks like everything else that these folks do, but that's what happens here in Lower Saucon. It's not just the landfill that people claim stink. This council stinks. No offense, Mary Ann. I don't believe the odor complaints.
Okay, Tom?
Yes. I also have a problem with it. I mean, we're getting robbed at $180 an hour by Mr. Goodsouzian for his service. It's been terrible. And now you want us to pay $225. What, Mr. Goodsouzian, what is your relationship with this firm? Did you take a referral fee to refer them as our special counsel?
No.
You didn't take any fee? Have you ever been referred a case by them?
Have I in the past been referred to cases? Yes.
How many?
I don't know.
So this is payback? Do you expect to be referred cases in the future from them?
No. I have a professional relationship with these people. They do a good job.
So you've been referred cases in the past, and you've charged for those cases. You've made money on those cases from this firm. You just said that. And now,
slow down for a minute. When they have referred cases to me,
right,
and I've been hired, of course.
Right.
Okay, I didn't understand your question.
right,
He says, you scratch my back, I'll scratch your back.
right. So now you're throwing them $225 an hour for special projects from Lower Saucon Township, because as Jason read, you're the one that found these people. Priscilla didn't even know how to pronounce the firm's name.
I found these people because I wanted to provide the township with an option.
Right.
Because in this case, there is a conflict, which I identified in advance,
Right.
which is exactly what you'd want me to do.
Exactly. I'm not talking about the
hold on, no. Which is exactly what you would want me to do. So I did. Not only did I advise of the conflict, I did it in writing. Not only did I explain that I had a conflict, I explained why I have a conflict. Not only did I identify the problem, I provided you with a potential solution. That potential solution is before you.
Right. And I didn't ask about any of that. I asked about the quid pro quo of them referring cases to you, and now you giving them a $225 per hour contract per hour contract. That's what I asked you about. And then now let's talk about the future. So you already admitted that there's a quid pro quo here.
There's not.
They referred you cases that you made money on. You're now referring them for a $225 per hour job. That's a quid pro quo. Now, what happens in the future? Are you going to refuse to accept cases from them? What happens if they call you 6 months from now with a case and there are special projects for this your firm?
What I would anticipate is the township would want my recommendation with regard to who to fill in if I couldn't do it. I provided you with that recommendation.
That's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking at all. That's not what I'm asking at all. I'm asking you 3 months from now, 3 months from now, will you be accepting referrals from this firm?
If they're good enough to refer a case, yes.
So you won't recuse yourself from accepting referrals from this firm, your firm?
If they think I'm the appropriate attorney, that's fine. If they don't, they don't.
And that's what they're getting for the $225 an hour. I mean, that's just sleazy. It's sleazy. Come on. You can't recuse yourself from a referral, your firm from a referral from them? You're giving them $225 an hour of taxpayer money, and you won't recuse yourself from taking a referral. Just take a referral.
You got my answer.
Yep, we did.
Hope the public heard.
Let the public, yeah. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
I don't, are you finished?
For the time being.
Okay, I don't have a problem with this. Victoria?
You even know the firm's name.
I appreciate the actions of Mr. Goodsouzian in
Tell him to
helping
undertake
bring
these
this forward to us.
He's talking now.
The other important thing the public should be aware of, and maybe they might want to be their memories refreshed, in 2023, when there was a different council majority, there was an appointment of attorneys for special projects. Eckerd Siemens. There was no identity of which attorney at Eckerd Siemens were for special projects.
None.
There was no identity of what projects they were pursuing.
And we never heard any updates. We never even saw Eckerd Siemens. We've never seen an Eckerd Siemens attorney here, yet we've paid hundreds of thousands of dollars to Eckerd Siemens for legal work done in 2023 that nobody here has seen. Nobody has even provided an update. So I appreciate Mr. Bononis's concerns. And I think you've even heard the amount of information provided to you today, which is much, much more than we received. I would also like to point out that the last special counsel we had, their hourly rate, I think, was like $280?
$290
$290. $290. So we were paying Eckerd Siemens $290 for special projects we didn't identify, that we didn't identify who in Eckerd Siemens. There's a huge firm in Harrisburg that drives back and forth to our township. I've never seen them. And we've paid them hundreds of thousands of dollars. So if you're looking for transparency in special counsel, I would refer you back to what your conduct was in 2023. Thank you.
Can you clarify for me? Now, you said that Eckerd Siemens had never been to the township. Then you just said that they're driving back and forth from Harrisburg. I can attest that they were here.
But they haven't come to our council meetings. When were they here in our council meetings?
They were here.
Did you see them in our council meetings?
Let me answer your question, or you want to keep asking me questions? Which one do you want me to answer?
I'm asking you, when were they here in our council providing information about their legal representation?
Take a breath, let him answer.
Are you done?
Rude, Tom.
Are you done?
That's the question.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're done.
She's still breathing.
Siemens was here many times. They were here many times at the township because they were dealing with employment matters with the police union.
When were they before council? That was the question. When were they here to the public, so the public could see what they charged and what they paid for?
They charge every
What
time.
we paid for, our tax dollars. Where was the money? Where was the money going? We never saw them in front of here. We never had a solicitor sitting next to us
they were
from
in
Eckerd
court.
Siemens advising us about the special projects.
They were in court
Which
against.
question do you want me to answer?
The question I've posed to you now three times.
You asked me 17 questions.
Were
now.
they
You
in
asked me
front of
17
our
questions.
council at a public meeting to speak to the taxpayers?
She's getting
They were
cranky.
never asked to be here at a public meeting.
Exactly.
You could have asked for them to be here as a resident taxpayer. You could have stood up there and said, I'd like to know where they are, but you never did that. Nor did Priscilla, nor did Laura, nor did anybody else. So they were hired as employment lawyers, and they did an effective job for the township, very good. So you say, like, we didn't know who they were. They had been the labor lawyer for the township for many years. This firm that you're talking about just became the labor firm at the last meeting.
Yeah, right.
And it's unclear as to why that they were hired as the labor.
Well, we know. Mr. Goodsouzian gets referred cases from
Oh,
them.
no, it was to get rid of Eckerd Siemens, that's what it was. Yeah, it was to get rid of Eckerd Siemens, and it was also to
My
have the
comment speaks
kickback.
for itself.
No, it doesn't.
You want to
It speaks
complain
for the-
about special counsel
speaks
not
for the
being
ignorance of it.
identified, you have the
We're
proof of
talking over
2023.
each other.
It speaks for ignorance.
Stop doing that.
So now we're gonna spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, so Mr. Goodsouzian can get referrals. But the tax dollars, it'll be hundreds of thousands of taxpayers' dollars. So Mr. Goodsouzian can continue to get referrals as this quid
You're
pro
an
quo.
attorney, so you know how it works, right?
So that's how Mr. Goodsouzian works.
Yeah, right.
That's how Mr. Goodsouzian works.
You just
That's how
you
Mr.
just
Goodsouzian
disparaged
works.
all the lawyers in the world, Priscilla.
That's how Mr. Goodsouzian works.
Everybody's
And all we did was ask that he not take any more referrals from this one firm, and he won't do it. He won't do it.
Money, doesn't matter where it comes from. Money.
Money's money for Susie over there.
Okay, so where were we? We had Jason, Tom, Priscilla, Victoria, Laura?
Yeah, I'll add to that with the special projects attorney that we had. So the rate was $290 per hour. That was approved on the January 3rd reorg meeting. And during that meeting, we also had a special approval to establish the fees for the year for 2023, but made them retroactive to January 2nd of 2022. So
that's
that
right,
was
I
another
forgot.
one of our special
That was an oopsie, legal oopsie. We forgot.
things that we approved.
You forgot
They
to appoint your
approved.
special counsel and you retroactively did it
Yeah.
to cover yourself. No, that was in 2023.
And it's not really unusual to have a special projects attorney, and I don't think you have to identify what the project might be at this point, but you have them there.
What's unusual is that firm's relationship with Mr. Goodsouzian. It's a quid pro quo.
Okay, so you had your turn. So anybody in the audience like to speak on this matter?
Yes, there we go. Someone with legal ethics. Thank you. Please, school.
Mary Ann Garber, I represent Bethlehem Landfill Company, and I just wanted to point out, obviously, this issue is not relevant to the landfill. However, in looking at the agenda, it's not clear at all what this involves. So it's this very vague appointing special projects assignment solicitor. We find out now here that it's a result of a conflict, and it sounds like this solicitor would be appointed on zoning and land use matters, but the attachment says labor attorney fee schedule. And when you look at the attachment, it just says fee schedule. So, you know, again, these are just clear violations of the Sunshine Act in terms of the specificity of the agenda item. You don't know, I mean, until you just made that statement, it was completely unclear to me, and I'm sure to the rest of the public, what kind of lawyer are you hiring, why you're hiring them, and some information with respect to what they're going to do. So again, this is obviously not related to the landfill in any way, but I do want to just point out that there's a pattern here of lack of transparency and violation after violation of the Sunshine Act.
So when the eclipse went by about 3 weeks ago, it didn't leave Lower Saucon.
I appreciate that identity from last year when we had the special projects. I'm sorry, Ms. Garber, you weren't allowed to talk last year because you weren't a taxpayer.
Yeah. Just think
So
how
I
much-
do appreciate that.
Okay, Mark?
Mark's got confusion going on in his head. First off, Ms. Garber doesn't live in Lower Saucon Township. She represents the landfill, so why should she even give a crap about what's going on? As far as Mr. Benonis and Treadwell and the other lawyer, special needs that you paid $290 to, whatever happened in that lawsuit for filing against Pennsylvania and the library? And all that money,
It's still ongoing.
nothing, crickets.
Still open.
That's the hundreds of thousands of dollars that they spent last year.
Yeah, I know,
Cases are still open.
I voted no to all that,
but I guess that as long as what you do is within the law and the Sunshine Act, which I don't know, I should go home and look that up, then you just keep on doing it. Because one day, some people in this township are gonna dig the crap out of the hole and throw it in the dump where it belongs. This whole meeting is nonsense every time, every night we come here. The only good meeting I've been to throughout anything lately was the landfill meeting yesterday. I'm giving you some credit. But as far as this township, people that need to change. I may not agree with everything, and I do agree with some of what comes from the public. Mr. Blanc, you're one of them. See, I'm more fair than anybody.
And he's doing that. So why do you get
Why don't you correct him?
Why do you have to keep reminding you how to do your job?
Why don't you shut up?
You won't do it. You won't do it when it's
Why don't
done.
you shut up and stay out of my business?
Mark,
What do you
He's
do
not
about
directing
yourself
the
in
chair.
accordance with the policy?
Mark,
What?
I'm not
The
talking to
chair
you,
is
I'm
telling
talking to
Jason
her.
to shut up.
My
Mark.
business.
I'm talking to her. I'm not speaking to you.
yeah, he's being, Mark, he's being critical of me because I didn't correct you for addressing a member in the
For
audience.
violation of your policy.
And, oh, please, where are we gonna start with violation of
Mr.
policy?
Zimick, I'm sure Ms. Garber's just thrilled that you gave her credit for something, a man of your stature. A man of your stature.
What are you talking
But answer her question, Tom. She asked, what are you talking about? Talk about her stature.
Talking,
Talk about the
Stacy.
stature, the things you were talking about earlier that you brought up. She asked you the question, answer her question.
Right now.
about? We're into public comment right now,
You asked him a
okay?
question. I think he has a right to respond. You said, what are you talking about? You said a man of your
out loud. I
stature,
was
so
not
explain to
talking
her
to
the
him.
stature.
He's threatened
Okay.
council members. He's threatened council members,
If the bickering of the children is done,
their families. No, I'm not done. Are you gonna let me finish?
You don't have the floor right now.
Thank
Stacy
you.
has the
You
floor.
asked him a question. You implicitly gave him the
I
floor by
take
asking.
that back.
You said, what are you talking about? You
No.
can't take it back.
yes, I can.
You can't.
I can do every
I'm
law
gonna ask you a
firm that
question,
I've
but don't
ever
answer
worked in.
Be on the floor, please.
We require everyone.
Prerogative, you know, if you had respect for women.
I do. I love my mother, my wife. I sure do.
Who
That's
he threatens.
debatable.
Yeah.
And he threatens.
That's debatable. Stacy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So my question to all of you is, where is your process of procedure for special projects attorneys? I mean, every law firm that I work at, we follow everything by a standard, a policy, a process. What is the township's process for hiring a special projects attorney?
I think the policy is to help out your buddies so that you can get
Resolution.
referrals. That's the way.
I don't want to
policy.
speculate. I want to know.
I think it is.
Where is it?
I think we just heard what it was.
Can I say something?
Yes.
At reorganization, we appoint our appointee, like our solicitor, our engineers, you know, we have a list of people. And this year there was a lot of changes. And in fact, didn't Mark come up with the labor attorney? Before Mark left, he
didn't come up with it. It was dropped on him. It wasn't like he looked for them.
Yes, well, you weren't there, so, and
you were? So what's the answer then?
So maybe.
If you know the answer, why are you asking a question?
I'm
Maybe
making
you
a
guys
statement.
should put together a policy on
What are you
how
talking about? You found Mark.
how
He
you
knows further
actually
stuff.
hire a special projects attorney?
Yeah, exactly. Some parameters.
It's just by resolution. Every year, the council has, it's at their discretion who they hire for different things. So they can or cannot hire a special counsel.
Right, right, but I mean, like dollar parameters.
Right.
Policy parameter, you have to have X amount of years of experience, they have to have within this a range of policy. I mean, hey, I think it's great that you went from Eckert Siemens, which is a total ripoff of a law firm, I just know from personal experience, at $290, which you probably got a mid-level attorney for $290, to go down to, you're going down to you're gonna go down to 210?
25.
225.
We actually had the managing partner of their office at 290. So, you know, you're talking mid-level, he's the managing partner for the firm.
He's got him on speed dial.
I don't have him on speed dial. I just know that he's a managing attorney because I actually look into who works for the township. I just don't speculate and shoot my mouth off and be ignorant.
has the floor.
I'm not directing that towards you,
Worked
ma'am.
with Eckert before, I'm not shooting my mouth off at
No,
not
no,
knowing anything.
I'm not directing that at you. I'm directing that at Victoria.
Let her speak.
So for 225, how many hours of work are you looking at doing? Like how big is this project?
Depends on how many referrals Mr. Gutsuzian gets, I guess. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they get a lot of work.
In the scope
if he's
of the
getting a lot of cases,
project,
I don't know.
you know darn well what I'm talking about. In the scope of the project, how many hours are you looking at?
I don't even know what the projects are.
We
It's
don't.
not been
We're
established.
hiring somebody, we don't even know what we're hiring for?
Bingo.
We're hiring him
You
because
hire them so that when something comes up and you need somebody,
Right.
they are there and available. So
But we're
you're not
hiring him because
stuck
Mr.
waiting from council
Gutsuzian
to
found him.
council
Mr.
to appoint
Gutsuzian found
somebody.
him and has a business relationship with him where they refer him cases.
I'm sure
And-
you go through a vetting process, don't you?
You would hope.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Vetting process.
Read
Every
what
council
Steve
member has
said.
the opportunity to reach out to the proposed
Read
council and
again
look
what
at
Steve-
what they have to offer and speak to the attorneys.
There's no vetting process. Stacy, he's gonna read you exactly
then
what we got. There's no vetting
At
process.
council, which is what we're doing now, is we discuss and we decide whether we're going to appoint the prospective attorney or not for whatever we're trying to appoint them
We
for.
will-
In this case, we're trying to appoint a special counsel for a project that hasn't been identified. There is no project identified, and if there is a project identified, we would identify the project and say that this firm is appointed to do that project.
But we were presented one firm that Mr. Gutsuzian identified because he has a business relationship with him. One and only firm.
I'll answer.
Go ahead.
Here's the vetting
Here it is.
process. I've already spoken to the Hoffman and Lavick firm, and they would be willing to assist in this capacity. I wanted to bring this to your attention prior to Wednesday's meeting. That's the vetting process.
Right.
2 sentences.
They're willing at 225. They're willing. Well, we're lucky to have them. Mr. Gutsuzian is lucky to be able to pay him back with taxpayer dollars for all the cases they
Perhaps I can help, ma'am. Perhaps I can help.
Okay.
The Hoffman and Havlick firm are already appointed as labor counsel for the township.
So you know the special projects labor.
No, there's
No,
labor
that's a
attorneys
separate
there.
appointment.
Separate apart from that, they may be appointed as special counsel if and when needed. So the concept is the same firm would be doing the labor work and serving as special counsel if and when needed. As indicated previously, right now, there's no special project. There may be a special project that is identified in the course of this meeting, and therefore we would have someone lined up if necessary. That's the idea. You might not like the idea, I just want to explain it to you.
No, it's fine, as long as
You probably also want to know that the heritage and the legacy of this firm and the relationship to the township goes deep. I mean, it's been going on forever. for a grand total of 16 days, okay? So they became the labor lawyer 16 days ago at the last council meeting. We have
And
no
I'd
experience
just
with them
like to-
whatsoever.
And I would just like to say that before Mark Hudson left, he was looking for a labor attorney, and that was the name that he came up with. So
When we had a labor attorney, he was looking for one.
No, we
At
didn't
whose
have a labor
direction?
attorney.
Okay,
Labor attorney.
We had, sure we did, with the Eckerd Siemens firm.
Never
They
appointed
were
in
never appointed
2024.
for
We had
2024.
one. We had
Never
one.
had one. They were not
We
appointed.
did have
Why don't
one.
we get, ma'am,
For many years, we had them.
still public comment, so let's let her finish, please.
So for 225, give them a shot. I mean, it's only 225. You don't even know what you're looking at yet. But only is right.
Okay, so talk to the chair,
Anyway,
please.
because I do know how much attorneys cost. Thank you.
Stacy, please.
Anyway, so how much was Mr. Treadwell's per hour?
It was 235.
220, 230 at the end.
Gave him a raise last
Yeah,
couple of years
okay.
ago.
He deserved it. He was
Long
the
overdue.
best solicitor this township ever had. And we wouldn't be in half this mess. Mr. Hudson would still be here if Link was still here.
Okay, so you said 235?
220,
Something like that.
I think it was
And
220.
what's Mr. Gazuzian's rate?
180.
So there's your savings right there.
Yeah, but you get what you pay for. Look
Yeah,
what
what
we
you
got.
pay for, exactly.
Mr. Treadwell was not all that great.
Oh, he was great.
He wasn't that
Compared
good.
to Gudsuzian?
Meetings were a lot shorter.
No, he wasn't that good. Okay, and then
But
you
that
also
180
have the library lawsuit.
An attorney like Gudsuzian should be serving Link Treadwell's lunch. As a waiter.
At the rate and depth and breadth of what you don't know what you need to hire this guy for, 225 is worth a shot. So, I mean, if you've got no other standards going on there, just run with what you got then.
Let's
That's
just hire
ridiculous.
somebody and not know what we're gonna use them for.
Well,
and
you
spend
did it for
$225 bucks.
You had no protocol, you had no guidelines, you had nothing.
Yeah, we gave him a specific assignment.
I don't have a problem with the rate. I have a problem that Mr. Gudsuzian has a relationship with his firm.
You have a relationship with half the town, all the attorneys around here, everyone does.
But I'm not the one referring them for taxpayer, to be paid with taxpayer dollars.
All that.
For taxpayer dollars. I haven't referred anybody. I'd say we put it out for bid and we post it. Well, keep putting it out for bid. There'll be people that apply for that. At $225 an hour, people will apply for that. Absolutely.
But you haven't gotten any hits.
Well, they haven't put it out for bid. It hasn't been advertised.
Wednesday, right?
We're advertised.
It's gonna go on for 20 more hours.
She has the floor right now.
They keep stopping the clock.
Not running.
Oh,
God
10
forbid.
minutes, okay?
okay.
My point is, if you don't have a process and a procedure in place, then you really can't complain about any of it. Because you have nothing to go off of.
Obviously.
It's the majority.
Just go with this guy. If you don't like him, then you figure something else out.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else?
God, yes, I can remember what we were talking about.
Anne Marie was gonna go.
By the way, please
And-
start
and-
the clock, and I'll talk according to the clock, not according to the chair's desires, okay? Because, yes, I have some thoughts on this. Yes, I was the guy that complained that this thing just popped up on the agenda. Thank you. All right?
You're not supposed to address the audience.
Now you enforce it. Now you enforce it.
I've said it how many times?
Say it to Stacy. You didn't say it once to Stacy.
Really?
I did too.
You're such a joke. You're such a joke.
Leave the clock run, okay? The bottom line is, we're in this mess because we didn't vet the current testing solicitor.
Interim.
Oh, interim. I stand corrected. Don't stop the clock. All right. And I objected to that then. And I remember as soon as, yep, look the other way, she said, and I want to have Kaduzian, or I'm sorry, I'm bad at pronouncing your name. Do forgive me. The bottom line is, and the question was, well, good, what are his credentials? Nothing, 3-2 vote, he's in. Now, we have the same guy, which the, Laura Ray, don't look away, I'm talking to you too, you know. I'm equal opportunity here. The bottom line is that the three of you just steamrolled everything over. We're not gonna ask who he is, we're not gonna find out what his credentials are, and by the way, whatever you said about Link Treadwell, he did serve this community for 23 years. He didn't?
Yeah, he did.
You're shaking your head.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. Well, then go, yeah, he did. And by the way,
Your president of
as
council, didn't he, Priscilla?
I recall, he worked for you. Now, all of a sudden, they're all out the door. This is the new way that we run things, okay? And by the way, Ms. Optof-Katera, the bottom line is, did you ever ask about Eckert Siemens? I never recall in all the years that I've been watching this, you ever said anything about him. And yes, by the way, if you don't know there was a resolution about the library, let me try for the 50th time. And if you want, I will mail it to you. It's the ruling about Judge Daly on HAL saying you must 501c3, if you know what that is, you must turn over those records. And you know what they did? Yeah. And then you guys got in office, and Mr. Gaduzian, or you, wrote up this resolution that there will be no more lawsuits. We're just going to terminate it, sweep it all under the rug, and away it goes. Now you've got the gall to sit there and say we got nothing for it. Well, we did get something for it, and it's out of Judge Daly, and I don't know who actually sent that one, but take a look, and if you want it, I'll send it to you. I don't ever want to hear you say that again, and I don't want you in my face again when I'm talking.
Leave him alone.
Now,
Do that to
in terms of this idea, well, we just hire this guy for $225 and he doesn't work out. Gee, I wonder what sort of damage we can do in between. How about, although there was a very good comment here, yes, you ought to write up what each and every person, probably including what the requirements are for being a council member, what the requirements are for these special attorneys, or likely to be, or when you're going to hire them, right? She's absolutely right. I wouldn't hire anybody. You don't just go hire people to do whatever. You don't hire a welder to be a harp player or something. Come on, that doesn't work. So write it up and then complain about it. You're running the council now, so do it. So much for transparency, please. Don't ever say you are the new elected by a majority and everything's transparent.
I have almost 30 seconds.
I know. I can read it. It says 41, 40, 39, not like somebody else. All right. So we pay you $5,000 a year.
That's not
And what do
accurate
we do?
either.
What do? We just sit here and turn out every other week to try to keep people honest and look for the transparency that isn't there, quite frankly.
Mr. Glenn, I need to clarify a point that you made. Their mailing actually said respect, cooperation, and transparency. Respect, cooperation, and transparency. That's what they're about. Just want to make sure that they campaign just on transparency. They campaigned on respect, cooperation, and transparency.
Getting caught up in these hourly rates, but you have to understand, there's a big cost. There's a big cost to township.
Yelling at me. He just yelled at me again.
We're on our
Control of him.
we're on our second solicitor.
I know it's hard to follow along here.
Our second solicitor. We lost our township manager.
No, I want you to do your job and tell that guy to stop yelling and interrupting.
I'm listening to these two people
Why don't you
right
listen to the
here.
room too? Can you do two things at once?
Nope, I can't.
Clearly.
So
Remind everybody to be respectful and kind and wait their turn when speaking. I know we were just talking about respect and we had a lot of interruptions and talking over one another. I mean,
Like you're
even
doing right
Mr.
now.
Coach
I was
and Mr.
talking.
You're doing right now.
You're over talking me right now, okay? Just like you have many times before. So fix what's in your own house first. I missed the comment you said from that card that, what was the word?
Respect, cooperation, and transparency.
Okay, I have a different,
Last, it's very clear that it truly is last.
I have a different word. Feckless. Look it up if you don't know what it means.
I just want to say one thing about the hourly rate difference. You have to look at overall costs, and people who haven't worked, like Priscilla, don't understand this. We were on our second solicitor, and we lost the township manager because
She wouldn't keep Link Treadwell. I had conversations with Mark Hudson about this.
Did you have a conversation with
Absolutely.
Link?
I had a
Mark,
conversation with
Mark's gonna swear under oath that that's why he left.
Interrupting him.
Exactly.
Can't do it. She can't help herself.
We had a solicitor that lasted 16 days because we couldn't trust him. We had to file right to notice to get any information out of him. Same thing with Mr. Goodsouzian. Why would Mr. Hudson, a good township manager, stick around for all this? So now we've had to, you're talking about a $25 difference in the rate of pay for an attorney. We've had to hire a firm for $10,000 to find us a new township manager. If we do get a new township manager, anybody takes this job, anybody worth their salt is going to want $160,000, $170,000 because that's what township managers are getting for townships this size now. So you're talking about $25 an hour here or there. Her refusal to bring Link in, and we don't have a solicitor we can trust with the right to knows, drove Hudson away, and that's a fact, and I've talked to him about that. That is where your $25, but she doesn't grasp that. She's sitting around for 40 years collecting disability. She's never been in a work environment. She thinks every attorney's the same. That one's $250, one $180, the $180 one, just take the cheaper one. Everything's the same. And she doesn't understand overall cost and what it's done to this township. $10,000 to hire a firm, and we're gonna go from a township manager, we're paying $135 to about $165, $172. And you're worried about $25 extra an hour on a project. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. She has no concept of economics. And she drove Link out. There's no solicitor we can trust. That's why we have to file these right to knows. For our second manager, we'll be lucky to get a manager. We'll be lucky to get a manager worth their salt. I mean, Kathy, with the exception of Kathy. But I don't know why Kathy would want this job, quite frankly.
I would just like the record to reflect that I worked as a radiologic technologist for over 20 years in Philadelphia and the Lehigh Valley areas.
Right.
So just have the record reflect that I did that for 20 years.
And she goes on about this.
So-
She goes on
still
about
on
how
public
this is private information.
Would you like to
She gave an interview to the Morning Call in 1995.
Because I mean, Mr. Carochi is impeding on your time to speak.
Actually, I will.
Go ahead.
I was just waiting patiently.
Go ahead.
I know I'm not supposed to address anybody in the public, but I like what this woman had to say. I agree with her on a lot of points. I don't know a lot of lawyers, but most lawyers know a lot of lawyers, right? That's a given. People that work in jobs that know lawyers, you're always gonna know a lawyer. But you know, in my opinion, I said this last time I came up in that last meeting where you were hiring the labor attorney. It's like, my point is the process. Maybe it's better to get a process so you're not doing favors for people. It just doesn't look good. So like maybe the guy's a good guy, I don't know, but it just seems like a little bit of a conflict when the solicitor is recommending a lawyer to do some solicitor work at the township. Put the bid out, like I said before, try to figure out who's the best person, let them bid on it, and like a hiring scenario, like you're in a company and you're hiring somebody. You want the best person. You don't want, you don't just want some referral from the solicitor because he has a conflict of interest. It doesn't seem right. I think it's better if you just get more candidates. That's all. Thank you.
What I was saying, before I was cut off, what I was saying is Priscilla's like, oh, disability is a private matter. It's not. She gave an interview to the Morning Call in 1995. Lower Saucon Township Council President Priscilla De Leon has been appointed to the board of directors of the Chronic Fatigue.
You're wasting everybody's
Association.
time.
De Leon, who suffers from chronic fatigue. So don't let her say this is a private matter. It's not a private matter. She's given interviews to the Morning Call about this. Again, she doesn't understand the work environment. She hasn't worked in years.
She brought it in the topic.
She brought it in. She made it a topic. She tried to talk about her work experience.
Okay, Mark?
Isn't this his second time on this subject? I think it is. How many times are we going to give people?
Yeah, we can't have people go second.
Did you go second, Mark?
Already.
Did you go already?
Yes.
On this topic?
Yes.
On this solicitor?
Yes.
Pay attention.
He did.
If you did, I'm sorry, I'm gonna have to ask you to sit down.
Well, I just wanted to point out that Link
Hey, there you go. There you go, Priscilla. There you go, Priscilla. Priscilla, let him speak.
left because not courtesy to tell the truth.
Mark, you can't, I'm sorry. Okay, anybody else? Okay, I guess we're ready for roll call. Kathy, please.
Mr. Carucci.
I would do it if Mr. Goodsouzian would agree not to take any referrals from this particular firm in the future. It's already bad enough, it's a quid pro quo for previous cases and him throwing him this contract the firm he identified. But I'm gonna have to vote no unless he would agree to do the right thing, to do the ethical thing, to do the thing with integrity, and refuse to take future referrals from this particular law firm.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis.
John, back to your point about the $45,000 extra that it's costing the township here for $10,000 to find the recruiter, and the additional monies that we're gonna have to pay to a new manager. If you look at that number, at the extra $25 an hour, that's a total of 1,800 hours that could be paid for with that $45,000. It's 150 hours a week that we could be paying for. 150 hours a month, I'm sorry, 150 hours a month with that extra $25. And instead, you know, there's a saying, what is it, penny wise, pound foolish, right? Or no, the opposite, pound foolish, penny wise, whatever.
Penny wise, yeah, pound foolish, penny wise.
That's exactly what this is, and it's unfortunate. I'm gonna vote no.
And it's all started by not retaining Link Treadwell.
Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Ms. Uptock Cordero.
I am voting yes, and I want to make sure that the public is aware that Mr. Gazouzian does not get to pick who represents the township. It's the council's responsibility to do that, and that is just what happened. Every council member has the opportunity to speak with the attorneys, to review their work. It is not Mr. Gazouzian who gets to choose. So from my perspective, there is no issue here. We are choosing, not Mr. Gazouzian, and I'm in favor of this. So I vote yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next on the agenda, we have Edwards Variance 03-24, Mark and Hannah Edwards, 1304 Evergreen Drive. The applicant is requesting a side yard setback variance to construct a garage. Is there somebody here to go over the plan? Anybody in the audience? Hi, how are you?
My name is Mark Edwards. Me and my wife own the property. We've lived in this residence for the past 10 years. Our plan is to add first floor living space to our existing home by converting the existing garage to living space and bumping out the garage. In our zoning district, we are required to have a 30-foot setback. We're asking for a variance to reduce that to 16 feet.
Okay, and you have steep slopes and...
We do, and it makes, I'd put the garage anywhere that I could, but there's no other place on the property that we can put it.
Okay, so council has can either support, oppose, or take no action. I would make a motion to take no action and let the zoning hearing board decide. Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, and council discussion, Jason?
I just have a quick question for you,
Sure.
Mr. Edwards. So it looks like your lot is a little bit more than 2 acres, just
Correct.
a hair over. Nice sized lot you have. The issue you have is strictly the steep slopes, right? You can't put it anywhere else because of those steep slopes.
Yes, the house was constructed at street level. The majority of the property is well above grade. I'd say about 20 feet, 30 feet higher.
Okay.
And it's a pretty steep slope.
Sounds like a hardship to me. Thank you.
Right. Tom?
Actually, before you go on, when we take no action on this, you should probably get some explanation. It doesn't mean the council's not interested or supportive. We could either be in favor of it, against it, or take no action. We take no action just means that you go to the zoning hearing board and you get to present your case to them without having anybody from the township come in either in favor of or against it. It saves the township a little bit of money so that the solicitor doesn't have to go to that matter. So it's not that we're disinterested. I think you deserve that explanation because you probably haven't gone through this process before.
Yep, thanks for the explanation.
Yeah. Well, if we had a competent solicitor would have explained that at the beginning. But we don't. Good luck with your project, and good luck with zoning here.
Right, thanks.
So I made the motion, so Victoria?
I just want to thank you for staying for the meeting and presenting your project to us this evening.
Laura?
But did you vote? I didn't hear a yes or a no.
Vote yet, we're doing council discussion. We
She
still
said
have
she's
to do
against
public
variance.
comment. Laura?
Yes. I didn't have any comment on the plan. It looks fine to me.
Public comment, anyone in the audience like to speak on this issue? Okay, seeing none, could we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Bononis,
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordera,
Yes.
Mr. Carucci.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I'll say, good luck at your zoning hearing board then. Okay, if you have any questions, the zoning officer would help you. Okay, thank you. Okay, next we have the Beethoven Waldheim variance, 02-24. Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC, 1991 Waldheim Road. The applicant is appealing a notice of violation dated February 27th, 2024. Is there someone here to talk about the application?
When you made the motion to amend the agenda, you did not move this up. You moved up the other items. So the next item. Actually, this was moved up.
I did do it right?
I didn't hear that. I asked for clarification on it. I don't think you said that. You identified first was going to be the resolution appointing the special projects assignment solicitor. Second was going to be the Edwards variance. Third was going to be appointment of Gudsuzian as township solicitor, and fourth was firing and acceptance of the resignation of Gudsuzian. And then after that, it returned to the original agenda, which were E, F, and G. E was Beethoven Waldheim, F, waiving Saucon Creek watershed, and G was compensation. That's what I recall.
The first one was Edwards variance. The second one was Beethoven Waldheim. The third was Resolution 48, 2024. And the fourth was the firing or acceptance. So I am correct.
No, wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
That's what you said. No, I apologize if I'm wrong. Where did I write that? Wait.
As you were saying them, and this was coming
Edwards
after the other
variance.
variance.
When it wasn't the way I numbered it.
Edwards variance, okay.
Okay, and then the Beethoven. And the appointment of you, township solicitor.
What else we got in this batch of baggage?
Or acceptance. Okay? So that's correct, right? So the next on the agenda is the Waldheim. So, so is there anybody here to talk about the application?
Our zoning officer was notified that they wouldn't be present.
They would not be present? Okay, so then council has sufficient information in their packet. So again, this is something where we can support, oppose, or take no action. So I would like to oppose this because of all the violations and all the information that's in the packet, and send an attorney to represent the township at the zoning hearing board. So that's my motion. Is there a second?
Where is the
I'll
zoning
second that.
officer? Where's the zoning officer? He's the one who's issued these, and he's asking us to take official township action, and he's not here. Why isn't he here?
He had felt that the applicant wasn't here, so felt there was sufficient information in the packet for council to make a decision as to where they wanted to go.
Well, there's not.
We had a lot of information in the packet.
Here's the other part of it. Mr. Gudsuzian sent us a letter saying that he's going to be recusing himself.
Right.
We have no solicitor to advise us as council on this matter. So how are we going to proceed without having legal representation from this council? You're intending to take official township action that has an effect on this property owner's property rights, and we're going to be doing this without any legal advice because Mr. Gudsuzian sent us a letter that he has a conflict of interest, and we don't have anybody else here to handle this.
Right, so what you would do is if you're going to choose to send an attorney to oppose it, it clearly cannot be me. And you might want to consider amending the motion to
I want a
have
lawyer
special
here
counsel.
counseling this council on these matters, right? This council is making a motion, we're taking official action, and we don't have a lawyer here to represent this council. We're taking official action without legal representation, and I think that jeopardizes the township and subjects the township to greater problems than we already have.
Right, if Mr.
makes no
Gudsuzian
sense.
had any integrity, he would have recused himself when this agenda item was read, and he didn't do that.
Okay, so when's the
Because he
next
doesn't have any
zoning
integrity.
hearing
Are you
board?
gonna recuse yourself?
When's the next zoning hearing board?
Zoning
Are
hearing
you
board is.
recused?
Are you recused
Yourself or not?
in this
In the
agenda
letter you
item?
said you were.
We can just amend the motion to say that, that
I'd like to know when the next zoning hearing board is.
The zoning hearing board is on May 20th.
May 20th. So we have another meeting in between now and May 20th, correct? So we can have our special solicitor that we just appointed to come to the council meeting to advise council. Can we do
If
that?
that's what you want to
Are
do.
you withdrawing your motion?
I would amend my motion to.
Amending or withdrawing it? Because it's a totally different subject.
Withdraw it, and I'll make a new motion. So, I'd like to table this until, when's that meeting, Kathy? I don't have,
May 15th is our next council meeting.
so it would be May 15th, and I guess it would be an executive session item then?
No, it would be a regular item.
I thought Mr. Gutsuzian recused himself from this agenda item, and now he's providing advice.
I'm providing the procedural advice that you would need.
Procedural.
Of a former client, of a former client.
It's
For-
procedural, I understand.
Not on
board
this
hearing of a
matter.
Former client.
It's legal advice.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to table this to May 15th, and it'll be on the agenda. And we'll ask our, we just appointed, the legal representative from the firm we just approved to come.
Kathy, when did the,
So the motion is that we're moving into
So
next.
that would be my,
when did the
motion. Is there a
property owner-
second?
when did the property owner receive notice?
Is there a second?
Just so I understand, the motion is to move it to next meeting and
The
to
property owner
appoint the
received
special
notice?
counsel to represent us with respect to this matter and advise us next meeting.
Correct.
Okay,
In time for the May 20th zoning hearing board, which would have been anyway.
Was mailed
Okay.
to him
I
February 27th.
second that motion.
February 27th? Was it sent to him by certified mail or by regular mail?
That I'm not aware of, it's not listed, but I can find out.
How do we know the?
How do we know that he received that notice back in February? We don't have any
applicant
record of that, right? And Jim's not here to confirm it that he
Because they
received it.
filed back
Am I
that they
speaking? I'm
want
not
the
talking to you.
charges,
I'm
they
not talking
filed
to you.
back that they want the
I'm not
charges
talking.
dropped,
I'm not
so
asking you.
I guess he received it if he wants to have the notice removed.
I didn't hear you, Laura.
Kathy,
He's
you could
just
answer my question when
questioning
she's done
how the
interrupting
man
me.
know that he received the notice. Well, what we have before us is that he wants the notice of violation dropped, so I guess he
Yeah,
knows
he
about
must
it.
have notice if he responded.
So he knows about it somehow.
And we're moving this to, the motion is to move it to next meeting anyway.
Yeah, if you could find that out for me and have that available at the next meeting. And I think we should also have Jim Young here at the next meeting so we can ask him questions about these violations that he's identified.
But obviously they're aware of it, because if you look at their application
When they
for the zoning
contacted
hearing
you,
board.
Kathy, when they contacted you, were they,
I'm speaking right
so was I.
now.
So was I. You interrupted me. I wasn't done
I
speaking.
thought you were finished.
Well, you're not wrong.
I
Well-
didn't actually speak to them. I was told by the zoning officer that the attorney spoke with him.
When the attorney spoke with Jim Young, did the attorney explain that the reason why they weren't going to be here is because they didn't have notice or they could not be here on short notice? It wasn't as if they were disinterested in the matter. It's just that they were not going to be here for some reason.
I don't believe that would be that case. I don't know, so I couldn't say one way or the other.
All right, and
I didn't handle the phone call.
Got it. And I'll just put into the record here so that it's clear, the April 29th letter, April 29, 2024, from Steve Gutsuzian. Again, dear council members, as you know, the Waldheim Club is on the agenda for Wednesday, May 1, 2024. This correspondence formally advises you that I have a conflict in this matter, as I've represented the principal of the Waldheim Club for many years, and in fact, a period before Lower Saucon Township, perhaps a year or two ago, for a very brief matter regarding the Waldheim Club. Accordingly, I will not be involved in this matter if Township Council decides to have an attorney represent the township's interests at the zoning hearing board. I've already spoken to the Hoffman and Hlavik law firm, and they would be willing to assist in this capacity. I wanted to bring this to your attention prior to Wednesday's meeting. Thank you, respectfully, yours, Gutsuzian Associates, Stephen Gutsuzian. And he copied Kathy Gorman, Kathy. I don't see that there was any copy here that was sent to the property owner. Is that correct, that he was not copied on that?
He was not copied on that.
Okay, so they weren't aware that you were going to have to recuse yourself?
They weren't copied on the letter.
That was my question. Did you have any communications with them to tell him that you were going to, him, the property owner, or his attorney, that you were going to be recusing yourself because of the conflict of interest?
I did.
Okay. And who did you have communications with?
I'm not going to reveal that above and beyond.
It's not attorney-client privilege, so why wouldn't you reveal that to me?
Pardon me. I said I wasn't going to do that above and beyond the individual, it's the individual, the principal.
So you spoke with the principal, the owner of the property. Okay, and you spoke with him by phone? Is there any correspondence to document your conversations?
I'm not sure if there is or there isn't.
All right, if there is, I'd like you to bring that communication or any communications, anything you have in writing to the next council meeting so we can include that in our considerations, okay?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know why we don't
Is
table.
that a yes or a no?
I'm speaking next.
Is that a yes or a no that you'll agree to bring those documents?
I don't think there is, but I'll take a look.
If there is, will you agree to bring those documents?
I'm not sure if there is, I'm not sure what they
I
say.
understand that you're not sure, but if there is, will you bring those
Not
documents?
necessarily because it might be privileged.
Okay. You had communications with the principal after you identified that there was a conflict, and you're now claiming that those communications that you had with the principal after you identified the conflict are still subject to attorney-client privilege.
They may or may not be, and I'm not in a position today
Okay.
to waive privilege on behalf of my client.
I understand that. I'm not asking you to do that. To the extent that your client is willing to waive, if there are documents, and if those documents exist, and if your client, the Waldheim Club, or I'm sorry, Beethoven Waldheim Holdings LLC, agrees to waive any conflict to allow you to disclose the contents of those communications, I would like you to bring those to the next meeting so we can include those in our consideration.
I understand your concern, but the bottom line is, there's clearly a conflict. I've identified the conflict.
Yeah.
You know there's a conflict.
I want to know what you're talking about with him, if he's willing to share that with us. I want to know what the issue is.
Okay.
Thank you.
And so I just want to clear up what was stated before about whether or not they were aware of the notice of violation. They are, because I read the packet, and the packet's application to the zoning hearing board said they're appealing the notice of violation. And so they're definitely aware of it. So I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. So I guess, let's see, who didn't I call on? Did you?
I mean, I didn't talk to, yeah. As long as they're gonna get a chance to be here, next meeting as well, to, the applicant or the.
They should be.
That's what I'm
They're a
saying. That's what I'm
principal.
saying. We're gonna give them notice that,
Absolutely.
okay, as long as we give them notice. We're not, there's a question as whether they, you know.
We will do that.
Like, you know, it should be by certified mail or something. If it turns into a legal case, you gotta make sure of these things.
Right. Okay,
I don't
thank you.
understand why it wasn't by certified mail this time.
Well, I need to confirm that, so.
Yeah, okay, so, let's see, I already spoke. Victoria?
I'm in favor.
Laura?
Yeah, I don't have any comments about the particular case on the, we'll wait until we see it next meeting.
Okay, anyone in the audience like to speak for public comment? Please come up to the podium. We don't have a second? Victoria second.
This was an agenda.
I'm sorry, we were talking up here, I'm sorry.
Katarina Smith, I'm a resident of the township. I don't know why you're doing the public comment, because it looks like it's gonna be on the agenda next time, but it was on the agenda for today.
Sunshine law, we have to do that.
Yeah, so I will speak because I did sit here waiting to be able to speak on this. I don't understand why there's even an issue with the violation that was put in place. The applicant, the principal, the owner, whatever you want to call him, clearly lied on his application for the variance and what the building was going to be for. I was here at the meeting when it was told that it was going to be used for storage. And a business is now being run out of it, and they have not done the proper procedures and policies to run a business out of the building. In addition to that, they do not have a highway occupancy permit to use Flint Hill Road and have the parking line use Flint Hill for that business. So there are several different things involved in this situation. So I know they're appealing, but clearly there was a violation because they were running a business that they shouldn't have been running out of the building.
Okay, thank you. And
Mrs. Smith, I want to get some clarification on something you said, and I appreciate you standing up and sharing some information with us.
Yep.
You said that the applicant clearly lied to this council. As I recall, when this matter came before us originally for the building to be built on the property, I think the applicant was represented by Mr. Gitsouzian, and I think Mr. Gitsouzian spoke on behalf of the applicant at that time, not the actual property owner, but it was the attorney who spoke. Am I correct about that?
The meeting I was at, the owner spoke at the meeting.
Okay.
Perhaps I can identify and help. The one meeting I was there with regard to the Bethlehem Waldheim took place a year or two ago. Took place in the fire hall. There was tons and tons of people there. The water came in, there were various protesters who were protesting against you. The issue that was before the board at that point was a waiver of some sort of procedural mechanism, whether it was getting a full land development plan or something else. So I appeared very briefly. I think I was there, although we were there for an extended period of time. I appeared before the board for less, I don't know how long, but very, very briefly, and that was it. I did not appear prior to that. I did not appear after that. So I believe what this woman is speaking to is presumably not that meeting, but perhaps.
No, it was not several years ago.
Was it at the fire company or was it here?
It was right here in front of,
And
at this meeting.
And the applicant was not represented by counsel at that matter?
Nope, he spoke.
I understand he spoke, but was he represented by counsel?
No, it was just him,
Okay,
his wife.
okay. Okay, I just want to get clarification. Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I don't know if he has representation at the time. At the meeting, it was him and his wife, and he spoke at the podium at the meeting.
I understand, okay.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else like to speak? Okay.
Kathy, for the next meeting, can you pull the minutes from all of the meetings where this applicant was before us, so that we can see that? Can we get them in advance of the meeting to review them?
Absolutely.
Thanks.
Maybe that
Not just the one
planning,
that was at the fire company, but any that took place here, anywhere.
I will search all the meetings
Scour all the
right from the
records.
beginning.
Thank you very much.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Benonis,
This is to continue it to the next meeting? Yes.
Ms. Alphoff Cordero,
Yes, and I just want to clarify that the notes that you're going to pull are all the notes in which this project was before planning commission or any other committee and for council, right? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Caroci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
motion passes 5-0.
Okay, next we have the resolution 48-2024, the appointment of attorney Stephen Gaduzian as township solicitor, requested by Mrs. DeLeon.
Recognized?
I make a motion to
May I be
approve.
recognized? I'll make a motion to call for the
I'm not
firing
being
and or acceptance of the
recognized.
resignation.
middle of a
Attorney
motion.
Gaduzian as township
Make a
solicitor.
motion to fire Steve Goodsouzian.
she's in the
Second.
middle of a motion.
Make a motion to
Of
fire. I made a
order.
motion to fire
The
him. and she
mission,
seconded it.
the motion
Out of
was being
order.
made by Ms.
No, she
DeLeon.
didn't finish it. She didn't
Approve.
You started it, and you were out of
resolution.
order.
I started
You
and
were out of
finished.
order.
I
That
move
was the
to
issue.
approve resolution 48-2024, appointing attorney Stephen Gaduzian as township
I'll make a
solicitor.
motion. I'll call
I
for the
second
firing
it.
and resignation. Tom second.
Currently,
Second.
attorney
Thank you.
Gaduzian is interim solicitor. Is there a second to my motion?
No, there's a second to my motion first. I seconded his first.
There's not.
Second it, you did not.
There was.
Runs the
There
meeting,
was.
and you were out of
There was.
order. I was speaking, and you were disrespectful.
And there was no second, and then I made a motion.
That's right.
We've
And
already
I seconded
seconded
that
it.
motion.
Speaking, and you were disrespectful.
I seconded that motion.
No, not to me. So,
Just trying to jump the gun to get your
I
buddy hired.
made the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
No.
Is that Laura? Okay. Council discussion. Jason?
I'd like my motion to be considered.
Motion does not count because you can't have all these motions.
Well, let's get
and
at
you
it then.
can't interrupt the
get at
president
it.
as she's speaking.
So
Get
we've
out of
already
this
talked.
game time.
Yeah, we already talked about this before. You know, when Mr. Goodsouzian was hired as the interim solicitor, and here you see what's going on, right? So at the last council meeting, we called for his termination and or his resignation based upon information that was brought forward by Mary Ann Garber, the attorney for the landfill, about the issues with him undertaking legal activities, official legal activities on behalf of the township without having received township approval for those and without having a public vote on those matters. And that's just one of many examples of the problems that we've had here. The solicitor position in this township has been adrift since this council has decided at the beginning of the year to no longer retain Link Treadwell, who'd been the solicitor for 23 years. And the problems that have come up during Mr. Goodsouzian's limited status as interim solicitor are very telling. And I think that they are reflective of the competence of this council. And I think it also reflects poorly upon the legal services that he's provided to the township. First of all, he's got conflicts. We already dealt with one of those conflict issues just tonight. We brought this up that he would have conflicts. He was the Hellertown Zoning Hearing Board solicitor, which is a conflict of interest because the township is involved in litigation with Hellertown. And yet he said that there was no conflict there, so much so that he resigned his position as the zoning hearing, subsequently resigned his position as the Hellertown Zoning Hearing Board solicitor, and also got a free pass from this council that agreed to waive any conflicts. What's interesting, though, is we don't know if he received any similar conflict waiver from Hellertown. And that would be interesting to know, and that was never shared with us, but we'll find that out because right-to-know requests are wonderful things. You get a lot of good information through those. So, let's see here. Another example of the bad lawyering that we got. Early on, I guess this is in February, this council published a knowingly inaccurate budget in violation of Pennsylvania law. In addition to that, this council also passed an illegal tax increase because the amount of money that was in reserves was greater than 25% of the future expenditures. I talked about this at length during those meetings. At no time did Mr. Gutsuzian come forward with any information or any legal guidance to counsel against those matters, and instead they moved forward, subjecting the township to legal liability for some bad decisions. This is particularly troubling. He refused to identify to Mr. Croce and me in an executive session who he was negotiating with on behalf of the township. That is, I would describe it as fraudulent. To refuse to identify to your clients, to this council, members of this council, who you're negotiating with on behalf of the township is beyond mind-blowing, and it shows a level of arrogance that is not becoming of a solicitor of this township. To refuse to share that information, a very simple question, who are you negotiating with and what are you talking about, would not share it. I'm gonna do it, even though I have a conflict here, a conflict that I don't think I have, but I'm gonna resign from that position and get a waiver for it. I'm still going to not tell you who I'm talking to on behalf of a library of which his wife was a former board member, and was also a board member, and then I believe left and wrote critical news articles about this council that I would describe as political advocacy for certain members of this council. I think that's despicable. He has undertaken legal activities on behalf of this township that were not approved by this council, as I already discussed, as Ms. Garber brought forward to us. And that just shows a level of cavalierness to the rule of law and his willingness to do whatever he wants to do, but not be mindful of what he's permitted to do under the law and also permitted to do under the direction of a majority of this council, which he did not have. He has very limited experience, actually virtually no experience in handling township work. I talked about this. We have his resume here. I just talked about it earlier in tonight's meeting, all the different boroughs that he represents and the authorities, but really no townships that he's representing. And this is a second-class township. You know, I want it to be a first-class township, you know, in name only, not legally, but you know, we're clearly not on our way to become a first-class township with a solicitor like this, and you can see the way things have deteriorated so quickly. One thing that came to my attention, this is very troubling to me, and I need to continue to look into this to get more information, but Mr. Gutsuzian also disclosed to you that he was and is the solicitor for the borough of West Easton. And in that capacity, I already mentioned earlier that there was a news article or an op-ed piece that was written about problems with the borough of West Easton turning over right-to-know information and suppressing it, subjecting that borough to legal liability that was calculated by the person who wrote the article to be in the tune of $800,000. This township cannot afford cover-ups that are going to subject the taxpayers to have to pay exorbitant fines in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. It makes absolutely no sense, and it's unfortunate that happened. But more significantly, and I don't have all the information on this, but I will get it, is there's a matter, it's called West Easton 2 LP versus the borough of West Easton, and I believe also the borough's supervisors. And in that matter, this was a drug rehabilitation facility that was attempting to open within the confines of the borough of West Easton. And in that matter, the borough denied the applicant their lawful relief, and as a result of that, litigation ensued in federal court. It was a 1983 federal claim that dealt with deprivation of...
Born. That was a long time ago.
Yeah. No, 1983 is a statute. I'm sorry, you don't understand.
I'm sorry, you said it was in the year of 1983.
Yeah, pay attention, yeah. It's actually a statute. Most good lawyers would know what a 1983 claim is, but we're not gonna go there with you. So, it's a constitutional violation, deprivation of your rights in some way. So, in this matter, the borough may have had insurance. And the borough insurance may have been able to provide coverage for the claim, including providing legal representation on behalf of the borough. But in that matter, the borough was represented by who else? Mr. Gitsouzian. So in that matter, Mr. Gitsouzian's and/or his firm or representatives of his firm represented the borough, may not have turned over notice of that claim to the borough's insurance company. So Mr. Gitsouzian's firm made a lot of money billing their time to the borough. Presumably the borough paid his bills. And perhaps unbeknownst to the borough, Mr. Gitsouzian may have failed to turn over notice to the insurance company that would have paid for all of this. And in addition to that, I believe that there is or there's going to be a settlement agreement of a substantial amount of money. And as a result of that, the insurance company, if there is insurance on it, may not pay that claim because they did not receive timely notice of the claim. So in other words, it appears to be that there may have been, I don't know this completely yet, but I'm going to get the information on it and share it with the public when I get it, self-dealing to line him and his firm's pockets with borough taxpayer money that otherwise would have been handled by an insurance company attorney at no cost to the borough, other than perhaps a self-insured retainer or a deductible or something like that, which is a few $1,000s. And in addition to that, I think it reflects poorly upon the competency of the representation in that case that Mr. Gitsouzian's client is now going to pay or have to pay or has paid a substantial amount of money, again, out of the taxpayer pockets. That does not bode well, and it goes back to the issue that Mr. Carochi brought up earlier, the quid pro quo, right? So the concerns I have is that he would not recuse himself from handling matters that would be referred to him by the newly hired special assignments firm, Hoffman and Lavick, and it shows a pattern, in my mind, a pattern of doing anything to line his own pockets and not put the best interest of his client, i.e. the township or the municipal government, forward. And that's very, very troubling to me. I've seen a lack of integrity throughout these meetings that we've had with him. And, you know, these out of control expenses in the right to know matters are troubling. So I took it upon myself, and I cautioned Mr. Gitsouzian about this early on, about the conflicts of interest and the ethical implications of the things that he's undertaken and the consequences of that. And he does not seem to care about the rules of professional conduct. So I have submitted a complaint to the disciplinary board of the Pennsylvania Bar Association, I'm sorry, the Pennsylvania Bar, raising these concerns to them. And I think they need to take a very hard look at what has taken place. And I'll share with you what I submitted. I submitted along with Mr. Carochi. We co-signed it. We're both attorneys. We understand the importance of ethic in the legal community, and I feel that we're sorely lacking of it here. So the subject of this is
Maybe they'll watch our meetings.
The subject of this is request for excuse me?
Maybe the ethics board will watch our meetings.
Yeah. Subject is, again, I'm not providing legal representation to this council. I'm a member of this council. I'm not an attorney for the township. So the subject of this is request for investigation into the conduct of Lower Saucon Township Interim Solicitor Stephen Gitsouzian, Esquire. We, the undersigned members of Lower Saucon Township Council, are writing to request a disciplinary investigation into the conduct of Interim Solicitor Stephen Gitsouzian, Esquire, PA Bar ID 74831. Recent conduct of Mr. Gitsouzian has raised significant concerns regarding Mr. Gitsouzian's provision of legal services to Lower Saucon Township and its council. As members of the bar, we take seriously these issues and do not raise them without good cause. Among these ethical concerns are the following. On April 3, 2024, the Lower Saucon Township Council held an executive session at 6 p.m. Interim Lower Saucon Township Solicitor, PA Licensed Attorney Stephen N. Gitsouzian informed council that he had met with, quote, Hellertown, end quote, to discuss resolution of a public library dispute and a shared compost center dispute between the borough of Hellertown and Lower Saucon Township. The first captioned item is refusal to identify parties. Councilman Thomas Carochi and Jason Bononis inquired as to the name of the individual or individuals that Mr. Gitsouzian met with on behalf of Lower Saucon Township. Mr. Gitsouzian willfully refused, despite numerous verbal requests, to identify to his client Lower Saucon Township Council, including Mr. Carochi and Mr. Bononis, the identity and participants of a meeting he held on behalf of his client. Mr. Bononis informed Mr. Gutsuzian of the Pennsylvania Rules of Professional Conduct, specifically Rule 1.4, to disclose the information to which Mr. Gutsuzian replied that, quote, he did not care, end quote. On April 10, 2024, Mr. Bononis requested by email to Mr. Gutsuzian the same information requested to the council executive session on April 3, 2024. The names of the individual or individuals from Hellertown Borough or Library that Mr. Gutsuzian met with prior to April 3rd, 2024. As of April 30, 2024, no response has been received from Mr. Gutsuzian, and he continues to refuse to identify to his clients the names of who he has met with on their behalf. Second captioned item, unauthorized and unapproved court filing. On April 15, 2024, without authorization or authority from Lower Saucon Council or a public vote, Mr. Gutsuzian filed a joinder brief to defendant Lower Saucon Township in the Northampton County Court of Common Pleas. See joinder brief attached. Mr. Gutsuzian, in effect, switched sides in the litigation that was brought against the township without consultation, consent, or public vote by Lower Saucon Council. The filing and change of position to this day has never been an agenda item for a public meeting or discussed or voted on at a public meeting. Mr. Gutsuzian also, and again, this was submitted prior to today's meeting when they tried to do the cover-up. Mr. Gutsuzian also failed to respond to public requests inquiring about an explanation for his action making this filing. The undersigned believe that Mr. Gutsuzian may have violated the following Pennsylvania Rules of Professional Conduct. Number 1, Rule 1.1, a lawyer shall provide competent representation to his client. Number 2, Rule 1.2a, a lawyer shall consult with the client as to the means by which they are to be pursued. Number 3, Rule 1.2d, a lawyer shall not counsel a client to engage or assist a client in conduct that the lawyer knows is criminal or fraudulent. Number 4, Rule 1.4 subsection 1, a lawyer shall promptly comply with reasonable requests for information. Number 5, Rule 1.4 subsection 5, a lawyer shall consult with the client about any relevant limitation on the lawyer's conduct. Number 6, 1.5, a lawyer shall not charge or collect an illegal or clearly excessive fee. Number 7, Rule 1.6, a lawyer shall not reveal information relating to representation of a client unless the client gives informed consent. Number 8, Rule 1.7, a lawyer shall not represent a client if the representation involves a concurrent conflict of interest, subsection 1, directly adverse to another client, and subsection 2, one or more clients will be materially limited by the lawyer's responsibilities to another client, a former client, or a third person, or a personal interest of the lawyer. Number 9, Rule 1.9a, subsection a, a lawyer who has formally represented a client in a matter shall not thereafter represent another person in the same or a substantially related matter in which the person's interests are materially adverse to the interests of the former client unless the former client gives informed consent. Number 10, Rule 1.9 subsection b, a lawyer shall not knowingly represent a person in the same or substantially related matter in which a firm with which the lawyer formerly was associated had previously represented a client whose interests are materially adverse to that person. Number 11, Rule 1.10. When a lawyer becomes associated with a firm, the firm may not knowingly represent a person in the same or substantially related matter in which the lawyer was associated, had previously represented a client whose interests are materially adverse to that person and about whom the lawyer had acquired information protected by Rules 1.6 and 1.9 subsection C, unless the disqualified lawyer is screened and written notice is promptly given to the appropriate client to enable it to ascertain compliance with the provisions of this rule. Number 12, Rule 1.13, if a lawyer for an organization knows that an officer associated with the organization is engaged in action or refuses to act in a matter related to the organization that is in violation of a legal obligation to the organization or a violation of law which reasonably might be imputed to the organization and is likely to result in substantial injury to the organization, the lawyer shall proceed as is reasonably necessary in the best interest of the organization. Number 13, Rule 1.16. A lawyer shall not represent a client or shall withdraw from the representation of a client if the representation will result in violation of the rules of professional conduct or other law. Number 14, Rule 2.1. A lawyer shall exercise independent professional judgment and render candid advice. Number 15, Rule 3.1, a lawyer shall not bring or defend a proceeding or assert or controvert an issue therein unless there is a basis in law and fact for doing so that is not frivolous, which includes a good faith argument for an extension, modification, or reversal of existing law. Number 16, Rule 3.3, a lawyer shall not knowingly make a false or material fact or law to a tribunal or fail to correct a false statement or material fact or law previously made to the tribunal by the lawyer. Number 17, Rule 3.5, a lawyer shall not engage in conduct intended to disrupt the tribunal. Number 18, Rule 4.1, in the course of representing a client, a lawyer shall not knowingly make a false statement of material fact or law to a third person. Number 19, Rule 4.4, a lawyer shall not use means that have no substantial purpose other than to embarrass, delay, or burden a third person. Number 20, Rule 7.1, a lawyer shall not make a false or misleading communication about the lawyer or the lawyer's services. Number 21, Rule 8.4, subsection A, it is professional misconduct for a lawyer to violate or attempt to violate the rules of professional conduct and or engage in conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation, and or engage in conduct that is prejudicial to the administration of justice. Number 22, Rule 8.4b, it is professional misconduct for a lawyer to engage in conduct involving dishonesty, fraud, deceit, or misrepresentation. And number 23, Rule 8.4, subsection C, it is professional misconduct for a lawyer to engage in conduct that is prejudicial to the administration of justice. So there's 23 separate rules that I've cited there. These developments have led us to question his fitness to serve as solicitor as well as a licensed member of the Pennsylvania Bar. We believe that an investigation is warranted. As public officials, we are held to the highest standards of ethics, accountability, and respect for the law. The behavior exhibited by Mr. Gutsuzian in furtherance of solicitor services to the township appears to violate these standards. Such behavior undermines the credibility and integrity of municipal government and erodes the public trust. Given the gravity of these issues, we are asking for a thorough investigation into Mr. Gutsuzian's conduct. It is critical to determine whether his actions reflect broader issues that could affect the fair administration of municipal law in Lower Saucon Township, as well as the competence of his legal representation to the township and others. Furthermore, an investigation will help ensure accountability and demonstrate that no one, regardless of position, is above the law. We are confident that your office has the expertise, authority, and impartiality to conduct a comprehensive investigation into these matters. We kindly request that you keep us informed of any developments and actions taken as a result of your inquiry. On behalf of the residents and taxpayers of Lower Saucon Township, thank you for your prompt attention to this request. Sincerely, Jason Bononis, Esquire, Lower Saucon Township
You purporting
Councilman.
to represent the
Sincerely,
residents of the township
Sincerely,
in your...
Thomas C. Carochi, Esquire, Lower Saucon Township Councilman.
It
So-
sounded like he recited that he
I'm not done
represented
speaking,
something.
so don't
He
interrupt
said-
me. Don't interrupt me. I'm not done speaking.
Residents.
Would you stop her?
Did you
Would stop
repeat?
her?
You were reading it.
Stop her.
What are you doing? He's
Did
not
you
done
re-
yet.
Did you say that
Stop
you were
interrupting me.
representing the residents
so
on behalf of the residents of Lower Saucon
She's so
Township?
spineless.
She's asking me a question.
Finish and then you
She'll
can
have her.
She's asking me a
Okay.
question. So that has been submitted to the disciplinary board on behalf of myself, Tom Carochi, and on behalf of ourselves and others as residents and taxpayers of the township. We certainly are not retained, to answer your stupid question, we are certainly not retained to represent them in this matter. It is signed by us. We are expressing appreciation to the disciplinary board to take these issues seriously. I wish that you would take some things seriously when you consider the things that you're doing here on council. But we are doing this on behalf of ourselves, individually as councilmen on this council, as well as residents and taxpayers and other like-minded people that may share the same concerns. We've heard from people who have stood up at that podium numerous times over the past several meetings that have expressed concerns to us. And I think that the residents and taxpayers, I don't bring this forward to grandstand, okay? I bring this forward so that the residents and taxpayers who have stood up here and think that it's hopeless and that these clowns that are on this council are going to continue to get away with this bad behavior. It's not going to happen. And we've taken steps to try to address this. And I'm hoping that the disciplinary board takes this seriously and addresses it, not just on behalf of myself as a signer to this, and Tom Carochi as a signer to this complaint, but also everybody who is affected by these decisions here. So the other thing that I would point out that the other thing that I didn't bring up earlier about my concerns about Mr. Gutsuzian is the fact that he disclosed to us, or we learned, that Mark Arand, who is the attorney who represented the library in the matter in which the township was involved, is now affiliated with his firm. And we've never received anything to document any Chinese wall, they call it a Chinese wall in law firms, to segregate communications and information that is being undertaken by Mr. Gutsuzian on behalf of the township from activities that have been or will be undertaken by Mr. Arand on behalf of Hellertown Area Library. So all of those things cause me great concern. There's been a motion made to appoint him as the solicitor. One thing that I have never seen here, and I want to get a copy of it, and I think it's our right to receive a copy of this, is a copy of Mr. Gutsuzian's legal malpractice insurance policy and declaration page. The acts that were undertaken by him to reverse course unilaterally without council approval and in violation of the Sunshine Act potentially subjects the township to loss of revenue estimated at between $72 and $80 million. $72 and $80 million. I'm highly confident that, and that's through the host municipal agreement and the anticipated revenue that the township would receive over the 18-year projected lifespan of the landfill expansion. If that comes to fruition, the taxpayers will be out $72 to $80 million and have to pay those taxes out of their own pocket. If that occurs, it's the result of actions that were undertaken by Mr. Gutsuzian, which I believe are, and as others believe, are in violation of the law. And his legal malpractice carrier should compensate the township for that lost potential host fee revenue. I highly doubt that he has policy limits that would cover $72 to $80 million. I don't know what they are. We need to know because we need to know what sort of excess exposure exists, or maybe he has an umbrella policy that's $100 million, and that would cover this. That would be great, because then the township is at least covered as the litigation works its way through the legal process. But I suspect he does not have enough insurance, and I would ask that he produce a copy. If, you know, we all know how this motion is going to go, right? We all know how they're going to vote. I would hope that the others on this council would exercise their fiduciary duty to the members of this township, the residents and taxpayers of this township, and request a copy of that so they know exactly what they've brought upon the township and how the hell they're going to find some alternate source of money if they're somehow successful on this to compensate the township for its damages that are ensuing as a result of what has taken place here. So I know I spoke for quite a while, but I think it's very important. I think that it's important to have a competent, ethical, transparent, cooperative solicitor, and we do not have one here. We had one. We had one who worked very well for 23 years, and he's no longer here. We're now dealing with the consequences of this. And the consequences of this are culminating, at least in part, with this disciplinary investigation. And the disciplinary board will do its thing, and they'll gather information, and they'll have a hearing, I guess, and they'll figure out if there's a basis for any type of disciplinary action. And, Mr. Gutsuzian was warned about this. He was warned and told. And look, I've never done this. I've never filed a disciplinary action against another lawyer. I don't do it lightly. I really troubles me to have to do this, but we were left with no choice. When we point out the bad tasks and the bad deeds, and we're met with a response that is flippant, arrogant, and inattentive to these legitimate concerns, then you bring it upon yourself. So I bring this forward with a heavy heart, but I don't bring it forward with any level of embarrassment whatsoever, because we were forced to do this, and every opportunity was given, and it's really a shame that the township has come to this low point. They're going to vote on whatever they vote on, but this process is in the works, and I expect there's going to probably be other potential disciplinary and/or ethic investigations coming forward, perhaps by other residents and taxpayers. Perhaps, as this process goes along, more information will be identified. And I'll keep you posted as to what I find out on that litigation in the borough of West Easton, and what appears to be, or at least to me, in my opinion, some problems that we don't want happening here in the township.
Yeah,
Are you going to provide the paperwork that supports?
Wait a minute, we go by alphabetical order. Jason spoke. I'm sure you have a lot of questions, but when it's your turn, you can ask the questions. So Tom, you'll be next.
Yeah, Jason, I do have the copy of the civil action of the West Easton LP versus Borough Council, and the only attorney for the defendant is Stephen N. Gutsuzian, no one else from his firm is listed on this, and the court denied the defendant's motion for a summary judgment, so he lost that case. I agree with what Jason said, and I signed my name. We really had no choice. When you have a solicitor that is making court filings without notifying the council and without any type of public authorization to do that,
you're left with no choice. You have to try and say, we told him, we thought that was wrong, and he should have notified us. And again, he didn't really respond. Jason did it in an email as well. And, we have to prevent this from, try and prevent it at least from happening again. We're represented, we're elected by the people. We have the right to know what our solicitor is filing in the courts. And quite frankly, before he files it, before he files, not after the fact. And we're not being accorded that really basic a right as a client. And we really had no choice. You have no choice. It's tough to look the other way on that when it's happened. It's happened. And the good thing, I just talk about some other things. I'm not going to get into any depth on anything, but people, since all this has started, I get phone calls almost every day, certainly at least every couple of days, with people with information on Mr. Goodsouzian, and most of it is not good. I've only found one guy that spoke highly of him, one attorney in Northampton County that spoke highly of him. So, I'm looking at some other stuff, only because the residents of this township deserve to know exactly what type of attorney we're paying $180 an hour to. It's taxpayer dollars, as Ms. Slavic said. It's not government money. It's not your money. And they should have, the taxpayer should have an expectation that if we hire a solicitor, he should be ethical and have integrity and represent the township without conflicts of interest. We've already seen a quid pro quo relationship tonight that was exposed. And this is the kind of stuff I hear from people. And this is the kind of stuff I'm going to try and follow up on because the public deserves to know. It's just that simple. So they'll do whatever they want here, but I'm not going to stop exposing, like I did tonight, a quid pro quo relationship with a $225 an hour law firm that he will not even just say, I won't take any more referrals from that firm while I'm solicitor of the township. Not forever, just while he's solicitor. He won't even do that. That just proves, what it is and why Jason and I had to take the step we did today, and why further steps and further investigation by myself and anybody else I can wrangle in to help me needs to continue, because that's going to continue, right? Right? These referrals from this new law firm we just hired to him are going to continue. He made that clear. He made that absolutely clear. So thank you, Jason, for that great summary. And again, I made a motion to terminate Mr. Goodsouzian. It was seconded. I don't know why that's not being voted on.
Because you were not in order. You weren't speaking at the right time. So
Just
sorry, you weren't
another point of
recognized.
clarification, just on something you said, and what I said earlier. The Borough of West Easton also has another scandal that I believe occurred during Mr. Goodsouzian's time as solicitor, and there was a township official who had not received a trash bill for 5 years. And I think that reflects poorly upon the legal oversight that was being provided to the town. Now, I don't know, to the borough. I don't know if Mr. Goodsouzian was the solicitor for the entirety of that or part of it, but, it's something else that I think is just, I think it reflects very poorly upon what's going on.
It's concerning that, again, but it's
I hope that doesn't happen here, that somehow some member of this council gets some favorable treatment or some financial benefit because, you nod and a wink and turn your head the other way.
Okay, so you already had a chance to go. Now it's Tom's turn.
Right. Clarifying, we're having a conversation. He's not, Tom, am I interrupting you?
No.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. I didn't think I was.
But it's par for the course what I'm hearing, like the West Easton, the borough of West Easton. He wanted to handle it himself at his own firm so they could bill. He didn't want to give it to the insurance company for West Easton. They screwed it up. He lost. And now the insurance company said, hold on, you had to bring us in earlier to defend you and do all this. This is my understanding of what I found out so far from talking to a few people and doing that. So all you had to do is make a phone call and not be greedy for the money let the insurance hire their defense and do it. And at least if they lost, the insurance company would pay
Well, Tom, to that point, it's a public record because there's a deposition transcript attached to that motion, right? Am I interrupting you?
I don't have that deposition.
I'm interrupting you, right? Yeah.
No,
Thank you.
I don't
Thanks,
have, there
Priscilla.
is a
It's nice when you
deposition.
try to enforce it, we're having a conversation.
There's I understand there is a deposition, I'm trying to get it, where the township manager says that, yeah, we you know, Steve didn't call, we didn't do this.
What's the
And
turnover?
Mr. Goodsuzian's in that deposition, and he tries to shut it that line of questioning.
There's actually an objection that he raised.
That's what I've heard of that. I have not seen that yet, but the people that have briefed me have told me that. And this is the danger when people are like, oh, it's just a solicitor. What's the big deal? Well, it could be a really big deal to the borough of West Easton that they didn't have a solicitor. That all you did simply do was make a phone call, and but you know he was going to handle it. He was going to build the borough. You know, not the insurance company. Well, we'll do it. You know, he'll do it less expensively, I guess.
Yeah, and they're talking thousands of dollars. We're talking millions of dollars here.
Yeah,
Millions of dollars to the town.
with right. Like I said, again, I'll reiterate, the borough of West Easton, which he claims he represents adequately, is 0.3 miles, square miles, 0.3 square miles, with 1,500 residents. And we have 11,000 residents. So we've brought up the ethical concerns and the integrity concerns, but he's also in over his head. And that's what's happened with these potential sunshine violations. Some of them I think are intentional. I do. I really think they're intentional because I think it's a strategy. But others, I think, are just not I just don't think he understands and knows. He's never dealt with a township this size. And he's in over his head. And that's why we shouldn't make him a permanent solicitor. He shouldn't even be an interim, quite frankly. That's it.
Okay, I'll go next. My recollection of the executive session we had, whatever that date was, a couple weeks ago.
You can't even remember the date? Now you're going to have a recollection about details of it? Okay.
Oh, please.
Okay, you
It
can't even
was,
remember the date?
What, April 3rd? April 3rd.
Yeah, Steve will confirm that for you, then I'll tell you what to say.
No, nobody tells me what to say. I think you should know that better for me.
I don't.
Yeah, please.
Why did you look at him and ask him then?
Excuse me?
Why did you look at him and ask him?
Yeah. You did. You looked at him and asked him when the date was and what
Just make your statement, Priscilla. Stop talking to these.
My recollection is a lot different from that night. And you guys were arguing, cursing, doing all kinds of stuff, and we were having conversations and about what the strategy and all that stuff. So I can understand why you don't remember. So that's all I have to say. Victoria?
We don't remember.
Conversation that he wouldn't
think-
tell the name of the person he was negotiating.
I think that it's,
Conversation.
I think this motion is appropriate.
Never voted on it.
Victoria is speaking now.
She's interrupted me a million times, Priscilla. Come
Yeah,
on.
she has. She
Come
hasn't
on.
done anything.
Hey,
about it.
you're
Goes
acting
around,
like
comes around.
you're acting like the person you are, that everybody can see.
Your nemesis. I love it.
At least he's worked for the past 40 years for his money.
So first, I want to say that, I want to say thank you to Mr. Gazuzian for all of the work that he has provided our township in a situation where we have two council people that have taken upon a course of conduct that is not to better or further the township business, not to help our residents, but to obstruct the orderly and daily business and to obstruct the completion of our meetings. We're now close to midnight. We've had lots of bantering, name calling, interruptions, and it's just unbecoming. And I really do feel sorry for the two councilmen that have stooped to this level in their own professional lives as attorneys. I think it's inappropriate to conduct themselves that way, but they have chosen so much to do that. So I want to thank Mr. Gazuzian for all the hard work that he has done for our township. I am confident, I'm highly confident in his abilities, and I appreciate what he's done, and I look forward to continuing to work with him. I also want to reiterate that when you hear certain things come from certain council people, it is opinion. It is not fact because it comes. Just like what I say, you can take what I say as an opinion, but as my personal opinion or their personal opinion, but because it comes out of somebody's mouth, it doesn't make it fact. I refer everybody to look at all of the council meeting minutes. They can decide for themselves what they think. Mr. Gazouzian certainly came up here and was berated his first day here under questioning about his abilities to do things. He has done things wonderfully. I appreciate that. There was one other thing I wanted to say. I just wanted to make sure that I had a question for Mr. Bononis. He seemed to be reading from a piece of paper, and he said he had prepared it and they filed it and he wanted to present that to the township. And at least my recollection, maybe the YouTube will reflect that, he said that he signed it on behalf of himself and Mr. Carochi and on behalf of the residents.
I submitted it, not signed it,
so,
submitted it.
so you submitted it on behalf of the residents?
No, I submitted it on behalf of myself and Mr. Carochi.
So if you have that record, if you have that document that you submitted to the Ethics Commission, I would appreciate that you make that a record for us to see so that we can read what you did indicate that you said on behalf of people. Because if in fact you did, if in fact you did represent your accusation on behalf of the township, I would remind you that you haven't had a motion, you haven't had a second, and you haven't had a council vote to authorize the actions that you said that you undertook, if that's what it says. I mean, maybe I'm wrong, maybe your piece of paper says something different, but if you provide that piece of paper, we can see in fact what you said. Are you?
File a right to know,
Oh,
just like you do. I'm gonna turn it over. I just read the whole thing. I read it into the record. It's all there. The minutes will be transcribed. Read it. Take the time to read it.
I say again to the public,
And
this
by the
is a
way, it
prime
was submitted
example.
electronically.
Them accuse council, you heard them accuse me and other people on council of doing things, not providing paperwork and not doing this and not doing that. And Mr. Bononis, as we sit here right now, is not providing paperwork. So I just end that to say you take what he has to say with a grain of salt. I appreciate the C-SPAN audition, and I look forward to working with Mr. Gazouzian. Thank you.
Okay, Laura?
So I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, but after sitting up here for all these meetings this year with all this behavior that's rude, inappropriate, disrespectful, interruptive, it's a wonder that anybody would want to be a solicitor here in this township, because it's ridiculous, the abuse that's being given to not only our solicitor, but to all of us up here. It's not appropriate. And we're wasting a lot of time and money on this. So I am happy that we have Mr. Gazouzian as our solicitor.
Okay, thank you, Laura.
I need to respond to Victoria's question. So
he can cover up.
She doesn't know this, which reflects upon her legal acumen, perhaps. The Disciplinary Board of the Supreme Court of Pennsylvania is dedicated to protecting the public, maintaining the integrity of the legal profession, and safeguarding the reputation of the courts. That's why it was submitted. It was submitted by Tom and I to protect the public. The public are the residents and taxpayers. That's who the public is. I know it's hard to follow.
You represent yourself as? For yourself or for the public? Because if you represented yourself on behalf of the public, then you made actions without authorization of counsel.
Here's the thing. I'm not the township solicitor. I'm not the township solicitor.
Please, you're not supposed to be talking from the audience. Well, yeah, I'm gonna gavel her because she's out of order. Absolutely, she's out of order. So if council's finished with the discussion, I'm gonna open it up to public comment. You're more than welcome to take the podium.
I'm not done.
Yes, you are. You already had 50 million times.
You said if.
I'll recognize.
Not done.
And
So,
I
thank you.
changed my mind.
I recognize Jason.
I'm sorry.
Have you received
I recognize Jason. Go ahead, you're standing.
the township policy to get insurance policies from vendors that are doing work on behalf of the township? In other words, if we have a contractor, are they required to be bonded and insured?
Yes.
And they have to provide written paperwork to us, right?
Yes.
So is it the same for a solicitor or an engineer or anybody like that they have to provide proof of insurance?
We haven't done that for years.
Why not? I mean, don't you think that's smart for us to do?
I do think it's smart for us to do, but as you know, Hanover Engineering has been here for ever. Link was here forever.
Yeah.
I think that's a good policy to start doing that.
Can you put that on the agenda for the next meeting?
Absolutely.
Policy, township policy and an ordinance to require proof of insurance proof of valid insurance for anybody that's doing work on behalf of the township.
Okay,
You
now
have that
public
now.
comment.
Thank you.
Please come up.
So, Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon. I do live in Lower Saucon Township. Anybody looks at my Facebook, you'll see it's in Allentown because I don't really care about Facebook. But I vote here and you can check the voting records. So I consulted a friend of mine. He's a very well-known attorney in the Valley, so I won't divulge his name. I asked his opinion about what a solicitor does. And this is what I told him. I said, I think that some people on the board are dictating to him what to do. And his response was, that's not his job. He's the board solicitor. He's not the board solicitor. He's the township solicitor. And the protection of the township is his job. Right?
Clear to me.
Y'all agree?
Agree.
Okay. So now what happened was you all are backpedaling on an old meeting that you're saying you passed something in the executive board, but these two weren't listening because they're talking a lot. And so now you're going to tell us that what he did, filing in a lawsuit. So you all voted last year to expand the landfill. Like it or not,
Vote for that.
but like it or not, that's what happened. That's what this council did. So you can't come on here and decide, I don't like that, so I'm gonna break every rule, I'm gonna do whatever I want, and you wanna uphold rules for other people, but you don't wanna uphold rules for yourself. And you can't do that. You might not like the landfill. I don't even know if I like the landfill, to be honest. But you know what? We voted for people on this council, and that's what they decided. And you went behind everybody's back, and you're the solicitor. You're supposed to tell them what to do. You're supposed to advise them on legalities. And they advised you. They found you, they sought you out. This is just my surmise, because this is what I see.
So you don't know the truth, you're just surmising.
No, I don't know
That's
the
true.
truth of how you came
true.
upon him.
Yeah.
I don't know how my point is, I don't know the truth of how you found Attorney Gaduzian and how you decided that he was going to be our interim solicitor. All I see is that someone on your council, or many on your council, decided to go to him and tell him to file suit with the citizens against the landfill.
The suit was pending. It's an active lawsuit, one of many active lawsuits against the former
don't
council.
interrupt her.
There's no new
But I
action.
understand that, but you're not really supposed to do that. You weren't really supposed to do that. He was supposed to tell you that you're not allowed to do that. See,
You
but
have no idea whether that happened or not.
well, but you filed the lawsuit. You filed the brief for the lawsuit.
Yeah.
The lawsuit's pending.
Well, yeah, it was already.
Result is you did something illegal that you weren't supposed to do.
I appreciate your comment, it's just
That's
inaccurate.
exactly right.
And your lawyer didn't tell you otherwise. It
I
doesn't
told
matter
you
if you
that.
don't like the landfill.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. It was a done deal.
Not only that.
Quit the
so-
council and then join in the lawsuit against the landfill. That's your
Mr.
answer.
Bononis is the one that got off the dais and sat in the audience last week, or last
But I
meeting,
didn't quit
so.
the council. I just wanted to see the
I
shocked
mean,
look
it
on your
doesn't-
face as you squirmed because you
I'm
knew you
going
got
by
caught.
what I was told of what a solicitor does, and you all agreed to it. You all agreed that's true.
Law, there's, if you
But-
go on
Oh,
our
yeah, no,
website.
The point is that we have an executive session where the members up here have certain things that happen. And as a member of public, I can appreciate that you hear from certain members of our council and tell you certain things, but to adopt them as fact is a different thing.
Hear from the
to correct that,
council.
that
We didn't hear
your-
from the council
your
on that. We heard from
understanding
the
of the
lawyer.
facts
We heard
are
from the
different
lawyer
than
of
ours.
which
And she
the
wasn't in our
lawsuit was
executive
filed
session
against.
either. She was not in our executive
Why
session
won't you
either.
let her speak?
So, Ms.
I-
Slavic,
yes.
the way we found out about this was actually through the landfill's lawyer when she stood up here.
Right.
So Mr. Gadsouzian undertook this action, never received approval for it in an executive session.
Yes,
It was
he
never
did.
discussed, it was never discussed out here in
We've
a
been
public
over
session
this
to vote on it,
multiple
to
times.
disclose to the public what was taking place, undertook it, didn't produce a copy of it, and we found out through the lawyer for the landfill. And I actually sent an email to him requesting a copy of this, and it took a few days until he got it to me. I mean, and it's not a really complicated document. It's only 2 or 3 sentences long. You know, it's probably $1 million a character if you look at the totality of what's in the document. But he wouldn't even share that with us before. He had to get filed in secret Not, it was never like, hey, I'm gonna file this just so you know. No. That was not.
Characterization of being illegal. I'm not, because you're talking and you're saying you're saying things that aren't accurate, so.
At the same time.
If we're gonna talk about
where he said, I'm gonna
truths
file, just gave a heads up notice.
positions.
President,
No one really
I'm
heard.
trying to speak. I can't help them.
No one really heard this the last meeting, you know, when the lawyer got up and told us what happened. None of you got up and said, oh, no, we voted on that.
Right, exactly.
Voted on that.
Exactly.
See,
Right.
see, it took you a while.
Yeah.
You're wrong. You're an attorney and you have ethics and you're wrong. I'm sorry, but you're wrong. What you did was wrong and you know that. You know that because you sat there and you said nothing.
Exactly.
And now all of a sudden, 2 weeks later or 3 weeks later,
Yep.
you all make up a story. And you know, I'm surprised at you, Laura Ray. I really am. I'm surprised that you go along with this. Think about it. Sleep on it.
I'm not going along
She
with
would,
anything. That was what
that's
happened
not,
in our.
and you know it because on April 3rd, we came out of that, meeting and they didn't mention anything about that.
2 or 3
public.
weeks later, we
That's
hear
right.
a different
That's
story.
right.
We
That's
hear you
right.
guys all of a sudden.
And then you're right. You're exactly right. They sat there last week.
We are on to you,
Yes.
okay? Some of your followers may not be, but we are. So just
That's right.
you know.
You
And then
can't
instead
pay
of
me
having,
any stuff anyway, so I don't.
You know.
having this story 2 weeks ago, they had to come up with it for tonight's meeting. Because you're right, they sat
There's no
stone silence.
story.
There was no news. They had to make their story up, their cover up. They had to get
got
the
caught. They didn't know
cover
what
up
to do.
together. That's
It's
right.
just,
Time to think
That's
about
right.
it.
just hope we have a,
You're gonna let her speak? I'm sorry.
let's just hope we
I'm
have
sure
a
this will be on the
judge
cover
in the
morning call,
lawsuit
too.
that's fair and balanced. But let's hope we have a judge in the lawsuit that's fair and balanced, and we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Sure. Oh, boy. You want to speak? Go ahead. Wow. I'm on a clock here. I had written quite a bit about this, and I think, geez, Jason took the wind right out of my sails because those were the things that I was going to say. But looking backwards, I have to laugh because Optof Kadera here says, well, you need to give us that document. And Jason says, yeah, all right to know. I remember specifically asking you, Priscilla, for your letter to and response from the Ethics Committee, both of them. Well, guess what? I now have them. And you know what? I will work on this a little bit, but it's clear what you said to the Ethics Committee was not true. It's like saying, would you please judge my dog when it's a chicken? Now, I'm not gonna, you know what I mean.
No, I
You said,
don't.
you want me to be specific? You said, I absolutely have no interest, no monetary interest in cell tower, okay? I think that was it. Right, and you do because you went on and on about the value of houses going up and down.
That was a lie. Kate Durso did
And
not, I did
let's
not
just
say
leave
that.
it alone because you,
I'm not
the
leaving it
point
alone.
I'm trying to make is you wouldn't give those to me. I asked you for them and you told me you got to file for it. And I think I might even have, I asked maybe even Kathy for it. No, you got to file
here
for
and I
it.
gave it to you.
No, you gave it to the attorney. You didn't give it to me.
Oh, sorry.
Well, you're not sorry.
The topic is the
I
appointment
am.
of.
Don't
Two
tell
of
me
them.
what I am,
And
okay? Don't, please
And you
don't
what
put
you
words in
are.
my mouth.
You're not. It's
Do
like
not put
she's
words
not
in my
sorry
mouth.
either. And I have 3 minutes, okay.
But you're not talking about the topic that is on the agenda right now.
Do you want to say something to me? Then you
Let's
ask
raise
her
talk
if
and
you can
stop the
talk
talk.
to me. Because you and your endless, oh, gee, Jason and Tom, what's wrong with they're filing all these right to know? Well, now we know why you are trying to protect.
We're talking
Yeah,
about
I
the
know why we're
appointment of the
trying to
attorney.
protect the right to know that you don't want to see in public. Because it's real dirty
No, it's public
laundry.
Documents, you have them. There's no cover up. They're right to know documents, you got them.
We do now, but guess what? It takes a
Why it's
lot.
right to know. It's public
I'm
record.
sorry. Do you want to give me some time back, Miss In Your Face?
I'm responding to the.
No, you're not. I'm talking to her.
Okay,
And
well.
if it's tag team, her, and you, then it's the cover-up girls, just as somebody said. And I'm really tired of you
That
just
is
jumping
the-
in people's face.
The attorney.
All right, now, is it my turn with you? Go ahead. Go ahead, tell the public you don't want Jason or anybody to know what's going on. I see Gaduzzi in there, yeah, he's got his own game going, but the bottom line is you, Laura Ray, you, Priscilla DeLeon, and you, Victoria Optoff-Cadere, you picked him out and you back him. And she says jump and you all say, yep. And I don't like that. There is absolutely nothing that I can say that is good about what's happening here with you. And you make it seem like Jason is bad. Jason is open. Those filings, those things are public. If you could hide those, Laura Ray, you would have hidden them. And believe me, when I dig through the other...
They were disclosing a right to know.
Other...
Because they were being hidden, because you got
Okay,
them.
you keep talking. When you're done, you let me
They're
know.
being hidden, how are they being disclosed?
Victoria, there's a resident speaking. He has the floor.
Well, there's a
Please.
There's, it's a first tonight.
Oh, it is not.
It only took 6 hours.
Can you rewind my clock while she continues to interrupt me and you...
2 more minutes.
You continue to do nothing. That's part of the game. We're all so nice little girls while all this stuff's going on that you're trying to hide.
Very evil.
Yeah, keep smiling.
No, I'm a nice little girl. I like that.
Yeah, well, you're going to like it a lot more, I guess,
I guess.
when all this comes out, and it's coming.
Okay.
All right, so let's see here. And as far as Laura Ray sitting there saying, oh, abuse of us at the council meeting. Yeah, I'm working 8 hours, 16 hours. I know about West Easton because I spent the time to look up Mr. Stephen Gadasian. And the bottom line is, it took me a long time to even find where West Easton was. But then when I did, and I used Google and matched the name of the attorney, and some prominent things jumped up, and we heard about them tonight. They're all there. It's lovely. Don't look so uncertain.
I just want a point of clarification. Is Tricia Mezzacapa from West Easton?
Please, let him finish, please.
Okay. Is he done? Are you finished? I'm sorry, go ahead.
He's not finished.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I had some more time. I
Yes.
heard 2 more minutes, right? You want to take that away from me?
She does.
So this idea that I'd asked Mr. Gadasian about before, did you file that document on your own to change the direction of the lawsuits, or were you given, or who told you to do it on the council? How many people on the council said you go file this document, or did you just do it on your own? That was the question I had. I'm not really good at the, necessarily the names of these documents, but that's the question, and I think Jason Bonone is sitting next to you, asked that. So perhaps you could tell us, did you do that of your own volition, or were you instructed to do it?
I'm not gonna answer that. You're asking me to, I'm not gonna answer it.
Cover
Why?
up, continue.
You don't want to incriminate yourself?
Exactly.
What? You don't like me?
Exactly.
You're not to?
Do you want me to answer? The reason is that because it is executive, it is litigation. One does not, hold on. One does not simply say, here's what happened, here's the inside of what went on. We don't do that. It's difficult to understand sometimes if this is not what you do, but that's the way it works.
Well, it's not what you do, and it's obviously difficult for you to understand.
Here's the
I
thing.
get
What you do.
Assume what he says is true, which is not. There was never a public vote on the action.
Right. Absolutely.
And there was no defense to it at the last council meeting when it was brought forward. Right. It wasn't until 2 weeks, more than 2 weeks later, that they're trying to find some way to cover it up.
So here's the short answer. The short answer is it was not required last meeting. It was done this meeting.
Right, 2 meetings ago. 2 meetings ago it was required. April 3rd.
And this meeting it was done and it's ratified. So even
Right.
hold on.
There's nothing to see.
Even
Nothing to see.
if there was an issue, which I indicate there isn't, but even if there was an issue, whatever issue there was is now gone. I know you're upset about that.
There we go. There
I
it
know
is.
you don't like it.
Upset about it. I would like to think that,
So we have
that
to make an issue go away because we screwed it up so bad the first time, a month
your
ago.
colleagues that sit at the top of the heap and can be real pleased with that. Just because the three newly elected just swept it under the rug doesn't mean it goes away. You still did it. And I don't care how you frame it or how unimportant you seem to think it is. To me, that's a moral issue which goes way over that.
Good point. What was framed in this motion today was to continue the direction, continue direction. Those were the exact words. There was never an initiation.
You never start.
The direction.
If you don't have a direction, of course you don't know physics, so you don't know what vectors are. So if you don't have a starting point, then you don't have any direction to go, and it's random. I like the way you phrase it, though. It just makes it all seem, and this one over here, how she smiles when she says all these little things, and over here we have, well, she's very quiet.
No, she don't know.
It just kills me. It kills me because it's so rotten.
I just have a point of clarification. Is Tricia Mezzacapa from West Easton? So the public should realize that Tricia Mezzacapa from West Easton, where we've heard the two council members go on and on and on and on about how terrible Tricia how West Easton is terrible. And I think she was elected.
I never said her name. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't put words in my mouth.
But either way, the public should know that Tricia Mezzacapa, who I think was an elected official in West Easton at some point, the borough that we're all having, concerns about, she is one of the litigants supporting the township in their lawsuit against Hal. So the very people that you're complaining about in West Easton that were so nefarious and West Easton this and West Easton that and all this stuff is going on in West Easton, you asked the same people to help you with your lawsuit against Hal. So I just wanted that point of clarification.
Spoken to
Mezzacapa is involved in the litigation that we paid Ecker Siemens
with
to
Tricia
help us with.
Mezzacapa. I don't know who she is.
But we can go
Your
on.
use of her name is the first time I have heard her name. I do not know Tricia Mezzacapa. So don't suggest that we're somehow doing something because I've never communicated with her. Ever.
What does that have to do with the West Easton LP and an Americans with Disability Act case where Goodsouzian forgets to call the insurance company or doesn't call the insurance company because he's greedy? And what does that have to do with anything?
Okay, we have public comment, ma'am. I think what amazed me through all this, listening to all the incidents of the violation of the Sunshine Act, and how it was just, oh, well, doesn't matter. That is what impressed me the most. I cannot believe it, that you don't take it seriously. And the other question is, what is the procedure for attaining a solicitor? Is there a group that submits names? Do people apply for it? How does that work?
Tara Zorinsky gave her Steve's name or something like that, and
So
they were hired. If it was political, they make sure that he's politically a Democrat. Make sure he's a Democrat. They want to make sure he's a Democrat.
Every year the council has the ability.
No other resumes.
Make sure he's a Democrat.
Advertised, never advertised, no resumes.
Same time.
Right.
Excuse me, I have the floor.
You do have the floor.
So are you saying there's not a committee, just one of you says, oh, let's get this?
Yes.
That's not how
That
it
was
happens.
Priscilla.
Was there, were names submitted?
The solicitor for 16 days.
No. And there was never advertised.
Never advertised.
He just showed up.
They reappoint
How is that?
every year the council reappoints solicitors. The solicitors serve.
Who's the council?
The council is all five members
So
vote.
all five of you.
All five
never
members
provided.
vote
No.
on appointing a solicitor every year. It happens every year. The solicitor
I know
serves
that. That's not my question.
at the pleasure of the council. So this year, a solicitor was appointed, an
Lasted
interim
16
solicitor
days.
was appointed, and now there's another motion to make Mr. Guzouzian the solicitor.
So who appointed? I mean, did you put names out? Did you
No.
advertise?
No.
Mr. Goodsouzian was a fundraiser for Tara Zorinsky, and I think it was
Solicitors have
sharing her
not been advertised in
campaign.
this township
And that's
for
how it came
years,
to Ms.
decades.
De Leon's attention, and that's
Every year.
how he was appointed. But before that, we had a guy that lasted 16 days that Priscilla also found that was an environmental attorney. But no, it's never been put out to bid or advertised, ever.
Under your tenure as a rep.
public bid or
I don't think you've
advertised.
ever advertised the
So-
position either.
you
It
know,
seems
it's never
to
been-
me that there isn't any policies and procedure. Do you have a manual? Does it, in there, does it tell you what the policies and the procedures? Have you had training on this? I mean, it just seems like this is all fly by, you know, 3 of you against 2 or 2 against 3. And it just is just unbelievable that it doesn't matter what's right or wrong, you're just gonna pick sides. And for the 3 of you to sit there, you 3 ladies, and not be concerned about some of this, especially the sunshine law, it's been stated how many times?
People are stating there's violations, it doesn't make it true.
I am talking.
Need to clarify that for you.
I am speaking. How often has she done that tonight? And you, Madam President, have left her get away with it.
That's your opinion, thank you.
It is, I didn't hear you gavel her down.
I
Not once.
most certainly
Not
did.
once.
12:05.
Just said Victoria.
Well, not once on May 1st, once on May 2nd.
Please.
Valid point.
Every time someone comes up here to talk, she makes her comments, okay? So let us, we're the taxpayers. We want these answers. And it just seems to me a lot of this is just revenge or spitefulness or something.
Ignorance.
And to have an attorney that most of the time doesn't even answer the questions, can simply recuse himself, that's questionable. That's questionable, regardless of anything else. And so think about this, what is going on here, and stop just being, oh, I'm against them. Just think about this.
Why do you think that?
Because it's always, I watch the 3 of you, and I just see this all the time. And I'm just saying, this is serious. We have some serious violations here.
Allegations of serious violations.
Allegations.
They are.
Violations
but
that have been
we've had
found.
other attorneys quote it, and even if they're allegations, they should be concerns. They should be concerns.
We're absolutely concerned about people's allegations. We're just trying to explain to the public that because there's allegations made by some people, it doesn't make them true. And we have different.
They're so concerned they're going to vote for this motion. They're
whether
so
they're
concerned, instead of
accurate or
tabling it and leaving the interim tag on them or doing something else, they're so concerned, they're just going to say they're concerned and they're still going to vote for them. That tells you how concerned they are.
I mean, why make this decision tonight? Because there really are some questions here, really some questions about if this is the right person.
Right.
And we really need to look into this. Maybe he is, but things have been brought up, and I think we need to look at it before we make this decision tonight. What does it matter?
Well, they have to stick together because they have to continue the lie of what happened in that executive session,
I know,
April
but I am-
3rd.
I am
So they
very-
need Steve as a permanent guy.
I'm very disappointed that, at the way this is all being played out, and to see that there are questions on policies and procedures. There doesn't seem to be anything in writing, and I just wish you would consider and just think about this before you go ahead. Consider it's right.
Yeah, there's no reason to do it tonight, but they got to keep Steve and all 4 of them got to stay together here
Circle
to
the
come up
wagons.
with to keep the story going about what happened in the executive session on April 3rd.
So anybody else in the audience wish to speak?
I do have one question.
Well, Mark's coming up to this podium.
Okay, maybe you give me a second. In your reorganization of the agenda,
We
Get
can't,
to
yeah,
go
we
to
don't.
second time. Mark's turn. Mark?
Here's that article back.
When the lawyer was hired for $290 an hour by Lincoln Treadwell, was there discussion on that? Was there a list of lawyers submitted that council and the public could review when they were hired? No, I don't
He was a
think so.
lawyer who previously did work for the township, to answer your question.
He was the special project.
Not on library.
He was a special project. That
He was a
special
labor
project.
attorney.
That was a special project. He was.
The answer is no, Mark, sorry.
The answer is yes.
So, as far as the people that come here, now about the way things are going, no matter whose side it's on. I don't recall seeing some of them here when the Bananas crew was in office doing what they wanted to do and they ran amok over the township. I didn't hear them here to stick up for them. I didn't hear them here to battle them on the things that they did against the public. I didn't.
Okay, speak to the chair, please.
I'm speaking to the chair.
Okay, you're not looking at me.
I was watching somebody shake his brains.
Who is Marco Zimic? Clearly falls into the dangerous category. The Zimic was recently convicted of disorderly conduct
Had the
for
floor.
making death threats against the Lower Saucon Township.
God,
President Jason Bananas.
I wish I could have the officer remove him.
This recent conviction is not the first
Heck, you
encounter he's had
can.
with the law. Zimic crashed his pickup truck into a car while
There's a
drunk.
code of conduct, and we have the
Oh, my God.
public is trying to present their comments.
Truth hurts.
How,
When you report to the chief tomorrow, or to whoever you report to,
Is he supposed to be addressing the police officer? I mean,
you need to
come on.
file this
Addressing the
complaint.
chair.
Supposed to be addressing the chair, not the police officer.
chair, please. Okay?
Didn't sign up for this nonsense.
So what else you want to talk about, Tom?
Okay, well, you're gonna ask.
Spill it all, spill it all, spill the whole guts.
Zimic crashed his pickup truck into a car while drunk in 1991, killing its driver.
Been to Lincoln Treadwell.
He learned that the deceased was an Air Force veteran of a Korean War
What
and a
happened to
technician with
Lincoln
AT&T. He retired early in 1987.
You're being rude, you're violating the code of conduct.
He asked me what he
He's out of order.
He asked for it. He said, go ahead. He said, sure,
Please
put it all out there.
don't let him do
He
this.
said it. He asked for it. Now you're interrupting the council member.
Ooh, I
Just
asked
respond to his
for it.
question.
He retired, so, Zimic crashed. This is factual information. This is not factual.
Are we
It
gonna,
has nothing to do with this agenda item. Don't
Yeah,
you
let's finish
understand
this
that?
up.
Did you ever go
Let's
to
finish
class
this up
and learn
now.
how to be a councilman?
People ask me who he is all the time. Residents say, who is that guy that
Okay,
stands
well,
up?
go tell them in
Then
private.
why don't you
And
send
well,
them to
there's
me?
people out there listening. I'm telling them.
Read them the story then, but
stay
I
on
am
topic?
reading
If
the
you
story.
wanna read the story, you can do that, but at a different time. We're not on that issue right now. That's not an issue for the township.
you understand that? Does
Not
your brain
township
understand
business.
That tonight we're talking about right now is this agenda item. We're not talking about what happened to Mark in his life.
He wasn't talking about the agenda item. He was asking the police officer to do something.
Well, and he made a mistake,
Hey,
okay?
I came here tonight with 6 pieces of paper for private criminal complaints that I handed out to people. And I told them that they should go home and research some of the laws and file complaints to the magistrate so that they go to the district
What does this have
attorney.
to do with the agenda item?
This does
What
not
this
have
do
anything to do with
item?
the agenda item. Please, it's, look what time it is. We need to get going. We have more agenda items.
I'm not tired.
I'm not tired either.
Mr. Gadzoozian, I'm going to take it that what you did was legal, that what you did was for the betterment of the township as a whole against the landfill, because the girls ran
Clock running,
on the assumption that they were against the landfill, and that's part of the reason they were voted in. If I was in your position, I'd do the same. As a private citizen, I might try to do the same. This nonsense got to stop. Everybody picking on each other. It's a shame. It's a shame that between the 5 of you, you're now looking out for the betterment of the township as a whole. And I'm not saying who is or who isn't. We can see that. But if anybody sticks up for the way the 2 supposedly professional lawyers act up here and agree with them.
I'm not here in a capacity as a lawyer, sir. I'm not a lawyer here. I'm a council member.
Stop interrupting the speaker.
It's just ridiculous. Don't help them tank the township. That's what they're trying to do. They want to tank the township, ruin everything, and then when they're gone, they can flop their wings and say, oh, look what we did.
Okay, thank you.
Tom,
Anybody
we're not in
else?
the majority, right? So if the township
Anybody
tanks,
else?
it's on those that had the majority.
They're in control. I don't know who you're talking about tanking.
We're gonna be the scapegoat for incompetence.
You can have a second. We're not doing project.
Was he a second?
Yeah.
Oh, you went 2 times? Oh, no, you can't speak, sorry.
I had one question and you said okay.
I'm sorry, you were not allowed to speak the second time. Okay.
On the, your agenda called for firing or acceptance was A, and then B
Get
was.
down to that one yet. We're still on C, on the resolution 48, 2024.
I just want to make sure that we're going in order, okay?
We
So
are
it's gonna
going
be,
in order.
well,
Okay,
gotta
please sit
keep
down.
track of this.
Okay, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Benonis,
This is the motion to fire Steve Gutsuzian?
No, it's a motion to appoint.
resolution.
I am paying attention. That was a motion that I made, and Tom seconded it. That was the first motion that was made.
No, it was an illegal motion because you did not have the floor. I had the floor.
What's an illegal motion? Tell me, Counselor.
An illegal motion is making a motion out of order. I had the
arrested?
floor.
I made it first.
I was making the motion.
If I may.
Get arrested for an illegal
No,
motion?
I'm asking her the question. I'm asking you what
With the
illegal
roll
motion is. I'm
call.
asking her. I'm not asking you. I'm not asking for your.
Susan, you should
your
recuse yourself.
unsolicited
This is
solicitor
about
advice.
you, about
I
your
don't want your
employment.
unsolicited. I'm asking her.
About
She
your
called it
employment. You should
illegal.
recuse yourself.
While I was making the agenda item, talking about the agenda
You
item, I
introduced it. I made a
moved.
motion.
What?
You introduced the topic, and I made the motion.
No, she
Topic.
didn't finish it.
I moved to approve the resolution, and you were interrupting out of order. You were
You
speaking
finished
out of
interrupting
order.
it, and then I made the motion. And then Tom did the same.
No, you interrupted her, you were out of order,
She
so
interrupted
your
her.
motion doesn't count.
Your
Her
motion
motion
Mr.
is the motion
Gutsuzian
that
shouldn't be
counts
talking.
because she was finishing, she has the
You should
floor.
probably leave the
Running
room.
the
President.
meeting,
You look
okay?
angry. Why are you leaning at me like that? You look so cranky.
Alleged illegal.
Tired? You must be getting tired.
And what about an illegal?
Tired.
What, you gonna arrest them? You gonna arrest them? Chronic fatigue?
Around you.
Mr. Benonis,
Chronic fatigue? Yeah.
Mr.
What is that
Benonis,
disability?
Can we do the
Chronic
roll-
fatigue. Chronic fatigue.
approval of resolution 48, 2024.
Appointment of Attorney Stephen Guzzian as Township Solicitor. That's the motion.
Just indicated that you're out of order.
We're on,
It's a shell game, like everything else they do.
It's a shell game,
Do
yeah.
something, and then you fix it later.
You want to appoint him and then you want to discuss.
Don't tell me to shut up. There's a
That was
microphone
their
in front of you.
motion. We'll get to that,
Don't tell me to
okay?
shut up.
On the agenda that.
All right, can we continue with the roll call, please?
Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Benonis,
He got locked his
This
stats.
is to appoint Steve Gutsuzian?
He's got locked
this
it
is
down.
resolution 48, 2024.
Susie's got locked it down.
Let me think about this. No.
This is a really tough one.
Ms. Top Cordero,
yes, thank you, Mr. Guzzian.
Please, no comments from the audience. We're out of order. No, I'm not out of order.
Ms. Ray,
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Gavel.
Here we
Hello,
go.
anybody can yell.
Peanut gallery.
Ms.
Watch
Ray.
out. He gets overtime.
Yes.
Okay.
Would you get control of the room?
Yes.
Would you please get control of the room? Mr. Zimick is stepping toward me. Seems like he's losing his
motion
temper.
passes
Every
3-2.
right to step in this room.
Not
Why
towards
are
me,
you
not towards
afraid
me
of
and raise
him?
his voice and interrupt what's taking place in the council meeting room. Run the meeting.
Kathy, I'm
Control
sorry.
the crowd.
Go ahead.
Motion passes 3-2.
3-2. Okay, now next on the agenda is D, which was really A, and it's the firing and/or acceptance of resignation of Attorney Stephen Guzzian as Township Solicitor, discussion of payment of services. This was requested by Mr. Benonis and Mr. Carochi. The last council meeting, Mr. Benonis also requested that Guzzian and Associates not be reimbursed for undertaking activities that were not approved by this council. So I'm gonna turn it over to you two.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I think this is an appropriate agenda item. I asked for it to be first, but you rearranged the agenda to suit your goals. You know, I think we should break the prior record of the former solicitor, which was 16 days. And I think that I assume, Kathy, you have not received a letter from Mr. Gutsuzian stating that he intended to resign his position as either interim or permanent solicitor, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so then we don't have to deal with that part of this. You know, for all the reasons that I said earlier, I would incorporate all those again by reference. I don't have to go over all those again. It's perfectly clear. He should not be our solicitor, and I will make a motion to terminate Mr. Gutsuzian's services to the township effective immediately.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. And council discussion. Jason?
Yeah, I mean, everything that I said before. I incorporated everything I said before by reference for the same reasons conflicts of interest, bad legal services, a rogue solicitor undertaking activities without council approval, in violation of the laws, ineffective counsel to us. And I would just say, again, you know, I cited to in my complaint that was submitted to the disciplinary board, 23, almost 24 separate rules that raised questions for me as to his fitness to serve as solicitor and as a member of the bar. And I think that he should not be our solicitor. We can do better. We deserve better. Residents and taxpayers deserve better.
Okay, Tom?
Yeah, you know, it was a political hire, which is not the way to hire a solicitor. It's too important. You know, he's going to end up costing us a lot of money, I predict, because of decisions even he's already made so far. And, you know, to go another, whatever, 5 or 6 months with him till the end of the year, you know, it's just going to be a lot. Our citizens deserve better. They deserve somebody more ethical, that can follow the Sunshine Act, that will disclose to council when he's going to make a court filing, that will and disclose to the public when they're going to make a court filing of any type, regardless of whether it's the landfill or something else. And he just doesn't meet the ethical bar, in my opinion. He's lied to Jason and I. He's refused to answer questions, the very simple, direct questions that Jason and I asked. He's really only counsel to 3 Democrats on this, because he was a political hire. So he's only counsel to the 3 Democrats. And that's the game he's playing. He, you know, his firm gets to charge $180 an hour. We don't even know if he's doing some of the work, because you could have associates doing it. For all we know, he could have law students doing it, or paralegals doing it, and charge us $180 an hour. From the reading of some of his opinions, like that conditional use hearing, I wouldn't be surprised at all. It was very basic, very simple. You know, there was no special talent or insight there. You know, so you know, again, they wanted a political hire. All that mattered was he was someone with a D next to his name, someone that would ice Jason and I out, and just counsel the 3 of them. And it's a shame that it's gotten to this, and the township will pay a price for it. He will end up costing us a lot of money. A lot of money is my prediction, because he's in over his head. It looks like he's going to cost West Easton a lot of money, and that's just a borough of 1,500 people. So, you know, I think we can do better, and we should do better.
Okay, so I'll go next, and I'm opposed to this. Victoria?
I want to thank Mr. Gazuzian again for his service. I appreciate everything he does. He sits up here from day one, listening to insults, being berated, accusations, baseless accusations, and I appreciate his service. I'm against this.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, and I want to reiterate here.
What are you showing me, Tom?
We keep hearing that, I have my microphone on. We keep hearing that this was political appointments all the time, and that is not true. Nobody's checking what political party somebody's registered for any of the positions that were filled on any of the boards.
Now that is a lie.
Now,
That is not a lie.
That is a lie.
and I have the floor, so stop interrupting me.
I'll bring the
Interrupting.
We have
emails on that.
overheard many, many times here about this sunshine law and how wonderful these people think they were with sunshine law, and we have many examples where they were not.
Like what?
I'll go
Like what?
through this one. So the Fire Services Capital Plan Subcommittee was formed on March 22nd, 2023. And they met and then finally presented a plan on October 4th, 2023. In between that time, there was no public notice of any meetings. There was no advertised meetings public was not aware of. And that does fall under the Sunshine Act. It should have been advertised.
What official action did they undertake on behalf of the township? What official action? None.
It doesn't have to be official act. It has to be, they render advice on matters of agency business that are considered
They didn't do
an
that.
agency and must comply with the Sunshine Act.
They didn't render any invoice.
Yes, they did. They came out with that plan
You're right.
to spend $15 million on a central firehouse.
You're against fire
So,
services? You're
I'm not against fire services. I'm against the fact that that violated all the sunshine laws because those meetings were held privately. Nobody ever got to participate in it except for the few select people that you picked.
Did you request it? Did you request to participate?
We don't have to request to participate. It should be a public meeting.
You want to complain about
And
it,
they
but yet you
should have
never
been
tried to, you
advertised.
were never shut out, right? You want to complain, but you were never shut out.
It was a public.
Nobody ever advertised them.
I voted.
So what solicitor did we have last year when those meetings were held who did not have those meetings advertised?
Sound familiar?
Okay, that's
Those were
it,
public
Laura?
meetings. Those were public
Okay,
meetings.
I'll turn it
Anybody
over
could
to
attend.
Public, there were no minutes ever provided and no
The
notice was
summaries.
ever
No
given.
quorum either.
Okay, public comment, anyone in the audience wish to speak? Okay, hearing none, we have a roll call, please. We're into roll call now.
So you won't recognize this gentleman?
No.
No, he didn't come, wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, I know.
Paying attention, okay.
She's right. She's the one. She's the one that you just didn't get up fast enough, right? She's the one that needs a handicap placard to park in the first space over here.
in the middle
The
of
first
roll
space in there to get in.
Point of order.
And she can't,
And you can't get up, and you just couldn't get up fast enough.
she can't keep track of
But she needs a handicap placard. She needs a handicap placard right. Right.
Mr. Carucci.
We're voting to fire him, right?
yes.
Yes.
Ms. Ray.
No.
Ms. DeLeon.
No.
Mr. Benonis.
Yes.
Motion fails
Yeah.
2-3.
She still has to park in the first spot out here with the handicap placard because she can't get in the building. She can't walk too far to get in the building, but she won't give you an extra 5 seconds. She won't give you an extra 5 seconds to stand up and get to the podium.
Okay, next on the agenda is consider waiving
In the morning,
Morning,
yeah,
if you've been
12:40
for
in the
6
morning.
hours.
watershed annual rental fee at Cidersville Hall. The Saucon Creek Watershed is requesting a waiver of the fees they are charged semi-annually for use of Cidersville Hall. The Saucon Creek Watershed is charged $300 per year for their use. Kathy, I think you had a memo or something. Did you want to add
I
anything to this?
did. We have previously not billed the Historical Society as it's an arm of the township, and we hadn't done that, other than they pay for their insurance, which is a pass-through of us, and it's been that way since I've been here. And they also pay for the electric at the Lutz Franklin Schoolhouse. The Saucon Creek Watershed is the only other 501c3 that does pay for utility uses over there. We don't charge rent, we charge for the utility use of the building. So if you are to consider this, I think it's best for this, since more 501c3s are asking for this type of waiver along with the Saucon Valley Conservancy, is that maybe on an annual basis, I bring it to council and go through my chart matrix to let you know how much
Okay, like part of the budget?
utility
like-
cost would be
Okay,
for the year for them.
okay,
And that way you would have a monetary value
to waive,
to waive.
right, okay,
And it would be presented to council each year.
okay, that
I
sounds
think
great.
that sounds,
That's-
that would be, and that way we're not holding anyone counsel to a long-term situation of providing relief.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion then to waive the $300 per year for the usage of Cidersville Hall for the Saucon Creek Watershed. Would there be a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. And council discussion, Jason?
Kathy, do we have a lease agreement with them?
We do not that I'm aware of.
I'm not aware of any either.
I think that
Should-
originally they just, council had approved for them to use space over there.
I'm just thinking best practices may be to formalize the arrangement we have with them by having a lease agreement, and anybody else who's in there that uses the space, because, you know, we certainly want to define what we're providing to them. And also, the other question I have is, if they're going to be inside township property, do we have insurance for them, for the activities that they're conducting inside? In other words, if somebody's coming in, either as a member of the organization or as a visitor or patron of it, and something happens where they're injured, you know, I think that the township should be protected by having, you know, and I assume that they probably have some sort of insurance for their general operations and their existence. Maybe they do, maybe they don't. Hopefully they do. But I think if that's the case, then, you know, find out if they have insurance. And also, if they do have insurance, I think the township should also be named as an additional insured under their policy, and give us a certificate of insurance that establishes that they have the coverage, naming us as an additional insured, so that we're protected on all this stuff.
We do have a certificate of insurance from Keystone, who's in there, and we
Yes.
do have a certificate of insurance from the
Seniors.
the senior program,
Yes.
the Saucon Valley Community Center.
Right. You would
So
think
the
that our
other
solicitor would come
entities
forward with ideas like this, like to have a lease agreement, have insurance and certificates of insurance, but I gotta do it, so I'll bring it forward.
Last year and the year before too. Where was that solicitor's recommendations last year?
I will have that on an annual basis. I'll develop it and do an annual basis every year for you guys to consider.
Sounds like a plan. Tom?
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily.
Actually, let me answer her question. This never came before us last year to discuss this as an agenda item, so that's why I'm bringing it up now.
There's multiple organizations that have been in there for more than 2024.
To my point again, this never came up as an agenda item for us to consider, and that's why I
Missed
bring
it.
it now.
I guess you missed it. All those years as president, you missed it.
With, you know, waiving the fee here, I mean, then, you know, everybody's gonna want the fee waived, right? I mean, I don't necessarily have a problem doing it, but, you know, why would anybody ever pay a fee for anything? What, now the hall, people come and say, well, we want the park without a fee, we want all these things without a fee. I mean, what are we gonna have the fees if we're just gonna waive them for certain people? I mean, and then where does it stop? I mean, this is how a little bit about how the school district got in trouble and had to pay a big lawsuit for the Satan Club, is because they were letting other groups, Christian groups and other groups, use the school, and I think they were charging them, but then the Satan Club comes along, they refused to charge them, which was stupid, they should have just let them do it, and then they had to pay a big settlement. So, you know, there has to be, it's not that it's, I mean, it's a good cause, I understand, but,
I brought up the topic of a lease, Tom. If you have a lease agreement, they would be considered a tenant, and, you know, it would be a nominal amount would be set forth in the lease, $1, you know, and it would be a binding contract, so we wouldn't be providing space on a gratuitous basis. We would actually be providing it as a tenant of the property.
yeah.
I think that was covered. I don't know, maybe our solicitor could weigh in on that.
Well,
Maybe
if
not.
he's competent, I don't know.
That's right.
I don't know if he's competent to do that. But, you know, my point would be, like, we have to treat everybody fairly, no matter what their cause is, and what we think about their cause, because that's how the school district got in trouble and something we should try and avoid.
Okay, my turn. I support it. Victoria?
I support this. I think the watershed does wonderful things for our township. I think the memo from Kathy also highlights that there are multiple other organizations that receive very similar benefit from the township as a thank you for what they do for us as volunteers. So I'm in favor of it.
Okay, Laura?
Yes, I agree. I think it's appropriate to waive the fee for the Saucon Creek watershed as a 501c3 that are providing services for our township for the health, welfare, and benefit of our citizens.
Okay.
May I ask if, with regard to the motion, would you be willing to amend it to include something along the lines of, in conjunction with securing a lease agreement from them?
Sure, I'll amend my
Say that,
motion.
you know, because you're waiving, but, you know, the waiver, there has to be a give and take here, and I think that we would want to be able to influence them executing a lease agreement to.
Okay, so I'll make my motion then to enter into a lease agreement with the Saucon Creek watershed, and, but also to waive the $300 for the year.
Yeah, and to identify the consideration, the lease agreement as $1.
Okay, Victoria, you second, would you amend your second?
I'll amend my second.
Okay, all right, thank you, that was a good idea. Okay, public comment regarding this?
You get up quick. She'll say you didn't get to the podium quick enough.
It's really interesting. I sit here and I watch. There's a German expression called Gedanken. Anybody speak German? Gedanken experiments. What you do in science, I know this is not science here, it's clear. But the bottom line is you think ahead. And what I see here, there's only 2 people on a council that really think ahead. And we just heard a perfect example of that. Although he's a council member, obviously he thinks ahead. And I had a chuckle when he said, yep, look what happened to the school and this Satan group. They didn't think ahead. Oh, hey, we're just gonna let these, these Catholics in or whatever they were, without thinking about all the what ifs. And that's what Duncan truly is. What, if I do this, then what? And what I see here, out of most of you on the board, even though you may be trained attorneys, no, you don't think past this thing here. And that's really disturbing. That means whatever we're paying you to sit here for how many, you never think about what truly this could end up doing to us. And I know, Priscilla, I see you watch the clock and it's so late. And I see other people who just sort of occupy a chair over here. No, nothing there. And it really concerns me because I always thought that the council were the best and the brightest. It used to be. And I can only hope that maybe you people think about things like what happens if they don't have insurance? What happens if they come in and they destroy the bill? What happens if whatever? And I just don't see anybody giving any guidance, meaning our now full-blown solicitor. And I'm not sure I'm ever going to get used to that. But anyhow, I find that, and I'm not quite sure why this group, the Saucon Creek watershed, why they shouldn't pay. Why should they pay? Has anybody asked that? Who does pay? Who's not going to pay? We had somebody here in the audience simply saying, you need to have all these write-ups for these things that you do, right? Hey, we're going to have no rental fee at Ciderville. What are you going to do? What are your requirements? What are your payments? What happens if they're bad tenants? Yada, yada, yada. And it doesn't take a lot of brain power to write that down. And if you have to improve upon it because you didn't get it all, at least you have a starting place. And yet, I don't see any of that. I don't see any of that. I see people are just floating around in the air talking about whatever they want to talk about. So yeah, I'd encourage exactly that. And I hope you do, but I don't, I'm not really hopeful.
Hey, Mr. Blunt, is there a word for like a reverse Gedanken where you do something and then try and cover it up?
Yeah, I'm sure there is in German.
Like a reverse Gedanken, because like with the landfill litigation, they did a filing, now they're trying to cover up. So what's the reverse of not planning ahead, covering up? What's that German word?
Yeah, it's called close derrière.
All right, that's what they did.
But the other side of that is lawsuit. That comes next.
That's an international word.
Anybody else like to do public comment? Okay, hearing none, roll call, please, Kathy.
Mr. Caroci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Deleon?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
Yes.
Ms. Altough Cordera?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, moving on, we have the compensation of acting township manager and administrative assistants. Council will consider the compensation of the acting township manager and the 2 administrative assistant salary positions. And I did not print out your letter, and if you could just repeat the
I
dollar amounts.
did not, I did provide the information or emailed that to council. I didn't provide it because obviously it's your decision, and I certainly wouldn't want you to feel obligated to move forward with my suggestions. So.
It was a good suggestion.
With that at hand, this was the memorandum, and
Okay. So.
whatever you feel is just.
Priscilla, if I may,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to authorize the acting manager receive a salary at the rate of $125,795.
You gotta talk louder. 100?
$125,795.20, retroactive to March 28th. I also make a motion to increase the salary of Ms. Werkheiser to the amount of $57,419.07, and to Ms. Schneider in the amount of $55,923.20. All retroactive to March 28th.
Okay, March 28th.
Be effective while those three positions are performing the duties of our manager.
Okay, I'll second that. Any discussion, council? Jason?
Yeah, I think the numbers are too low. I think they should be higher for all three. I brought this up at the last meeting. Kathy is doing the work of three positions. She's the acting township manager, she's the assistant township manager, and she's also the director of finance. So she's actually doing considerably more work than she was doing in her capacity before. And I don't think that the proposed salary increase reflects the value that she's provided to the township. Similarly, I don't think that the proposed increases for Stacy Werkheiser or Carol Schneider are appropriate. I think they've taken on much more work as well, and I think that they should be compensated more for their efforts and willingness to step in under these circumstances. So my suggestion would be to increase Kathy's compensation by a total of $50,000. We're still saving money because we're not paying a township manager salary. And I would also suggest that we increase Stacy's and Carol's increase to $10,000, not the $5,000 each that was proposed. I think it's only fair. They've stepped up. They haven't asked for this mess. They didn't create this mess, but they're the ones that are stuck dealing with it. And unfortunately, this council are the ones that created it, and the least they could do is compensate the people that have to deal with all the garbage that they've created. No offense again. I yield.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor.
It was my turn to talk.
Was there a second to my
It was
motion?
my turn to talk.
Seconded the
Oh,
motion.
okay.
But I didn't comment yet.
I'm just conversation. Don't
Hard
we
to
have
follow, Tom.
conversation?
It's hard to follow.
We did that all night,
only
but
been
I try to
35
do
years.
it and I'm not allowed.
All right, so, my turn yet?
Yes, you're next after Jason.
Kathy is amazing, doing 3 jobs, thank you. It's 3 more jobs than Priscilla's had the past 40 years, but I digress. One of the things is, when you're setting these salaries low, you have to, if we are trying to entice a really top-rate quality township manager, not that Kathy's not, I think she is, and would be perfect, but, you might want to show that you're willing to pay for what's going to be a very difficult job by any accounts. Yes, 1, because of the makeup of council, 2, because you have no help from a solicitor, and,
Because they have no competence.
and right, so, you may want to think about going a little higher than the proposed numbers in the motion. And I would be for something higher than that. That's it.
My proposal, just to be clear, I think the increase is $23,000 more than what was being proposed. And on the other end, we're saving $135,000 without.
I think your proposal's fair and better than the earlier proposal. I'd support that, something in that range.
Okay, Victoria?
I made the motion. I'm very thankful for
all of our staff, especially for being here. It's now, I don't know what time. Is it close to 2 a.m.? I can't see. But I appreciate their time. They've worked very hard. And I respect everything that they do. So I'm very happy to offer this to them. And I'm thankful for them.
If I was running this meeting, we'd have been done by 9.
I second that.
The tail end of your.
Said, I'm very thankful for all of our staff, and I made the motion, so I think it stands. But I want the staff to know how much we appreciate everything they do, and for being here.
Okay, Laura?
So I will say that, I mean, we had the one recommendation the last time, and Kathy came back with a different idea. I think her idea is great and fair, and I support it. This is what was suggested.
So you support the numbers that Victoria made in her motion then?
Yes.
Okay. All right. If there's no other council discussion, public comment? Okay, I guess roll call, please.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Ms. Delian?
Yes.
Mr. Bononis?
No, they deserve more.
Ms. Altough Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carochi?
Anybody else who work with Priscilla and Steve deserves more? No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, thank you. Next, we have approval of the March 20th, 2024 council minutes. They're ready for council's review and approval. I'd like to make a motion to approve the March 20th minutes.
I have some comments.
I'm sorry?
I have some comments.
Okay, go ahead.
Where is it? Page. Towards the end here. I have it marked. Page 29 of 34, the last line, 55. I said, as he said, there's a basic economic theory that it says gooder, it's goods or services, and services worth what a willing buyer will pay. Goods and services, I believe I said. It says gooder service, but it was goods and services. That's on line 55. And I think there's one other thing. Where is that comment?
They make tabs.
So the members don't, yeah. Oh. Okay. On page 10, where, starting on like line 10, to their credit here, Victoria and Laura, because they produced the email despite it being written by all three, but Priscilla doesn't recall seeing a version of that produced by Priscilla that was sent from her secret email account. Ms. DeLeon said she remembers doing it. But this was the email from Dave Willard that you turned over later. So you're saying at this meeting, March 20th, you remembered doing it, but you then sent an email with the email from Dave Willard stating that it was in your draft.
Yes, I apologize.
So but you said at the meeting that you remembered turning that over.
I thought I sent it, and when I went back to look, it was in my draft folder, so it never went.
Okay.
So I sent it then.
Are there other documents in the draft folder that you failed to send? Yeah. You sure of that?
I'm not the computer person, so
Oh, Rocky Vecito is, that's right. Yeah, your neighbor. Rocky
Is
Vecito
there a
is your computer
correction
person,
to the
right?
minutes other than the one? identify, it sounded like a
Not always.
typographical error or something. This other one, I don't think was an identification of any error in the minutes, was just talking about what the minutes said.
No, he actually, the change that he made was on line 11. It says Priscilla, he doesn't recall seeing a
Right.
version of that.
Right.
Tom, it should be Priscilla doesn't recall seeing a version of that.
Whatever she said in the meeting is what she said.
Right.
Well, then
No, this is him speaking, it's him speaking about Priscilla, and the way this is, him, Tom, but the way it's written here, it says, but they produced, to the credit here, I think you meant to their credit here.
Yeah.
Give credit to Victoria and Laura, because they produced that email despite it being written by all three. But Priscilla doesn't recall seeing a version. The word he is in here, and the comma is in here. The comma and the he should not be in here. And the first word, the second word of that sentence should be their, T-H-E-I-R, not the. Right, Tom?
Yeah, right, and I'd quite frankly like that paragraph re-listened to. The last time we did this, and don't say it's hard, the last time we did this, there were 14 changes to one paragraph. 14 when I requested. You're like, oh, the transcript's a transcript, it says what it says. There were 14 changes. I think this is inaccurate because it's not, Priscilla didn't write the email, neither did Victoria or Laura. It was written by Willard to all three. And it's not clear. I don't think.
The statements that were made at council are the statements made at council. It's not our job to correct.
It is our job.
Things that happened or didn't happen. It's about the words said at council.
The last time I asked to table the meeting and to look at a paragraph, there were 14 changes to that
You want
paragraph.
to send it back and have it
Then I
re-listened
want
to?
to table, yes.
Fine,
All
I don't have a
right,
problem.
I want to make a motion to table the meeting minutes,
Reflect
and I
on
want
it.
that paragraph looked at again to see if there's any changes. And I want that change on the other one, line 55 of page 29.
Fine. We'll table it.
All right.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Anybody else have
that's
any
all in the
changes?
minutes.
Okay, moving on then, we have,
Minutes from April? We don't have minutes from any of the
I don't
April
know, I
meetings?
only know what's in our packet, March
Oh, that's what I'm
20th.
asking Kathy, that.
Not yet.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, moving on, we have council and staff reports, township manager.
Yes, I have a few things. Sorry that it's so late. I'll try to get through them fast. We received the coupons for the spring cleanup from the landfill, the Bethlehem landfill. So they are available in our office. Spring cleanup is on June 1st. Coupons are required upon drop-off or entry, so please contact our office for details or stop in with proof of residency to get your coupon. Stacy, if you could put up the one, the Sandy Yerger. The Sandra Yerger Community Recreation Area and Natural Preserve sign is up at the property. Oh. It's okay. There it is. So that was installed since the last meeting. We are going to look at updating the other sign that's out there that has the mapping of the trails and identifying the permitted uses, because they all refer to the Woodland Hill Preserves as well. I wanted to update council on the Reading culvert replacement. Stacy could. Yes, if you look, this is what you're seeing in front of you is what the culvert looked like and what needed to be replaced. The reason for that, I can show you in the next picture, is this is what, no, the old, there's one with a flood in it. Well, anyway, there was I did have a picture of the flood.
I saw the flood.
Oh, here, I'm sorry, I thought you were looking for pictures.
There we go.
That was after a hurricane. That was Reading Drive. So that was the need for the replacement of this culvert. So in the next photos, you'll see that it is coming along. The culvert box has been put in, and they will be doing the next phases that's required for this under the program from Northampton County Conservation District. They're holding a private session, training session, I believe it's tomorrow, where scheduled other public works of departments from other municipalities were invited to come in and take a look to see how to do it and what the program is about. It's for educational purposes for them. So just wanted to give council an update on that. I had in the last 2 days attended a digital navigator training class that was sponsored by Northampton County Conservation, or excuse me, Northampton County Community and Economic Development. The program is a federally funded program, and its purpose is to identify weak areas of internet coverage and help facilitate residents to know what their rights are when they are in an area of weak coverage and what they can do. It's also a program that assists with helping individuals who are maybe not as computer savvy as others, and to help either whatever your demographic or whatever your situation is, whether you're a senior, and since everything is moving digital, it's a program to help people in the community, to help those people that need to have a little bit more tutorial knowledge in working computers and what's the best type of computer for their needs. So I know Northampton County is going to be working on putting together a database of businesses or in the area of anywhere in Northampton County that offer free Wi-Fi. So just throwing that out there, if anybody's listening at 110, that, you know, Northampton County, and if they feel free to email me, I will definitely forward that information over to the county. Chief Barnt notified me today that the license plate reader installation at Poke Valley Park is complete. The technology will assist them in investigations of crimes that occur in the park. So that is done.
Is that like reading license plates for everybody that pulls in?
Yes.
Okay.
And I just wanted to confirm and advise council that as the pool passes and the library payments of reimbursement programs, we're continuing what was already done last year, since council has made no actions otherwise. So those checks will be, you'll be seeing them more on the check register, reimbursing people for those services.
Kathy, at Poke Valley Park, is there any signage that identifies the license plate reader camera? And I ask that because it may be helpful for the public to know that that's in place, because I know we've had a rash of break-ins from, at different periods of time. And it may be reassuring for the public to see signage that points this out, because then they'll feel that their belongings and their property and their vehicles are more secure.
I will check into that.
Could also prevent.
I do recommend that people.
It could be a deterrent, because
right, it could be a deterrent.
belongings.
You know, they could pull in there and see that sign and then turn around.
Right, like property under surveillance or something like that, yeah.
I will check with the chief on that. And that's all I have.
Okay. Council, Laura?
I am going to pass tonight at this late hour.
What's that?
I'm going to pass tonight at this late hour.
Okay.
On any report.
Jason?
Yeah, so I'm going to date myself here back to the old Poltergeist movie. They're here. So for those who may not have heard, apparently there was an immigrant bus that dropped off in Hellertown about a week and a half ago. And a bus that appeared to be illegal immigrants that were dropped off in Hellertown. My understanding is that they were dropped off at or around the area of the Starbucks or the Hellertown Diner or the that shopping center. The names escape me at the moment. So I'm just offering that to the public so that they're aware. From the version that I heard, when they were dropped off, they scattered. Some Ubers came and picked up some people, and others just sort of disappeared into the community. So, there's a Gallup poll. There's a Gallup poll that's, I'm speaking. there's a Gallup poll that just came out last week, found that immigration is the top issue nationally, and it's here. So, you know, it's something to keep your, you know, be mindful of. We've had, you know, some crimes. I'm not accusing these folks of being criminals necessarily, although they seem to have been brought into the country in violation of the immigration laws and not gone through the proper process, perhaps. But be mindful, keep your doors locked. You know, we've had break-ins, and there's, you know, certainly be mindful of your surroundings. Another old horror movie, I guess. I'd like to recognize Priscilla De Leon. This is overdue. I wasn't aware of it, but she was appointed to the board of directors of the Chronic Fatigue and Immune Dysfunction Syndrome Association of America. So congratulations to Priscilla in pursuing those interests.
Does it have a year for that?
I don't know what the year is.
1995.
I don't know. I thought it was more recent.
I was very proud to be on that board.
Yeah,
Was
I'm sure you helped them out just as much as this board. So congratulations on that. And then I guess the only other topic I have is
She left that board for that.
Victoria brought up the name earlier, Tricia Mezzacappa. And I don't know who Tricia Mezzacappa is, but maybe it seems like Victoria knows of her, or at least has some concerns with her. If I understood what your comments were, she seems to be a person who's involved in the right to know request with regard to the Hellertown Library. And I'm sure that your comments were not directed towards Sunshine Law yet again. You know, there's been requests that were made. The Office of Open Records determined that those requests were valid and that the library was an appendage, for lack of a better term, of the Hellertown Borough and subject to the right to know laws. They refused to turn information over. It was appealed, and it went to the Court of Common Pleas, and orders were entered, and they were in violation. So I'm not sure why Tricia Mezzacappa's name came up, but maybe Victoria, when she gets to her council report, can talk about Tricia Mezzacappa and her significance to right to know or anything else, because you know, I would hate to see the council person, you know, offering somebody's name in an effort to try to quash or silence her in her proper pursuit of valid right to know requests. And that's all that I have for my council report.
Okay, I have nothing due to the lateness of the hour. Tom?
Went to the zoning hearing board meeting. You might remember that Mark Gambiosa, Spring Hill Road, came in for a variance, minor variance. Council decided to say no by a 3-2 vote and send a letter from our solicitor.
Tom, I was there too.
So, oh yeah, that's right, Jason was there too. So we went to the zoning hearing board to make clear, because again, Mr. Goodsuzi, and this is talk about another reason why we don't trust him. He didn't say in that letter, it was like a 3-2 vote. He didn't say that 2 members were in favor of the variance, 3 were against it. He just said that council was against it. So we went and spoke and said that we were 2 council members that were in favor of it. And the zoning hearing board, who were very level-headed guys, this won't surprise you, they gave him the variance by votes 3-1. Of course, the one was the one member of the zoning hearing board that the Democrats have recently appointed, who's like Victoria. Should be no variances for anything. She said at the last meeting, without, you know, she doesn't even want to give them a hearing, basically. And it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting when how she changes her tune. And this will be another one of her conflicts when St. Luke's comes for some variance on 412 when they build on the Buffalo farm down there. And, you know, her and her parents and St. Luke's together in this litigation. I bet she'll change her mind on variances pretty quickly when St. Luke says, get to it, Miss Optall. You know, she's a puppet, shall we say. So that was good news for Mr. Gambiosa. And I do have a bunch of information on the right to knows, but we'll get to this at the next meeting due to the lateness of the hour. But there will be a lot said at the next meeting about the latest right to know. There's some real treasure in here. So we'll get to that. All right, that's all I have, Priscilla.
Okay, Victoria?
Thank you. I don't know, we did have a landfill committee meeting yesterday, but if you wanna talk about that, I can't, did you do your council
It's too
report?
late tonight.
Well, we did have a landfill committee meeting yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
Yes.
Or 2 days ago, 2 days ago.
Days
2
ago.
days ago. And so I thought that meeting was productive. And so everybody can check that out on YouTube. The other thing I wanted to highlight importantly, I just gotta bring it up. The Lehigh Valley Planning Commission has invited Lower Saucon Township to join them for the May 2024 Lehigh Valley General Assembly on May 14th at 7 p.m. During this in-person meeting, Lehigh Valley Planning Commission will meet at their new office in Allentown. They'd like to host an inclusive regional general assembly, and they're asking every municipality, legislative district, authority, and school district in the Lehigh and Northam counties that are a part of Lehigh Valley Planning Commission to be represented by 1 or 2 elected officials or staff. And then it gives information for registration. I think I received this information in my township council email, and I think it would be appropriate that the township have somebody go. I'm happy to go on that date. I am available. And I'm also happy to send a staff member also, but I think it's nice that they want to get input from all the municipalities.
I'm sorry, what's the location of their new office?
Allentown.
Allentown, Lehigh County. So we have this unelected group of bureaucrats located in Lehigh County that were trying to put their finger on the scale in Lower Saucon Township to various
General Assembly, so
various
everybody
development.
comes forward.
Yeah, but their offices are in Allentown, so you've got
all the representing
bureaucrats in
bodies,
Allentown, not our
municipal
county,
bodies.
telling us what to do with regard to the landfill and other aspects of
Even
development.
Lamont McCoy had a problem with that. They got they paid
It
$1
would,
million
it
in
would,
rent.
it would be the township's opportunity to provide its voice to the General Assembly of all the municipalities that participate in Lehigh Valley Planning Commission. It
Are we
seems to be
invited to have a member on the planning commission? I don't think we have one. I don't know if we've ever had one, have we?
Yes, we have
We
in the
have?
past,
How long
yes.
ago?
I don't know, but we've had.
So I'd
Why
like
do
to
we
go to
lose our
that.
seat? What did we do wrong?
Or send a staff member to that. I think it would be appropriate for the township to do that.
So Victoria, did you want to go to that?
Yes.
So, yeah, you can go to it.
Okay.
Priscilla just makes that decision.
What's that?
You just made that decision. Shouldn't we vote to send her?
You want to vote?
Sure, I'll vote to send her.
Okay, well, do we?
But I mean, you just did it, you just did it by dictate. You didn't ask anybody else. Why didn't you ask Laura? Why didn't you ask Jason? You just did it by dictate. It just shows your attitude. It shows your attitude.
And you could have objected.
I don't object. I want her to go.
Great.
I said I want her to go.
Okay.
But, I would have been nice if you would have asked everybody, is everybody fine with Victoria going? That's all you had to say. But you couldn't even get that out.
I'm sorry.
All you had to say. All you had to say.
It's be late hour, because she's usually much kinder and
I
open.
know, it's a chronic fatigue. Well, who's gonna take little Priscilla?
I guess you'll have to find a place for that.
You could?
No, I said I think you're gonna have to find a place for it. I think you bought it.
I'll make a motion that we plant that tree on township property.
Second that motion. I second that motion.
If Priscilla rejects your gracious, kind
Generous
gift,
gift.
yeah.
Cover that cell phone tower.
Okay,
Let's have a
moving on,
ceremony.
solicitors' reports?
It's late, but I want to thank the members of the board, our council, who put their trust in me to move forward. And there were a lot of allegations that were made today, and I'll address them in due time.
Okay, thank you. Moving on then, we have public comment, a non-agenda, 5-minute time limit. Is there anyone left in the audience that would like to speak?
I find it hard to believe that the council is sort of jaw-dropped when Jason said that this bus pulled up in front of Ace Hardware, which is right there near the new Starbucks on 412. You know, I got a haircut the other day. A couple guys came in, entire town knew about it. I think probably if I asked you what you know about this county, meaning Northampton County and illegal immigrants, you might be surprised, or I might be surprised, as I clearly was surprised when I found out that Northampton County is a sanctuary county. And I ran across that because I was doing election work and whatnot.
Mr. Good-Susan, could you please pay attention to the gentleman speaking at the podium? You're doing emails, you're doing personal work.
Look, he's been appointed, he's okay. Actually, he probably doesn't even need to attend any of these meetings. There's somebody else that could be at the same level. I'm sorry I bother you all with this, okay? Because it's really, illegal immigrants, doesn't matter, right? That's
I'm
the
interested in
looks.
that.
Well, if you're interested, you might look it up, and then you can go ask the county executive about his executive order, okay? Because I found out from an ICE agent, and I'll just leave it at that, because everybody seems oblivious about most things. I don't know where these people are. I mean, on the council, you should know those things. It should be automatic. I find out in a getting my hair cut? Really?
Priscilla could be an Uber driver. She could do, she's got the time, she's got a good parking spot.
They were Uber drivers driving the other crew somewhere else. Hey, we all know that happened in Allentown. Was it 2 years ago? Yeah, we found the airplanes that were coming in and going out, so. Oh, yeah, good. So this regional planning thing, by the way, that's probably good for you, but I'll tell you, it will be just like the UN. You do this and you do that. This township's got to do this. It's coming.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? If not, is there a motion for adjournment?
So move.
I'll make the motion to adjourn.
Okay, so Laura, Jason, all in favor? Aye. Okay, thank you, everybody. It is now 1:23 a.m.